We do have quorum. Okay, can we have people grab a seat?
Those will be part of the strategy, right? When we bring ice and cricket forward, it's a part
Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor, any other councillors in? Clerk, who is online? Since I cannot see anyone. No one else is online. Okay, perfect. Councillor Carroll, Deputy Mayor Malik, may I have your attention? I'm calling the meeting to order, please. Okay, I think we're ready. Good morning. I am Olivia Child, Mayor of Toronto. I'm the chair of the Executive Committee. We have quorum. I'm now calling meeting 16 to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall at Committee Room number 1. This meeting is also live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that people is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit, and if you're registered to speak today, please listen to me to call your name. I will call speakers in order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Those of you members, if you have any tech question, just ask us for assistance. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, may I have the motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting of June 8th, 2024? Councillor Matlow, all those in favor? Thank you. Before we begin the item, may I have a motion to add new business item EX 16.32 and EX 16.33? They are
items from the FIFA subcommittee.
I cannot hear you.
Items from the FIFA subcommittee.
Oh, yep, sorry. They are FIFA subcommittee. Councillor Carroll moved to bring those two items into the agenda. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. We will now run through the agenda. For those folks that are here on, well, let's just go through the list. The acceleration of state of good repair on the Gardiner. We are still in the middle of negotiating with the provincial government, dotting the I, crossing the T. You can see the city manager nodding his head. He's almost there. The report is 98% done, I would say. Not quite. 98.5% done, but not quite there yet. So hopefully we will get it to council sometime between now and council. We'll hopefully get it finalized. Okay. 16.
We have a speaker.
Oh, motion to send it to.
No,
we have a speaker on that item. Madam Speaker, Ingrid Bundy, are you here? And are you okay if we just send it to council? There's nothing for you to speak at, unfortunately, because we don't have a report in front of us. Okay?
The only thing I request is that noise mitigation be a part of the discussion.
Okay.
Because there's lots of people living right there.
That's okay. We will make sure that, thank you for coming down. Thank you for doing that. We would make sure that construction would not wake up everyone, because that would be tough. I get it, okay? Thank you for that. A motion to send to council, so it's without recommendation. Without.
No, just adopt the recs. Did you receive by council for information?
No, this is the acceleration is 16.1 by committee. There's nothing to receive.
The recommendation is that City Council receive this report for information, so it goes to council.
Okay, receive for information and send to council for discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you. The next item is 16.2, the allocation of funding from the provincial upload of the Gardiner Expressway and DVP. There's a lot of money in here, $2.2 billion. Does anyone want to talk about the allocation of such funds? Councillor Carroll? No, you're good with it?
Lots more work to do at budget on this one, so let's just receive today's.
Okay, Councillor Carroll have moved receipt for information.
Receive information or adopting the staff.
You want to adopt the recommendation?
Yes, sorry.
Pardon me.
Yes.
Then the TDC can use the 500 million they have that is in front of them. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, adopt the recommendation in front of you on the reallocation of funding. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Here's a bigger item, 16.3, subway agreement in principle and update on Metrolinx subway programs.
I have some motions.
Can you use your mic? You have a motion,
Oh,
you're
yes,
adopting the motion?
I do.
Oh,
Question,
okay,
so- I'll
Counselor,
hold it.
who is holding it? Counselor McAlvey? Okay.
And I'd ask the clerk to
next
circulate the
item.
motions. Mayor, I'll ask the clerk to circulate my motions because I've sent them in now, I think. Thank you.
Okay. The next item is the proposed land lease for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. Councillor Morley. Councillor Amber Morley has a deferral motion. Refer to staff for consideration. And I know there's a lot of speakers on this item. May I just beg the indulgence of folks? Councillor Morley, without actually speaking to your motion as yet, can you just name your motion so that those that are making deputations are understanding what you are doing? Okay, Councillor Holiday, are you okay to hear that motion, what she is planning?
Madam Mayor, it'd be great if it was advance circulated and then the members of the community could see it. I know I've informed them that there's a letter out there, and I know that they've taken that into consideration in any deputation that they want to provide today. I think some of the members of the public have worked quite hard to bring messages to this committee.
Yep,
Thank you.
okay.
Happy to speak to it for a moment, Madam Mayor, just
Yeah,
to introduce and
just
if clerks
present
could
it and we'll
circulate.
circulate it, okay?
Thank you.
Can
Yes,
you
Madam
display
Mayor.
it, please? At bare minimum? We'll make prints, maybe. Can you make
Yeah,
the
so there
screen
it is.
bigger? Can you make the screen? Okay, folks, can you keep your conversation in a very loud voice or go outside even better, okay? Thank you. Can you make the screen bigger? Because some of us don't have very good eyes, and I bet you can't see it, right? Yes. No, you cannot make it bigger. Can we print it?
I can read it.
Okay, Councillor Morley, Deputy Mayor Morley, can you read it
Thank
out
you.
and we'll circulate it?
Very, very happy to do that, Madam Mayor. Thank you. And good morning, colleagues. The motion before you is that the Executive Committee refer the item back to the Executive Director of CREM to allow staff to continue with the negotiations of the proposed land lease and allow for the delivery of comprehensive community engagement program by the Somali Center for Cultural Recreation in consultation with city staff and impacted councillors, which will include a variety of engagement activities such as consultations, and direct the Executive Director at Corporate Real Estate Management to report back to the October 1st meeting of Executive Committee to allow for the ongoing engagement that the community has been asking for and I think is appropriate in this case.
Okay?
So I look to colleagues for support. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So we'll hold that item for people to consider. At the meantime, may I trouble if the clerk can assist in,
We have pushed it out onto the web so people.
you are, the motion is now on the website. Those of you that have access to the internet, do review it. Okay, can I proceed? 16.5, we'll come back to the Somali Center, okay? 16.5, Sign Center. Councillor Matlow, you have some motions and there's also speakers, I believe. Councillor Matlow, do you want to pre-advance your motion again so that the speakers would know? There's no motion, okay. But you're gonna hold it, all right? The 16.6 is transmittal of the 519 board management. Okay. May I have a motion to adopt that recommendations? Okay, Councillor Perks. 16.7, Thorncliffe Park Drive Development Charge Complaint. I believe there's a motion to defer. Yes, Councillor Carroll? No?
There is a deputant who wants to speak, and my motion is based on that, so I'd like to hear from the deputant, and then I have a motion.
Thank you. We'll hold it down for a speaker. And we have 16.8, implementing a new multi-residential property tax class. I'm looking for a motion to receive.
We have a
Speaker, okay. 16.9, community center settlement of operating results. 16.9 does not have a speaker. Anyone want to hold it? You're moving adoption. Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Opposed, thank you. Capital variance report, 16.10, 11, 12, 13. They are all variance report. Councillor Carroll?
The only one I need to hold is 11.
It's 11, okay.
Okay, we need to vote on them separately.
I don't know about others.
Okay, can you move the rest of them, Councillor? 16.10, okay, we'll do it one at a time. 16.10 for adoption, Councillor Carroll moved. All those in favor, opposed. 16.11 is held. And 16.12, capital variance, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. 13, another adoption of the motion in front of us. And that's the operating variance report for the 4 month ending April 30th. So what we just did was approve the capital variance report for 12 months ending December 31st, 2023, and the both the operating and capital variance for 4 months ending April 30th. Deferred revenue report at December 31st, 2023, 16.14. Councillor Carroll is moving adoption again. Approved. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. There is a reserve fund report.
Yeah, can I
Balance,
just
yep.
need to hold that one shortly. I just have an
Okay.
offline question on that one.
16.15 has been held. 16.16 levy on railway, roadways, and right-of-ways, and on power, utility, transmission. Councillor Ainsley, you want to hold it for an amendment?
I have an amendment. I think it's a quick amendment. I've moved it 3 or 4 years now, so I'm trying it again.
Do it again. Actually, several decades. Go for it, Councillor Ainsley.
So just to speak quickly about this, so currently, railways that run through Ontario, we're one of the few provinces that still does this. Municipalities are able to levy a tax, basically a property tax based on acreage. Most provinces now across this country do it based on tonnage, the amount of freight that trains carry. So this is basically asking the province to once again review this and change it. This is an issue for municipalities right across this province, big and small. We would see 4 to 5 times the revenue from the provincial government if this was changed. This is also supported by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Thank you.
We live in hope.
We live in hope that we can actually have the power to, that they would pay their way. The two motions in front of you,
One.
okay, we'll start the first one, the levy. All those in favor, Councillor, yep, opposed, carry, thank you. And item as amended. Thank you. 16.17, heads and beds levy, the same thing. We're asking for even catching up with inflation.
I am. So this is my, another annual motion. I think I've moved for 12 years in a row now.
Yeah,
Before that,
explain what it is.
Yeah, so the heads and beds levy is it's a levy that we are allowed to put on universities and colleges. It works out to $75 a person or student. It's been that way since 1987. It's never changed. If we followed the consumer price index, it would be $177.81, and we would see about $15 million more annually in revenue.
So we're losing $15 million a
I sat
year.
beside Howard, and he said, I'm leaving, I'm retiring, and here's a list of things you need to continue for me.
Folks, I think what we should do is actually have a running list of all these items that we need to deal with. It's been a long time, I remember that. Councillor Ainsley's motion, all those in favor? Opposed, carry, thank you.
Thank you.
There is the, item as amended. Favor, opposed, carry, thank you. The water capital budget and the capital plan amendment. 16.18, Councillor Carroll, all those in favor, opposed, carry. 16.19, city donations. We are very grateful for generous folks. Councillor,
Hold.
oh, you're holding it, okay. Councillor Fletcher is holding it. Delegation of Development Review Related Authorities, Councillor, there's speakers, and I know Councillor Matlow also have some amendments. 16.21, FIFA Legacy Program. Councillor, there is speakers on it. There are 3 speakers, actually. 16.22, Build Toronto Annual General Meeting Audit Statement, adoption, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Moved by Councillor, that was Councillor Ainsley. Lakeshore Arena Corporation, Deputy Mayor Morley, you moved adoption of it?
Happy to do so.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carry. TCHC, Toronto Community Housing Corporation, audit financials, Councillor Fletcher, since you're on it, all those in favor, she moved it. And Toronto Hydro, Deputy Mayor McAuliffe moved the adoption of the AGM and audited financial statements. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre, audited financial statement. Who's okay? Councillor Carroll. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. Toronto Portlands Company, AGM and audited financial statement. Councillor Fletcher, I think it's in your area. You moved adoption. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Thank you. The Toronto Senior Housing Corporation, I believe. Who's on the board? You're on the board. Councillor, you're holding it. Councillor Fletcher is holding. 16.28 is the Senior Housing Corporation Audited Financial Statements, AGM. Council motion, budget implementation and tax rates, user fees, all of those items. Councillor Carroll, are you moving adoption? 29. Yes. Okay. Opposed? All those in favor? Good. Carry. Community safety and well-being in school. We are moving this item earlier because we have Councillor Canaval here. We have speakers also, okay? We have several speakers. Excellent. And I will, can someone take carriage of this for Councillor Canada, Councillor, thank you, Matlow and Canada. Refreshing parks and recreation facilities master plan and building a cricket strategy. Item 31. You take carriage of it. What an excellent idea. Councillor Carroll, you're good with it, okay? Yeah. Canada, Councillor,
Yeah, we're just taking care because I know he wants to speak to it.
okay, we'll hold that item down. Okay. FIFA World Cup, host city procurement plan. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Cole, since you're on FIFA, this is just a procurement plan. Oh, you have a motion? Do you want to do it, do you want me to hold it down? Why don't I hold it down? Huh, sorry?
We're a middle run through. I don't have time to do it right now. I have to wait to go back.
Okay, we're running, okay, I will hold it for you, Deputy Mayor Malik. 16.33, construction manager agreement with the construction companies, PCL, with the Toronto Stadium. Do you want to hold that also, Councillor?
Actually, that one I think we can move unless there are questions.
No?
Happy to move it. Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry, thank you. And we have two more.
That's it.
That's it.
I have a hold I want to change as well, Madam Mayor, when you get a chance.
Say that again.
I have to change one.
You have changed one. Which one are you changing?
CFO's eagle eye, he knows that I wanted to hold the 4-month operating variance, and I made a mistake and held the year end. It's 13 I want to hold, not 11.
Okay, so we need to.
Okay, so all those in favor of reopening, is it 13?
Yes.
Okay, 16.13 to reopen, all those in favor, opposed, carry. And Councillor Carroll has held it.
And then we can
All
adopt
those in
11.
favor of 16.11 operating variance, year ending December 31st. All those in
Yeah.
favor, opposed, carry.
And also, Madam Speaker, while you're there, 15, I answered my own questions, so I can release that one. Yeah, there you go.
16.15,
I said
all those
offline.
in favor, Councillor Carroll moved it for the reserve funds. All those in favor, opposed, carry. So what we have now, what do you need?
This one is a statutory hearing at 9:45 for.
Yeah, we'll do that, okay. Give me the number.
It's 16.7.
16.7 is a development charge. I believe there's a motion that will solve the problem. There's a speaker, I'm supposed to, apparently according to the clerks, that I need to hear it at 9:45. However, there is a motion that will deal with it. Maybe the speaker does not need to speak.
I believe you have to hear the deputation. This is a statutory
Okay.
hearing.
All
Yeah.
right. The speaker at item 7, it is Jonathan Nimatala from McCarthy Tedrow. Are you online? Yes. She is online. They are online. Can you open your mic? There he. Okay. We're ready for you.
I apologize.
Okay, go for it. We cannot hear you. Can you?
Are you able to hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Wonderful. As indicated, my name's Jonathan Nimatella. I'm counsel for a numbered company making this complaint. The numbered company is 2613815 Ontario Inc. I'm here today, as it's been indicated, to make a complaint on behalf of my client under Section 20 of the Development Charges Act. Before I get started, I want to contextualize the complaint today, and I really think this is the most important factor. And the contextual factor is this. This project, and in fact, this complaint, finds its genesis from the fact that this was a business owner who was required to move his business as a consequence of the Ontario line. And this was a forced move, and we're simply now trying to deal with the consequences of that move. I'd like to provide a bit of background beyond that contextual factor. On January 9th, 2024, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing issued what's called OREG 924. As I'm sure you're all aware, that's a ministerial zoning order. The ministerial zoning order permits on this property industrial, retail, warehousing, and wholesaling uses, along with ancillary uses to those. The ultimate purpose of that MZO is to facilitate the relocation of the business I mentioned, the business being Iqbal Foods grocery store. It's moving from its current location to this new property, as the current location is being expropriated for the Ontario line. To accommodate the permitted uses that are contemplated by the MZO, our client's going to be constructing an expansion of the current building. The current building consists of, or rather the expansion consists of a two-story addition to around 1,400 square meters of GFA. The addition is going to consist of industrial uses, which will contain coolers, other storages for meats, produce, butchery facilities, and uses related to same. The second floor of the addition is going to contain ancillary office uses, which are going to support both the future grocery store and the back of house operations. On December 14th, 2023, our client was issued the development charges calculation for $400,000, $400,147 to be specific. They were also calculated for an additional amount of $41,471,000. Our client paid both of these development charges, or both of these sets of development charges, for a total amount of $441,618. I want to confirm today that we're seeking, or my client's seeking, a refund of only the first development charges, the $400,000, not the $40,000. And I'll explain now why that is the purpose. The basis of this complaint really finds itself under the city's development charge bylaw. And under the bylaw, it lists exemptions. And one of the exemptions, as I'm sure you know, is industrial uses. And I'd like to zero in on what the definition of industrial use is, because I do think it's instructive here. It indicates that land, buildings, or structures used or designed or intended for use or in connection with manufacturing, producing, or processing of goods, warehousing, or bulk storage of goods, self-storage facility, distribution center, truck terminal, et cetera, et cetera. Included under the industrial use is office uses and the sale of commodities to the general public, where such uses are accessory to and subordinate to the industrial use. I'd like to now take that definition and apply it to what's actually being contemplated here and why we're ultimately seeking the refund. The addition here is going to include butchering and food preparation facilities. Food preparation includes manufacturing, producing, and processing of goods. As I'm sure you notice, that reflects the definition of industrial uses. These services are going to be serving the entirety of the Iqbal Foods national business. That national business includes 4 retail stores, which are located in Toronto, Mississauga, and Ajax. It also supports an active e-commerce platform. That active e-commerce platform allows Iqbal Foods to distribute its produce directly to customers Canada-wide through various shipping channels, including but not limited to Canada Post and other courier companies. In addition to the e-commerce platform is an expansive wholesaling distribution network that sells products to entities such as sub-distributors, restaurants, banquet halls, and other stores and vendors. In other words, the uses implemented for this new addition, this 1,400 square meters of GFA, are much broader and comprehensive than simply providing back-of-house services to the retail component of this property. And as we understand, the city's basis for charging the $400,000 is that the industrial uses are merely ancillary for the small amount of retail. And in fact, that's not the case. It's in fact the opposite. The retail component is subsidiary to and ancillary to the industrial use. I also want to note as a closing factor is that the primary business of Iqbal Foods
May I
is
tell
really
you to wrap
warehousing.
up? Your time's almost up.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Warehousing, wholesaling, and distribution. Together with this building is going to also include the national headquarters for Iqbal Foods. Having regard to all of that, we are seeking today a refund of the $400,000 that were paid under protest, and I'd like to confirm we are not seeking a refund of the $40,000. Thank you very much, and I apologize for going over time.
No problem. Councillor Fletcher or Carroll? Fletcher.
Councillor Fletcher wanted to speak first, and then I'll move the motion.
Okay. Do you have any questions to the deputants first?
I just have one question that this, I did mentioned earlier that this is a, I'll call it a byproduct of the Ontario line, correct? I don't know if the deputants left.
Yes, it is.
I apologize, Councillor Fletcher. That's correct. This was a forced move that was facilitated by an expropriation that flows from the Ontario line.
So that was in order to have the maintenance and storage facility that is going on that site. And this is now moving to an industrial site. And I think what you've told us is there are what you're calling industrial uses there on this new site that Iqbal Foods has been forced to go to. Is that right?
That's correct. It's really industrial uses for the national operations of Iqbal Foods. There is a small retail component, but it's overwhelmingly industrial.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I have a motion that clerks will display. And I don't do this often, we don't usually, but I need a little more information. Given the deputation, which is the whole point of a statutory hearing, having heard this deputation, I need a little more time with staff. I need to know a little more than is in the report today. The report follows the required format, but I'm moving that we send this to council without recommendation, and I will undertake to much more deeply understand what's going on here, and then we can disposition it at council. And other than that, I don't want to comment on it at this time. I really just want to have a deeper conversation with the staff involved.
Okay. There's a motion to send to council without recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you so much. I just want to run through the items so that everyone knows which item's been held. The subway 13, item 3 is held by Deputy Mayor McAuliffe. We have the Somali Center, which is 4, that's a lot of speakers. 15, the Science Center has a lot of speaker. Sorry, item 5. We just dealt with item 7. And 6, there is a speaker. 13, operating variance is Councillor Carroll. 19, city donation, Fletcher. 20 is Matlow on, and we have a speaker on development review. And there's speaker on 21, which is FIFA community plan. 30 is the safety, well-being, and Councillor Carnival through Councillor Matlow on 31 also. And then Councillor Malik has FIFA, which is again 32. Okay, so I'm wondering whether if it's okay because we have visiting Councillor Carnival, whether we could move that item up and deal with 30 and 31 quickly. Okay, we have some speakers on it. Are we all right to do that? We'll designate that first. Since Councillor Carnival said, you know, new councillor, it's new-ish, we'll get it, and a very important item. If we can back the indulgence of the committee, we'll deal with 16.31. We have some speaker. Stephen Mancy, the Executive Director of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, and then there are four more speakers after that. And is Stephen Mancy's here? Are you online? No, we will come back to you later. Komitra Sakuraji, are you here? This is item 30, community safety and well-being in schools. Are you online? Are you here physically? No, you're not. Okay. Pearl Sang, are you here online? No. Okay. Kevin Morrison, are you here? Are you online? No. Gil Penaloza, are you here? Are you online? Well, Councillor Carnival, you are on this item.
Madam Mayor, are we?
You want to speak, Miguel want to speak on this item? Come on over for 5 minutes.
Pardon me?
Right, Miguel?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. My name is Miguel. One of the hats I wear in the community is I am a member of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association. I'm also an activist in regards to police accountability and transparency. Today's item is a result of the times. We live under a conservative prime minister, a premier of Ontario who has not invested in the wealth of this of the youth. I'm speaking also as a parent of one boy that has graduated successfully at David and Mary Thompson School. By the way, David and Mary Thompson School in Scarborough has been on the news because of the violence in the schools. Thankfully, a lot of work has been done by the local councillor, Michael Thompson, and others to invest in the community. Regent Park is not sitting still and standing by to the lack of youth opportunities in the community. We apply for summer job opportunities for residents of Regent Park. Yesterday, I'm glad to inform you that 10 residents from my community have jobs until the end of August. I have a little video that I'd like to show you. Here's I don't know if this thing is working today. It's pretty short, but this is us and my brother Walid, Ismail. You know, these are the generals of the community of Regent Park, and look at the results. We have 10 youth members who are not gonna be part of statistical numbers. It's sad that the number of the gun violence is going up and up. It's sad that violence is going out of control. And what we'll be doing is increasing police budgets and prisons. I just heard that Dufferin has announced more money for the construction of jails. So who is he planning to put in there? Youth? Poor people? You know, every year we hear sad stories about youth losing their lives because of gun violence. And all we do is we wish them well. We wish that the feds will come to the table. We wish that the problems will come to the table. What we do standing still. Mayor Chow, I want to say that this last year for you has been a year of great results. But this year, as you move on in your mayoral seat, please invest in the youth by divesting money from the Toronto Police Services. As I said many times before, 50% of the budget of the police services is not a crazy idea. It's the solution that we need to create job opportunities and avoid that our kids, our youth become part of the police and prison systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you so much. Questions to deputant, if not Councillor Carnival? Carnival, sorry.
Just one question to staff before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question to staff, which one?
Perhaps it's a combination of PFR and SDFA.
Okay. Is Howie here? Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Following the motions passed at City School Boards Committee and in the CBC article over the weekend, staff have committed, thankfully, to increasing programming and opportunities in areas where the data is clear that there are challenges with youth violence and unfortunate gun violence. Can staff speak to that commitment and how we're progressing opportunities in these hard-hit areas in these summer months as the motions called for immediate action to create opportunity for these summer months, so for PFR, SDFA?
Thank you through the chair. I'm happy to start off and turn it over to my colleagues in SDFA. We have been working and continue to work with our colleagues in
For folks that are not as familiar, this is a fire alarm, and there will be an announcement. So we will wait for further instruction, i.e., I assume we can continue. No, I'm going to continue. Okay, we will hear further instruction. Okay, I'm in your hands. Are you all right to continue, or do you want me to recess?
I'm okay to continue, but I'll leave it.
Mike, and be loud.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Carnival. So since the direction, certainly we have.
We are stopping just 1 second. Are we asking folks to leave? Oh, well, really? Just hang on a second.
First, before evacuating,
We're not evacuating. Just 1 second. Do not take instruction until you talk to us.
Can we just recess for 1 moment, please?
So I'm going to move a recess for 1 minute, just 1 second. Just hang tight. Well, this is a time, actually, while we're recessing. Those- It's asking us to stand by, so we are still recessing for a minute here. And in the meantime, folks that are wanting to talk about, if you have any questions to staff or your motions, councillors, this may be a good time if you want to do so.
Recess for recess, please, okay? Mayor?
How long?
Just stay recessed.
Councillors, I encourage you to, if you have questions to the staff, go for it. We're in a recess at this point. Folks, can I call the meeting back to order? I think we are cleared. But if you're still having conversation, that's okay too, as long as it's quiet. And Councillor Carnival, you are in the middle of asking questions to city staff. Okay, if I have some quiet, okay, I'm going to start your time again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To staff, SDFA, PFR, if they could speak to the actions and the work that has taken place to address the acute, immediate need for programming and opportunities to address growing concerns of youth gun violence, and if they can speak to what are the new or additional work that staff is doing. I know there was a commitment in the CBC article to increased opportunities and programming. If staff can speak to specifically what the potential changes are.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Candival. So we did receive some additional funding through the 2024 operating budget for youth leadership development programs based on the meeting that we had with you last week. Staff have begun to locate additional drop-in hours for youth specifically in your ward and in facilities that we do have access to. Drop-in sport programming, youth leadership and employment readiness programs are all being deployed by the end of July, and we'll be able to confirm those schedules with your office. We're also engaging with TDSB on what additional permits we could secure in schools in your ward for gyms to add, summer youth drop-in programming. So that's, urgent work that's going on following last week's meeting, and then, we're doing the service planning work that we would do related to what ongoing needs might be.
Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you. I think SDFA.
Thank you. So through the chair, so yesterday we finalized with the mayor an additional $600,000 of investments to support youth violence reduction efforts in communities identified through our integrated safety coordination teams, where they're in areas where there is high gun violence, so particularly in Scarborough and Northwest Toronto. These investments include life stabilization supports for young people, community healing supports, and are supporting resident-led efforts. This investment also adds to an existing $2.8 million that we released recently to 25 organizations, including 12 grassroots partners, through our youth violence prevention grant, and that much of that work is now just beginning this summer.
And last question, what is staff's assessment? And the motions were relatively prescriptive, but what is staff's assessment on what are the effective tools to mitigate or prevent youth violence?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I would say that through the years of working on community safety and well-being work directed with young people and looking at research and other jurisdictions, it's the range of things that are supporting young people to be able to live a healthy, active life that gets opportunities, employment, poverty reduction, recreation services, supports for their families, healing supports when there are incidents of violence and trauma. And I think so it's the basic things that support positive youth development. But I think what's probably the most important to say is these have to be long-term commitments. They can't just be for one summer, one cycle. They have to be ongoing things that support residents and their families and young people to access opportunities in their lives and to be able to do that and set themselves up for long-term success. If we can do that with partners and other orders of government, I think we would have less of the types of violence we're seeing in communities.
Thank you, PFR. Thank you, SDFA.
Any other questions to staff? speaker, Councillor Canada, and I will also, Councillor Matlow, and I will also comment on it.
First of all, thank you, Madam Mayor, for moving this item early and showing the urgency and sensitivity many across our city are feeling with concerning youth violence. And thank you for creating the city school boards, or reviving the city school boards advisory committee, a very important space to have these important conversations, connecting, building collaboration, cooperation between two vital public institutions. Our schools and our city is tremendously significant to advancing these prevention strategies. It's a space you know very well, and I was, served, as many of us at this table here, at the school board. And it was in my last year, and on Valentine's Day, no less, when we had the tragedy of a 14-year-old cold-blooded, premeditated shoot a 17-year-old in David Mary Thompson. That was 15 years following the Jordan Manors incident in 2007, the first time we saw gun violence on school property. For 15 years, had not transpired. And those of you who are in this room in 07 will remember the rightful attention our city and our province gave youth violence. We had saw tens of millions in funding from the city, Mayor Miller, Premier McGuinty. We saw Julian Falconer write an audit the roots of youth violence. There was considerable media and institutional attention to youth violence. Sadly, in 2022, we did not see that. And today's motions are not just to staff's recent point about short-term solutions, it's about making youth violence a priority in a very busy city agenda. And that's something I'm hopeful these motions, though addressing these summer opportunities, will bring to our attention, our conversation, our agenda going into the budget season, as well as the long-term considerations. Have we as a city respond to neighborhoods that don't have much voice? And how do we do it in a sensitive way that is impactful, that creates change, that creates the investments to change the life directions of very young people? A month ago, we saw another 14-year-old take the lives of two adults. This is incredibly concerning. What kind of city do we live in when there's a culture, there is a lack of opportunity, a lack of belonging, and really and frankly, a lack of joy in 14-year-olds' lives to make these decisions? And it's incumbent on us to make it a priority through our agenda, through our budget, to address these really life-altering circumstances. Today's motions speak to a short term, but we need to look at the long-term implications of how we do business, and it involves so many voices. I want to thank the Toronto Youth Cabinet. The chair had made comments in the CBC article. This is, of course, not just about programming, but also about employment. And that revolves and has, there are places of impact that we can make to address that, and how we and when and where we have these conversations are incredibly important to how we have a multifaceted discussion that involves all levels of government. So I want to thank the mayor for making this a priority in today's agenda, and for colleagues and council to advance this not just for this summer, but for next year and the summers coming. We're at a point where we're seeing 75% of last year's shootings already, and we're halfway through the year. A lot of folks on the ground working communities are concerned this summer, as it's proving to be a hot summer, both literally and in communities. And we need to show that we're doing something about this, and we're making change and impact. So I hope this leads to a deeper conversation that's reflected in our agendas and in our budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak on this item, and I think Councillor Matlow, you are interested also. At last year's budget, some of you would have noticed there's an increase of about $3 million spread over different departments. Since the pandemic, I observed a lot of young people, well, actually, let me put it the other way, children being isolated and have no opportunity to connect with their friends other than online. And they are lacking in that kind of feeling of belonging or social skills. And they are vulnerable in being recruited. We know the impact of social isolation. We know the impact of young kids not having any activities after schools or in the summer. They don't feel that there is a sense of belonging. They don't feel the hope. Or they have difficulty finding jobs. Not for any excuse, but they are vulnerable for being recruited into gangs. And I spoke to a young woman who was graduating from Ryerson, Toronto Metropolitan University. Her father got killed in that violent incidents that Councillor Canifor, you were talking about, that he was just finished playing soccer, and they were gathering to play some games at the back of a school at a parking lot, and some 14-year-old came in and shot them, and two innocent folks died. And the impact on the family, on the community is just incredible. And imagine a 14-year-old picking up guns and shooting at stranger. It's just horrific, right? So last year's, the 2024 budget, when we approved it in February, said that we want youth hubs. Only, I guess, we increased by 2 or 3 in libraries. We know we need more. I believe, Councillor Matlow, you may have some suggestions. We know that we can do so much more for after-school activities, employment programs, cricket games, tournaments, soccers, dance clubs, and giving young people hope. I know our staff is doing good work. I know that there are lots of activities. I do want to let you know that as your mayor, I have now called the round table. I've been working on it for the last couple of weeks. It will happen the first week of August, and we will bring together young people and community groups that are very active. I see the chair of the Toronto Youth Cabinet here. You too will be invited. We're just organizing it right now. And I want to thank all the folks that are doing good work out there. We need to do a lot more. And at this roundtable, I am bringing together the chief and different levels of government, whether it's federal, provincial, or the school board, to work with us to come up with an action plan and some solutions and immediate support into the community. So I will be able to report back in September as to what are some of the things that we can do together. Okay, so lots of activities happening, but we can use everyone's support and assistance. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a motion that reflects the advocacy of the Toronto Youth Cabinet. I want to acknowledge Stephen and the whole gang here, who have been such wonderful advocates for youth across our city. It was sent to you, so I will.
Okay,
It's in there. Do you mind? Should I speak and you'll find it in your inbox?
Okay, we will, Councillor Matlow, why don't you speak to your motion and we'll get it, we'll put it up, okay?
Okay. I'll just speak and take your time.
That's right. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
It,
I'm going to start
and,
again.
by the way, just for your information, it's an affirmation of our goal to have youth hubs in all of the NIAs and all the communities that are in need of youth spaces, which the Toronto Youth Cabinet has been advocating for. I also want to acknowledge, by the way, he's not in the room right now, but Trustee Marcus de Domenico from the TCDSB is with us today as well. And I want to acknowledge Councillor Candaval's leadership at the City School Board Advisory Committee, which has done remarkable work thus far, and I look forward to your continued work on behalf of our youth. I remember really clearly back in 2007 when I was at the TDSB, and Jordan Manners, a 15-year-old boy, was shot in the chest and killed at C.W. Jeffries. And it was an unimaginable tragedy, both as a trustee to experience that, but now as a parent, it's our worst possible nightmare. And we asked Julian Faulkner, as Councillor Candaval alluded to provide a report of a number of recommendations. Some of them were implemented, but many of them were simply addressed. They used the term, "we've addressed them," but not really implemented them. Around that time, there was also a very significant report, an in-depth, deeply consultative report by Roy McMurtry and Alvin Curling on behalf of the province called the Roots of Youth Violence Report. While some of those recommendations were implemented, much of it was hardly addressed. It just wasn't supported, it wasn't funded, and it wasn't done. And so when I became a member of council, I brought forward a motion inspired by that work that led to the youth equity strategy, and also follow-up motions that led to an expansion of youth spaces across the city. And the reason that I'm so convinced of their importance, their deep importance, is because while we experience violence in our schools, like we experience violence in our subways, the root causes don't begin there. They end up there, but they're in our neighborhoods. And we want our communities to be strong and healthy and resilient. And we want our kids to have opportunities, whether it be a space to come and learn about, better homework, ways to deal with their homework, or employment opportunities, or learn about arts, or whatever they care about, whatever they love. Sometimes it's as simple as having a safe space off the streets, away from those who are a bad influence on their lives, to get involved in a more positive path in life, and to have people there, social workers and others, and people who have had similar lived experiences that they can be inspired by and learn from. All in all, I think our city has such an important role to play in working with our local school boards, but also empowering our communities themselves so that those kids are healthy and safe, and our communities are healthy and safe. And ultimately, I'll stop by saying this. What frustrates me to no end is that every time another kid either kills or is killed in our city, every politician gets up and makes an announcement about the things we need to do to react, and that it's awful and it's horrible. And far too often, while I talked about how as a father I'd want my daughter to be safe, most of the kids who are being impacted by this don't look like my daughter. And we react, I find, more when it's Jane Kriba. And we have to get real about that and recognize that we have communities in our city that do not have the same level of resources and support on the ground to be healthy and safe. And we need to invest in them, and we need to focus on them. We've heard from communities that they're asking for that. But they want to be the leaders. They want to drive this, but they need us to have their back. And that's what they're asking for. And I just want to acknowledge our city staff, Denise and all, for the good work that you're doing to make sure that that happens. And again, I really appreciate the mayor for your leadership on this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Your motion is now in front of us.
And again, this is on behalf of the Toronto Youth Cabinet.
Okay, about youth hubs. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councillor, sorry? Oh, okay. Councillor brought forward his question to the mover.
No, I'm just going to speak. Thank you. I appreciate to someone else speaking now.
Yep, nope, go ahead.
The spirit behind the motion. I do have some questions about the operation of hubs, and I've spent a great deal of time in some of the hubs that have been created, and the challenge is having a fantastic place that's air conditioned, but not having the resources to operate them. It's very challenging, for example, to be at the Rexdale hub till 5 p.m. and book a meeting with a community-based organization, but come out later to find there's 30 or 40 youth hanging out outside in the heat because there aren't the operating dollars. So are you at all concerned that setting these kind of targets without thinking through what the bigger plan is to make sure that they're resourced? And I'll say, I'm sure that's not your intention, but I think many communities that I've worked in at least, through my capacity professionally and as a volunteer, some of the poorest neighborhoods in the city with the least resources, people are concerned about commitments being made or projects being initiated without the follow-through and the consistency to run them.
I believe that there should be a youth space in walking proximity, frankly, to every neighborhood in our city. I believe that our goal and our vision should be very clear, and then we should work to manifest that vision on behalf of our communities. I'm always concerned about a lack of resources, not just on this matter, on many matters. But I think if we are clear about what our vision is, what we aspire to create, and then we could look at all sorts of models. And youth hubs come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. I mean, you could look at some of them that are run out of libraries in existing bricks and mortar buildings. You can look at ones like the one in Oakwood, for example, at which we found the space, but then FYI for Youth Initiative operate it. It doesn't have to be a uniform type, and it can come with different price tags. But I think we should aspire to that goal.
I appreciate that, and it's long been my, I've been working in this space for 25 years, and I'll say this, that a community economic development approach which envisions the connection between recreational or other kinds of activities, cultural activities, but that are consistent with the notion that could lead to employment, where we line up other services.
Your question, Councillor Bravo?
Are we premature in setting a target of 1 per NIA without thinking through how we're going to stack these other pieces?
I don't believe it's premature, again, simply to reiterate, to set a goal that we've agreed that it has merit, that our Toronto Youth Cabinet is advising. And I mean, ultimately, it's up to us whether or not we want to achieve that goal, and that will come with resourcing them well. And I'll just say again, it doesn't mean that each one needs to have the same model or price tag. Some are run out of libraries, for example, but some are out of existing space. But it's a goal. I'll give you an example. Councillor Perks remembers this well when we moved the motion to lower speed limits in our neighborhoods to 30 on our local streets. Some people said, well, without the proper enforcement and all the different things you need, why would you do that? And the answer was, well, our expectation as a city should be something, and then we need to work toward making sure that it works well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to the mover of the motions? If not, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bravo?
Just to speak.
Yeah, just to speak, Councillor Carroll, and then Councillor Bravo.
Yes, I have no problem with setting a goal, but I feel very strongly that it has to be with quality control. And this is not an attack on Parks and Rec staff, because they are working very hard right now to get to a place of quality control in a youth outreach center that I am very connected to. It's in my ward. But when you expand without that, without proper training and without being very deliberate about the hiring, you can create more harm and more violence amongst youth than was there before you put in the youth space. And so, and terrorize the rest of the community, whatever their age. And so I'm happy to support having the goal, but our questions come budget time when such goals can be worked on will be, what is your ability to guarantee that you can hire the number of people for each, you know, if we create some ambitious goal and we want to spend money, first of all, we haven't any, but if should some come our way, because I agree with Councillor Candeval, it would be nice if we started to see from the provincial and federal government the kinds of response we got during the summer of the gun, because it feels like deja vu. That would be great. But that being said, my first questions to staff will be, how many can you hire? If we're creating real estate, fine. But what happens in them has to be beneficial to the community and to the youth involved. And we have some centers where that is not the case currently, and is in fact causing a problem. And so let's expand, but let's expand with deliberate purpose to make things better in each new site.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Carroll, you're done. Councillor Bravo. Okay, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Mayor. And I think, you know, these conversations are deeply important, and I want to thank all the members of the committee who have taken some time to think about it. As came out in the questions that Councillor Bravo was asking, a potential misstep is to create expectations that we can't meet. This work has to be done together with community, together with city staff, together with the leadership here on council. And I understand that Councillor Bravo is working on something that's going to try to achieve that. So the work isn't just done, you know, hi, I'm hoisting up a flag saying I'm on side, but rather is done as a piece of work jointly with community. And I've talked to her quickly about her motion, and I think it's one that I'm going to prefer to what Councillor Matlow, who has moved something that I think is valuable, but needs to more strongly emphasize that collective process of designing a model, and one that we really mean. Yeah.
Councillor Bravo.
Yeah, I'll start talking.
If you can give me a second. Deputy Mayor Cole, you want to speak on this?
Yeah, I just want to speak briefly.
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah, just again, just be very careful on trying to create new solutions to fundamental issues that presently constituted organizations are dealing with, whether it be city organizations, public school organizations, social agencies. They're already out there. And most of them are crying for more funding and support.
That's very true.
If you don't recognize the work that's going on by these incredible people throughout Toronto, you are undermining what they're doing, and then they say, well, they don't appreciate what our efforts are. So just be very careful of where you go, because I've been through this before when we brought in Pinball Clemens to solve our youth violence. I don't want to get into details and knock Pinball Clemens. He's a great guy. But this is what always happens. People look for magic solutions and forget about the day-to-day work being done by incredible people in our city, paid, not paid, structured, not structured. And I just want to ensure that, make sure that you recognize that there are success stories, okay? And I know the media doesn't like to talk about things that are successful because it's their job to illustrate what's wrong. You know, like in Lawrence Heights, we've had incredible challenges in Lawrence Heights. but touch wood, in recent years, because of an organizational restructuring and coming together of the community groups, coming together of the parents, coming together of the neighborhood policing, we've been able to put a lid on a really dangerous situation. But you're not going to read about that in the paper, that there's been a diminishing of violence in Lawrence Heights. You're not going to ever hear about that. And just do not underestimate the incredible threat that there is in our streets, in our schools, generated by internet media violence that's out there. What's happening on the internet, inciting young people, challenging young people. I mean, it was one of the main causes of a turf war we had between Lawrence Heights and Falstaff. It was all generated in a media internet war. You try and control that when you have people with 5, 6, 8 million followers inciting young people to violence. How do you stop that? So that is something that is beyond really our ability to control, but it's really one of the generators of violence. Just talk to a high school teacher about what's going on with the internet with the high school students, especially young, vulnerable 13-year-olds, and what's happening, how they're being threatened through messaging and texting on a daily basis, and what that is causing. But anyways, and please do not forget the fact that we've already built an incredible new dimension to dealing with violence and hostile interactions. That is our community crisis response teams. We've already created that to deal with people that are in conflict, people with mental health issues. That's there. We're the leader in doing that in North America. We have that. The Community Crisis Response Team. Let's use those resources that we have allocated. We're expanding that across the city now. So we've got that. Let's nourish that incredible investment we've made in community response rather than trying to create new solutions when we just started a new initiative with the community response teams that's being unfolded across the city this year after a successful pilot run in the downtown core. And please don't forget the role of neighborhood policing. You have to have people on the ground that know the community, that talk to the community, that are wearing blue. Okay. You can't do it without that partnership. Do not rule out their role either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion requesting the Executive Director of Social Development and Finance to report back to Economic and Community Development Committee on responses to youth violence, including the feasibility of creating a minimum of one youth space or youth hub in each of the 31 NIAs, and that this be done in consultation with community-based organizations. I'm very grateful to Councillor Candeville for bringing this to Executive. I think this is where it belongs in terms of raising the alarm. Thank you for the work that that school trustees, so many of them, we have present with us, even on this Executive and in this Council. I'm also very much appreciate the motion that's been moved by Councillor Matlow, looking to set a bar. The reason I think that we need to deliberate and consider about whether this is the right approach has a lot to do with the remarks of Deputy Mayor Cole. There are many existing solutions that are across the city. Some of them maybe insufficiently supported. They come in different forms and through different means. But it's really important to recognize that while certainly youth have come out of the pandemic and not in good condition, at the Board of Health we heard about the The majority of youth, more than half, are struggling with mental health challenges, climate crisis, climate anxiety, and the cost of living that their parents are experiencing, the pressures economically. But it's obviously compounded when you think about youth that live in areas poorly served by transit, with fewer amenities, less infrastructure, less networks that lead to a job. And I think that, therefore, we have to think about the community economic development approach to this. Having a youth recreation space is important, but we also need to consider how that points to other opportunities. So many times over the years, I've seen the idea of something new coming, but then that not being fulfilled because of lack of resourcing or lack of alignment with other systems that are important within neighborhoods. We need to follow the leadership of local communities who understand the reality very well and have formed important networks in the city. I think about Toronto Community Benefits Network and how it's creating pathways into careers. Think about the community development work that Toronto Community Housing has undertaken and how that lines up. Think about how we have the poverty reduction strategy about to report. My understanding with some very specific targets and outcomes. We have an inclusive economic development plan that's reporting to Economic and Community Development Committee this fall in the fourth quarter of this year. And I think these things have to align. A youth strategy has to align with the community benefits work, the gender equity work, how Transform TO works. They cannot be done in isolation. In my view, there are too many things that are not horizontally integrated, and I would love to see this move ahead with full consideration that youth live in families, and families are struggling in many ways. We don't have all the levers here for solving the overall problem, but at the very least, I think we owe it to the spirit of both Councillor Candeville and Councillor Matlow's intention that we think about all of the different levers that we are using. What we build, who we hire, what we contract, where are there opportunities for recruiting youth, for creating pathways that give options here, and that are built out in conjunction with what the healthcare system needs to do for young people around mental health and other elements that are really important. It's too serious an issue not to have a full study. And so I hope that you see that the spirit of this motion is really to lift up the work that young people have done to alert us through the Youth Cabinet and many other places. But that's also, I think the last thing I'll say is that communities that have been marginalized by lack of services and lack of opportunities cannot be marginalized again by not being at the table and developing solutions. That co-creating them, I think, will have the greatest impact.
Thank you. We have a bunch of questions. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Mayor, can I
yes?
ask a quick point of procedure? It's Councillor Morley.
Yep.
I understand that there's a number of deputants on this item who were not present in the room when we first brought it up, but may be there now. I know we've already moved forward in sort of the order of things, but I wonder, in pulling the thread from my colleague Councillor Bravo about co-creation and hearing from those most impacted, whether we'd like to hold space for the few deputants on this item to speak with us today if they're now present and available.
I am at the hands of the committee members. If anyone want to reverse that order, because we started when they weren't here. We were interrupted by fire alarm. Yeah, do I have a motion to hear the deputants? Okay. Councillor Matlow, all those in favor? I'm sorry? Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley moved to hear other deputants. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. I have Stephen Menzies. I see you here. Executive Director, Toronto Youth Cabinet. You've been on the list. You were not here when we first called you, but I'm glad you're here now. And I know you had a meeting with a group of young people where they gave you lots of very good advice. So we're all ears.
And thank you very much for the opportunity. Deputy Mayor Morley, appreciate you for putting that forward, and I appreciate the flexibility of the committee. Hello, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee. As you know, my name is Stephen Mensa, the Executive Director of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, the city's official youth advocacy body. In Toronto, there's a shattered sense of safety, which is driven by decades of purposeful disinvestment in our most vulnerable communities. And the reality is simple. We will not secure a safer Toronto for as long as we refuse to invest in our youth and our neighborhoods. Young people in Toronto have been unable to access the investments in the community they have long been calling for and deserve. The youth of this city are still grappling with challenges such as limited access to community investments, persistently high youth unemployment, inadequate youth programming, and the lack of community support. This is a common practice historically for the Toronto Youth Cabinet, but even more vigorously over the past 2 months, members of my team and I have been in communities across the city, from Malvern to Kensington, St. Jamestown to Rexdale, Jane and Finch to Thorncliffe and Flemington, engaging hundreds upon hundreds of young people on the issues of youth employment and addressing gun violence in Toronto. However, the reality, which they have continued to reinforce what we have long said and called for on their behalf, is that the two are not mutually exclusive. There is no community safety without access to employment opportunities for young people. It's why early this year, the Toronto Youth Cabinet joined forces in a historic move with the TDSB and the Toronto Catholic Board to send a joint statement to all members of City Council and senior city staff calling for immediate investments in 5 key areas, 2 which I will highlight today. We're calling for immediate investments into city-funded youth employment initiatives, example, Toronto Community Housing's Youth Works program, with a commitment towards the creation of a summer youth employment program to ensure young people have access to mentorship, opportunities, and jobs. We must also ensure that youth have access to employment year-round. Ensuring our young people have access to meaningful and gainful employment opportunities that will aid them on a path towards a future of career success and economic security is critical. The best antidote to crime is a good job. And as I speak today, last month or so, Toronto Community Housing held job interviews citywide for their Summer Youth Works program, which hires youth in our equity-deserving communities as youth community workers. I'm awaiting for final numbers, but roughly over 490 youth across the city came out to be interviewed. Many just, dressed in their best, nervous as it might be their first job, optimistic and hopeful because getting this job presents the opportunity to support themselves and also their family members. Out of the roughly 490 youth who were interviewed, Toronto Community Housing only had enough funding from the city to hire around 70 of them. Way under a quarter of those youth were hired. So once again, what do we tell those young people who came out looking for a job, but now they're unable to get it? That is something we can change immediately as a city today to ensure that every young person who came out to get a job can get a job, full stop. I want to recognize one of our young people in Lawrence Heights. We had our Rexdale Youth Talks in Rexdale late last month, and during that youth town hall, a young person from Lawrence Heights had messaged me, a young person we used to support, and he said, "Stephen, I'm looking for gainful employment to keep me busy." Word for word, but he struggled to find it. And this young person was a former employee of Youth Works in the summer, but like I said, unable to access that employment once again this year and left to do nothing this summer, unfortunately. The second recommendation that I'll highlight from our joint statement is our push and calls for the city to increase the number of youth spaces and youth hubs while working to ensure that every neighborhood improvement area has one. We heard from youth clearly at our youth talks and various consultations over the last 2 months that they should not have to travel 30 to 40 minutes to get to their nearest youth space or youth hub. So oftentimes we say these supports are there, but they aren't accessible to our young people. And I've said it before, and I'll say here again, public safety is a prerequisite to prosperity. However, we know there's no public safety without supporting our young people. And I want to reiterate that we need a comprehensive, collaborative, and people-based approach, one that ensures young people are a part of the solution and not pushed to the sidelines. Our youth are eager and excited to be involved in shaping their communities. And as I conclude my remarks, I'd like us to remember that our young people don't just need employment. Our young people don't just need access to safe spaces. They don't just need all these supports we have long been calling for. They deserve them. Our young people deserve all of these things. And so as we move from a place of a necessity-based mindset and decision-making to a point of moral clarity and conviction, we will find it in our hearts to finally deliver for the young people in our city. Thank you very much for your time.
Well said, thank you. Any questions, Councilor Matlow?
Thank you, Stephen. The motion that I moved is verbatim what the Toronto Youth Cabinet, the TDSB, the TCDSB is asking the city to do. And this is simply to affirm a goal of having a youth hub for all 31 NIAs and emerging neighborhoods. Is that right?
Correct.
The Toronto Youth Cabinet is council's official youth advisory body. Is that not correct?
Correct.
So there is now two motions, and I'll seek clarity later, but I understand that the other motion moved is tailored to replace the motion that I moved on your behalf with a more incremental approach than setting the goal. Could you speak to that, and do you have a preference?
No, I think one thing that I know I've said in my previous remarks to council and just in general is the need to be urgent, more vigorous in our moves and actions when it comes to young people, especially considering the tremendous urgency the issue of gun violence and youth violence currently presents ourselves. Now, when you look at New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Chicago, all these other cities who are facing similar problems that Toronto's young people are facing, many of them are investing hundreds of millions of dollars to get out of their situation. And I really feel like we as a city need to triple our efforts to also get out of the situation that we seem to be headed towards. And so I think obviously both motions I'd say, you know, are helpful towards the goal, but we would, and more so young people specifically, are seeking a more intentional and bold, you know, I guess, action by our city in respect to this regard.
So in fact, both motions could be supportable, where we could, because setting a goal, would your interpretation be the same as mine? The setting a goal doesn't mean automatically that we're taking resources from somewhere else or assuming we will not have resources. We're saying, just like we've set goals for transportation projects and other things, that this is important to us, it's important to our youth, and it's something that we now need to work toward. Is that a fair summary?
Absolutely, and one thing I've always said, which many people have probably said, is, when we say show me a budget, it'll show me your priorities, but I think we as a city, we need to ensure that young people can get the bare minimum that they're asking for. And many of these things that young people are seeking, I'd argue, are the bare minimum. And so when we talk to young people and they're saying we don't want to travel 30 to 40 minutes to get to our nearest youth space, I think if we as a city come together to say, let's set this goal and actually commit to it, it's a worthwhile endeavor that we should.
Just to conclude and to be clear, we shouldn't be replacing the motion that you've requested, but we should support both motions to both explore things with staff, that's prudent, but also to be clear about our affirmation of our goal to have a youth space in all 31 NIAs and emerging neighborhoods.
I think that would be a fair compromise, to commit to the goal while also still working with staff and community organizations to figure out the feasibility and how we can get to that goal. And I think going back to young people, they'll be very happy to know that the city is actually going to commit to such an endeavor, because many of them have long been craving for such a reality of going to 10, 15 minutes to get to their nearest youth space instead of traveling an hour to get to their nearest youth space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the Deputant? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thanks. Hi, Stephen.
Hi, Councillor.
So, I appreciate that. It's soul destroying for 490 people to apply and there only be 70 positions. But often that's our situation, budget-wise. And that happens for adult applicants. But I wonder if I can't miss this opportunity. We in getting youth employed need partners outside of the city. And what I hear again and again, if I'm talking to an HR director of many of the major employers downtown, and we pulled them all together and talked to them, and they said, we have a labor shortage, we have to give all sorts of perks because they have a labor shortage. And when I talk to young people, they say, I can't get in the door, I can't get an interview, I can't get an interview, I can't get an interview. And when I talk to the chair of the Board of Trade, he says, traffic, 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 congestion, congestion, congestion. Do we need private business to come forward and partner and help us get people interviews so that people can see what wonderful young people we have? And has the Board of Trade asked you ever to come and speak to them about that?
To your first question, unequivocally, and that's what we're having on August 6th, we're having a youth employment summit here at Toronto City Hall. We're working with University of Toronto School of Cities, TNG, and that's the proposal we're gonna put forward, bringing the private sector to the table to see how they can support young people and get in meaningful and gainful employment opportunities. And to the latter question of Toronto Regional Board of Trade, no, they haven't approached us. I was actually invited to Mayor Chow's speech at the annual meeting, and I spoke to the CEO briefly of the idea of it, and I think the response was 50-50 in respects to how encouraging it was, but I have heard from private sector partners of the willingness to employ young people, and so I really think this is where the city comes in to support that endeavor to make sure we can match talented young people with employers.
Yes, the matching exercise. So maybe we need them to come to the summit.
We're going to invite them, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you, Councillor.
Other question to the deputant, Councillor Bravo.
Hi, thanks for coming to Depute. The goal of potentially having a youth hub and 31 NIAs could be something that is part of a strategy, correct? But I think what I heard in your deputation is that we need to think about the purpose and outcomes that we expect out of investments, including opportunities for employment. Would you say that these any investment that we make of resources should contemplate economic opportunity in communities that are marginalized by barriers not of their own making?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And no other questions to deputant? Are there any other speaker on this item?
Thank you
If
very
not,
much.
back to the speaker list. I believe Deputy Mayor McAuliffe had questions to Councillor Bravo, or Councillor Matlow has question to.
Gil Panos is online.
Oh, I have someone online. I'm sorry. Gil Panalosa is online. Are you online?
We should probably call the people in on the list because
Okay, those of you that have registered, Kumita, Pearl, Kevin, Gil, any of you here physically? Ah, I did not see you. I'm sorry, you're behind that pole. Okay.
Gil's online.
Gil's online also. Okay, let me just deal with the folks that are on the list. Milita, is that you? I can't see you over the pole. You have 5 minutes, thank you.
Gil's fired.
Oh, actually, if you can give me a minute, why don't we have Gil Panalosa speak first, because he has his slide deck is in front of us. Okay. Schools, go for it, 5 minutes. Mr. Panalosa, are you, we see your slide. Can you open up your mic? We cannot hear you.
Hello, can you hear me
Oh,
now?
we can hear you now. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, there was the image and also the video, but anyway, thank you very much. I think this is, I'm sorry that I'm not in person, but basically it was because I thought this was at the end of the day, given the fact that it's the last point. I think that the schools and the youth and the well-being, the schools should be the heart of the neighborhoods. So I think that's really important. The schools should be much more than schools. The schools should be the capital of our neighborhoods. When we talk about sustainability, it's about using all infrastructure in multiple uses, all of it. Every neighborhood in Toronto has a school. So imagine that every school was a community center. All of a sudden, every neighborhood would have a community center. We should not be building any more community centers when we have all of the schools. Inequality is most felt during the leisure time, so we gotta work on that. And the schools could be wonderful hubs. These are some examples of how the schools are in the US and how they are being transformed from this into this, the play. If and only if all of the outdoor place is open to the community in non-school hours. So after 4 p.m., Saturdays, Sundays, holidays. So we could do the same, transforming this with allotment gardens, with play, with trees, with lights. Are we gonna use that for parking lot, or are we gonna use it for children? And it's not only in New York, like cities, poor cities like Bogota, for example, built 67 schools, state-of-the-art schools in the poorest neighborhoods of the city, and again, open to the community at night, Saturdays, Sundays, and it was totally transformed. We should allow children and youth to get to schools. For example, closing the streets in front of the schools during the school hours. In Paris and in London, they've been doing school streets, not one or two, over 350 schools in Paris, over 400 in London, and that's in the last 3 years. I think we could do the same or better. Toronto, we should be benchmarking with some of the things that they are doing, and London is also improving all of the access within 400 meters of every single school, and they have created a daily mile, and because it's not only hardware, it's also about software. In the schools is where we should be having flower markets and farmers markets and the cooking lessons and food and urban gardening and allotment gardens. That the schools is basically initially should be all of the outdoor areas, at least 3 classrooms and the gymnasiums and their hallways. In non-school hours, Saturdays, Sundays, holidays after 4 p.m. And I just want to end by an example of the importance of programs. This is my friend, the mayor, for the last 10 years, mayor of Reykjavik. In Reykjavik, the children, 10th graders, 15-year-olds that had been drunk in the last 30 days, it was 42%. Now, less than 5%. 15-year-olds who used to smoke, 17%. Now, less than 1%. It was not with police. It was not, it was programs. They had a medium and average budget for programs of sports, parks, culture, recreation, and now they have the highest budget in all the cities in Europe. And that's how they were able to have these amazing results, and now they're helping other cities around the world. And this is what we should be doing in the schools. I mean, Paris does it, Toronto is much more fun. So I just think that we have a mayor that was a school board trustee. We have many councillors that have been. Toronto has not had as good relation with the province as for many years as we have now. So this is a time that we should do it. I mean, people say it always seems impossible until it's done, but said Nelson Mandela. And I think that working with the school boards is one of the things that we could easily do, and it would be fantastic for everybody. And I think it would be a win-win. So I ask you to consider being bold. Do at least 20 school pilot. And if it works, then within the next 3-4 years, do 100 schools. I mean, every neighborhood, let's keep in mind, every neighborhood has a school. Every school could be a community center. So every neighborhood in Toronto could have a community center. Without having to build one, we have them there. That is about being sustainable and efficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions to the deputants? If not, Kumita Sakuna Rajan.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. So, hello, my name is Kamita Sakunarajan. I am the Director of Policy and Advocacy with the Toronto Youth Cabinet. I appear before you today to speak on the urgent need to respond to the wave of violence that involves young people in the City of Toronto. We at the Toronto Youth Cabinet have heard from young people across the city about how this violence is affecting them in their communities. Many of them have shared stories of strength and resilience, but also stories of need. Need for more investments in the community, more investments in services, more investments in youth. One of my greatest mentors growing up was someone who worked with youth who experienced various forms of violence, who worked in youth justice. I spent years with this mentor in his offices. I met many young people over the years come and go through those doors. One of the biggest lessons I learned in this time was the importance of active community engagement to uplift those who are most vulnerable. I've seen so many youth who thrived as a result of the programming implemented through the funding put into youth. I've also seen many youth suffer because they weren't able to access resources because it just wasn't there. I myself have experienced the harms that come with insufficient support and the sheer relief that came when I was finally able to access these critical resources. These are our stories, our ancestors' stories, and our children's stories. Save TO's plan for a safer Toronto is the long-term plan, but we need a plan for now, for those who have been impacted by the violence happening now. It is why we advocated for millions of dollars to be invested in youth violence prevention and the establishment of more youth hubs across the city in Budget 2024. Youth need action now. Earlier this year, the TYC released a joint statement with the TDSB and TCDSB calling for investments in youth now. We come today to reaffirm those calls to action included in the statement. Now more than ever, it is critical that the city moves to act on the needs of youth. This includes establishing youth hubs in the city's neighborhood improvement areas, increasing funding and resources towards services including but not limited to recreational programming, employment programs, and other initiatives that will tackle the issue of youth and violence today. We need to do more as a city to ensure a safe Toronto for all youth. The resources and plans are there, and it is for this reason that we call on this committee to not only adopt these motions, but to be even bolder with them. Take it farther, not only for the youth today, but for Toronto tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And question for the speaker?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for your policy work and for your advocacy. The motion that I moved, while I'm a member of committee and I moved it, it really was on behalf of the Toronto Youth Cabinet and your position as our official youth advisory body. Is that not correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And it is also endorsed by both the TCDSB and the TDSB, our two major school boards in Toronto.
Yes, Councillor.
There have been comments made by some members of executive committee that they are fearful about outcomes with respect to a lack of resources or perhaps taking resources from other important priorities such as investing into organizations on the ground. In no way are you suggesting that we should be removing resources from other good organizations or suggesting that we have all the resources today to put forward to the 31 youth spaces that we would like to create. But you want us to set that goal, that very clear goal, and then work toward making sure that they happen. Is that not fair?
Yes.
Why do you believe that these neighborhoods, and I would add every neighborhood, should have a youth space? What have you experienced, what have you seen that can be so both life impacting and life changing for youth who have access to them?
For me, when I was growing up, I grew up in a family where violence was common and there was a lot of abuse that was going on around me. And having those spaces where I could come together with other youth who were going through similar things, even if they didn't know that I was going through it, made a world of a difference for me personally. I didn't have access to the healthcare that I needed to navigate the problems that I was going through personally. And if it wasn't for those spaces and the people working in those spaces, I always tell people up front, like, I wouldn't have made it through my high school years. It would have been over for me long before. Having spaces that are accessible, that can be easily accessed just by walking down the block or by picking up a phone call to whoever you trust most, allows people that lifeline that I think a lot of young people today have expressed that they do not have access to. So the issue about investing in these youth hubs and neighborhood improvement areas and the concern that that may take away from other organizations, I understand where that is coming from. And I'm currently studying international development in school, and we go through this. We study what project management looks like and what this means for people on the ground. The important thing is that these motions allow us to have structure, and it sets the goal in mind. It doesn't guarantee that that is the final goal, but it allows us to have what that North Star is, and we can start working towards that, regardless of how this may develop over the years.
By the way, you are extraordinary and strong and courageous for sharing your story, and I just wanted to say that to you. You're amazing, and I appreciate it. So, yes, it's about a job. Yes, it's about homework support. Yes, it's about mental health support. Yes, it's about all those different things. But you're saying that it's also sometimes just a safe space to go to because you may not have another one to go to.
Yes.
Is that a fair thing to say?
In my final year of high school, I was hospitalized for a week and a half for an autoimmune disorder. And that spiraled into a mental health crisis that lasted for well over a year. And almost every day of the week during my final year of high school, I would go to my local community center, the West Scarborough Neighborhood Community Center, and I would just go and I would sit in the offices there. And they had no idea what was going on. They knew that something was happening, but they didn't ask, they didn't push me on it, they didn't demand answers. They just knew that I was there, I was lost, I was hungry, and they provided me space, food, people to talk to, a shelter. Even when the building had closed and everyone had gone home, I would sit up front with the secretary and kind of just chill there and talk about life and talk about what was going on in the world. And we would stay there till like 10:45 p.m. before they actually said that we had to go home. And those were the moments that allowed me to keep my head just enough above the water to make it through that period of time. And I know that it is not just me. There are many youth, even in my own high school, that were going through the same thing and that they're experiencing the challenges of finding spaces. So this is an issue that is very personal to me, and I know that it is an issue right now that many young people are experiencing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Any other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much for speaking to us and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you for being here. Pearl Sang? No? Kevin Morrison? Oh, that's Pearl, sorry. Again, I couldn't see you past that big pole. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. Hello, my name is Pearl Zhang, and I'm the Digital Media Strategist for the Toronto Youth Cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I've been part of the TYC since I was in the 8th grade, and now I've just graduated high school, about to start university. And as I look back on my high school years, there are of course many great memories with amazing friends and supportive teachers. But one thing that will always be ingrained in my mind is the lockdowns, the ones that weren't drills, hiding underneath desks, and sitting in silence for hours during my grade 10 and 11 years. the letters of condolence from my principal after losing our students to violence, the headlines in the news of another tragedy at my school. Across the city, students have been feeling the devastating effects of youth poverty, homelessness, violence, and crime. In these past few months, many young teenagers have become murderers. I was responsible for synthesizing the data from our youth consultations at the TYC, and an overwhelming amount of youth indicated employment as a priority. The youth in our city are screaming for your help, and the best way you can do so is by acting now. The TYC's asks address the root problems by investing in upstream community-driven responses, a creation of more youth hubs and enhanced youth spaces, as well as expanded hours of current hubs and spaces, to ensure every neighborhood improvement area has one and young people can have access to recreational programming and support services. We need increased funding to violence prevention grants, such as the Identify and Impact program, which have shown to be successful in enhancing opportunities for youth and promoting broader community safety. The creation of a summer youth employment program would ensure youth have access to mentorship, opportunities, and meaningful jobs. We must see additional youth shelter beds and an increased number of youth moved from the shelter system into transitional and supportive housing. We also need to shed light on existing programs and ensure students are aware of the things that the city already offers. Something youth consistently hear is services are available, however, they remain inaccessible to young people. As I close this chapter of high school in my life, I can only hope that my younger peers confidently say that they live in a secure and comfortable city, a city where they don't have to worry about a potential stabbing or shooting at school, a city where they can focus on their academic ambitions and find meaningful opportunities and resources, a city where they can interact with their peers and feel safe playing, working, and learning. The time is now to double our efforts and react with urgency and boldness. Only then can we create a better city and a better future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions to deputants? No? Councillor Marlowe?
Thank you for your advocacy and the work you're doing. I want to ask you a similar question to what I asked some of your peers. The motion that I moved, well, I sit at this table and I'm able to move the motion. The motion really is a request from the Toronto Youth Cabinet, which is our official youth advisory body at council, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
And you have the support of both the Toronto District School Board and the Toronto Catholic District School Board.
Yes.
In no way are you asking for resources to either be taken away from other people or magically appear that doesn't exist today. But I understand that the goal is literally to set a goal for what we believe is right to ensure that youth have access to youth spaces where they don't today. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, very. Yeah.
And why is it important to you?
I think personally, I've seen what goes on in schools when violence happens, and it's really important to me that other students don't have to go through the same thing. And when I was collecting the data from our youth consultations, you know, the students have said they've seen their peers die right in front of their eyes, and it's just not something that youth should be experiencing at this age.
Of course. There's the motion that I moved on your behalf. There's also another motion that I believe is meant to replace it with a more incremental approach. Would you advise that we support both motions to both set the goal, but also work on the resource questions as well, which is, it's of course an important ask as well?
Yes, I think using both to fulfill our goals is reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other question to the deputant, thank you so much for your time. Kevin Morrison. Okay. Are there any other speaker? Nope. Okay. back to the main speaker list. I think Councillor Matlow had a question to Councillor Morley, I believe. Me too. Sorry, to Bravo I meant, and yourself, okay? Councillor Matlow?
Thank you. The motion that I moved on behalf of the Youth Cabinet is affirming a goal. Your motion is about doing some work with staff, looking at resources, et cetera. Would you agree that both motions should be supported together, or is your motion tailored to replace the motion that I moved?
That's not clarification in the motion.
But it's important for us to understand, just so we know.
Go ahead.
It is not necessarily intended to replace it, but I think that it puts some guardrails around what your motion indicates. By setting a goal, we are creating a policy, and that everything that we think about and study afterward will be determined by whether it's driving toward that outcome as opposed to other outcomes, which may be important and include poverty reduction work, inclusive economic development work, and work in a bunch of other areas of the city, the community benefits work that's happening, the work that Toronto Community Housing is doing around community development. And so I will support your motion, but I would say that it creates challenges to the more integrated approach that I think we need to take and that we've been working on at Economic and Community Development Committee.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to be supporting yours as well.
Hey, then, let's get going.
In your motion, is the root of it that you're concerned? Like, are you suggesting that it shouldn't be a yes and, in other words, like the 31 youth spaces, or perhaps even more in the future, and investments into other organizations, or do you think that we need to choose one or the other?
I don't accept that binary. The reality of how you work on youth violence is much more complex. If you've been involved in this kind of work, you know that certain spaces are not neutral. You know, Deputy Mayor Cole talked about Lawrence Heights. Well, Lawrence Heights and Neptune aren't the same thing, and you're not going to get youth meeting in the same place. Libraries aren't neutral all the time. Schools certainly aren't neutral spaces. So there's a lot of work that has to get done, and we need some expertise, particularly where it involves youth that are already if we're going to target youth that are already involved in violence. Is the question about prevention? Are we aligning it to like work opportunities? What other elements are coexisting? I just think that it's not the same as saying we're going to lower the speed limit to 30 kilometers per hour. This is a much more complex and problem, and it requires that degree of coordination within the city, across our systems, with school boards, and with the provincial government. It doesn't mean not to do anything, but let's do it in a way that's impactful for young people.
I appreciate that.
It's 12 noon. We are going back and forth, back and forth. If both of you said the both motion can stand, let's just get on with it. One more question to you, Councillor Matlow. We have a long agenda, many deputies sitting here, so let's just keep going.
No, I'll stand down my questions then.
It's okay? Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. Your motion, I think it's really being a SMART goal, right? So specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Is that where you'd like to get out of this report?
Yeah, I'd like for there to be outcomes that are beneficial to young people, that are actually resourced, and that we know what they are, they're transparent, and they're built with the impacted community so that we can see a difference at the end.
Does your motion also recognize that there is an overhaul of the NIA assessment framework that's happening right now? One of the things we pointed out is that we don't look at income minus rent. So we sometimes are not investing in, for lack of a better word, the working poor communities, which are areas that could very much be left out with a goal to just address the NIAs the way it is. So does your motion also look at that, address that?
Is correct, that in fact, that we need to make sure that resources are going where they're most needed, and the NIA inventory needs to be reassessed to make sure that working poor families, where parents have 2 or 3 jobs and are not able to be at home to support their children, are actually receiving the help that they need.
Correct. Does your motion also get at prioritization so that you could say, where are the gaps the biggest and have them more prioritized as opposed to running out to maybe fill someone where there's needed, but it's less needed? Does it also help to get at prioritization?
Absolutely. Good outcomes require an approach based on equity and not equality, where we're actually investing in the places where that investment is needed most and where it can produce the best possible outcomes for people.
And does your model also recognize that sometimes the city isn't the best person to run it? So for example, in my community, super excited the work that Denise Campbell and her team has been doing to support hubs in the Danzig and the Empringham communities. They are space that we've made available through TCHC, but it's being entirely programmed by community. So does your motion recognize that sometimes we're actually not the best person to program, but it's actually the community themselves?
All of the evidence suggests that the least effective players in this space are institutional, that there will not be young people that show up to a place where the barriers are high and the relationships don't exist. And in fact, the work that SDFA is doing with you in your ward around areas where there is gun violence with youth is that it's community operated. There is legitimacy, there are relationships. Those are the best, by far the best outcomes.
Thank you for your advocacy, your thoughtfulness around your motion and your hard work.
Yes, building relationships. Thank you. I see no other speaker on this item. I also want to invite councillors, because many of you have years of experience and lots of expertise. And all of you have seen recommendations from various task force have done or ignored. So I invite you to bring all of that to staff or to my office. I've gathered all the different good ideas and helped, and the staff will consolidate it so that when we bring together both the young people and the youth serving agencies and different staff with other levels of government, we capture all your best ideas, and we will come back with some kind of work plan to all of you, because I know many of you feel very strongly about this, okay? I have 2 motions in front of us. I assume we can deal with both of them, and Councillor Carnival, Councillor Matlow, you're taking carriage of the original motion, okay? These 2 are amendments. Councillor Matlow's motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried, and Councillor Bravo's motion, all those in favor, carried, and the final motion that started it all, Councillor Matlow took carriage, all those in favor, item as amended, opposed, carried, thank you. Whoa, we got this one done. Let us keep going. I know the 2 big items, the Somalian Center and the Ontario Science Center, that has a lot of speakers. If it's okay, if I could just take a few minutes to just tick off a few of the items that only have 1 speaker. Is anyone ready to release any motions because you've spoken to staff? Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Carroll, do you have your operating variance yet? No, not quite?
Yes, I do. I just have a few questions there, so maybe it would be best to knock those off before lunch.
Okay, I'm just looking at trying to finalize a bunch of motions so that we can get just questions. Councillor Carroll, you just have questions on, in that case, if you may allowed me, just there's a speaker on multi-residential property tax class 16-8. One speaker, Mark Richardson, are you here? Mark Richardson, are you online? You're not, okay. Anyone want to speak or move any motions on item 8? You're happy to move that motion? Seeing no other speaker, all those in favor of the recommendation 16.8 approve, carry. Thank you. 16.13, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, happy to. I just have a few questions that I wanted to ask. We have a few sort of under pressure already as of the 4-month period areas. One of them is transportation, and I hate to ask the question because we have a number of roads underwater right now. So Ms. Gray had to leave, but I understand Ashley's still here. Transportation has accelerated a bit of hiring. It says there's a focus on management staff. That's to be able to get work out the door?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
And in terms of getting work out the door, is this new work or is this just getting work that council has previously committed to out the door?
Through the mayor, it's both. So it's our existing workload, but then it's also new programs which have been added, such as the Winter Sidewalk Clearance Program, the Cafe TO Program, and the Traffic Agent Program.
So winter sidewalk clearing, it's just a couple of years old now. And well, you know, we all think, hey, dodged a bullet, there was hardly any snow. We're still adjusting to the annualized impact of that, are we not?
Through the mayor, that's correct. And when sidewalk winter clearance was added to our program, the staffing increase necessary to deliver that wasn't added to our base budget. So we've accommodated those additional staff through temporary staffing, so DAs as we call them internally, and we'll be requesting those as permanent positions through our 2025 budget ask. But to date, we've accommodated the cost of that, and that's why you're seeing some significant pressure on our operating budget. These additional programs which we've accommodated with no additional staffing numbers and no additional increase in our salaries budget to accommodate those.
Okay, thank you. And Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, there's a range of causes here. A big one being that change in requirement for the ferry staffing, but there's which had to be done in year. I believe you reported out on that, but we also see a disappointing look at revenue. Is that a matter of revenue needing adjustment, or we just don't have all our permit groups back, or are we waiving too many permit fees? Why is our revenue down budget to actuals?
Yeah, through the chair. So last year we are, and continuing this year, to recover our participation levels. So largely it's in the area of registration and membership fees. You know, for example, we weren't able to deliver the full range of Learn to Swim program because we continue to have some staffing challenges. But the good news is we're, you know, increasing our capacity. We've fully staffed this summer. We've reinstated all of our Learn to Swim programming from before 2019. So I would expect the trend in 2025 to be more in line with where we had been historically. It's just unfortunately the revenue targets set for 2024 were still a bit too aspirational against where the participation levels were and our capacity to fully reinstate services.
So if we're staffing up in the hopes of getting back to those activity levels to get back the revenue, are we going to end up still at an unfavorable variance at the end of the year because we had to do all that proactive staffing?
So the catch-up period, unfortunately, when you've lost, you know, the winter and spring session of hitting the expected revenue targets for each of those sessions, it's difficult to surpass that and then hit budget for this year. So that's why we've identified a forecast that's unfavorable. I will say staff are making every effort to exceed that forecast and bring the budget in closer to, where we had projected it to be when we submitted.
So despite the fact that we just talked about expanding things for the last hour and a half, are there mitigation strategies for the second half of the year to try and get close to a balanced budget?
Mitigation strategies are well underway. In fact, this represents, a scenario that already includes a number of mitigation strategies, I will say. But again, we will make, best and concerted efforts to continue to bring that unfavorability down to be something closer to budget.
Okay, I have a couple more areas that I want to ask. I think I can get it into the 5, Madam Mayor. Seniors in long-term care, I see Ms. Dockery here, is underspent by the end of the 4 years, and yet it's such a waiting list, in-demand area. I understand from the note that is the province contributing more. Are we going to serve more as a result of that, so that it comes back to balance by the end of the year, is not underspent, but in fact spent on seniors?
Sorry, through the chair. I wasn't clear on the question.
Well, it looks like at the end of the 4 years, you're underspent actuals to budget.
Yes.
And the note says it's to do with the provincial contributions for service. Is there a lag in hiring that we'll see that balance out by the end of the year?
Yes, through the chair, yes. So we are moving forward with the hiring to try to balance that out. We are also still experiencing some gaps from the pandemic with service agreements around getting contractors in for some of the state of good repair projects that we had still outstanding. But we are tracking, and we've got some initiatives to try to move forward to increase the spend rate.
Okay. Mayor Chow, I had a couple more questions, but they're really ones that I think I can probably get answered offline working with the Senior Financial Planner and CFO. So I'm going to leave it at that for now.
Yep. Okay, go for it.
Yep, just go ahead and move the recommended motions there.
All those in favor of the motion in front of you? Thank you. Carrie, thank you. That dealt with 13. Councillor Fletcher on donation, can you let that go? You have a motion.
I don't have a motion, but I just will indicate.
You want to press the mic so we could hear you.
Pardon me? Oh, it's hard to hear in here today. Maybe we could just get the sound turned up, please. Just on this, I was a little concerned that when you're buying a bench or a tree, somehow that's showing up as a donation, and I don't think you have to pay for that. Whereas all the other donations, if you're making a donation to the museums or for animals, those are just freely given. So I'm unclear why that's in that category, and I'm wondering if it's possible to better align what are truly donations versus what are you must pay in order to get this service.
Anyone have a response about whether trees are donations or not?
Through the chair, the reason that the trees and the bench program is part of donations is it's considered that way because the public's donating funds to the city for these assets. The donors don't own them, and therefore they're not considered purchases. That being said, we are happy as staff to go back and look at how that categorization is made and how we report back on it.
And then I'm also interested, and I don't know if Mr. Grant is here. Oh, there he is over there. That I noticed that the true donations for animals, there's $600,000. That's quite something, showing the generosity of Torontonians and their concern for animal welfare. During all of our discussions about dangerous dogs and biting and needing training, you've identified to me that one of the problems is people can't afford to have their dog properly trained. Low-income people simply can't. And I'm wondering if some of these, if we could look at some of those donations, number one being accessed for a roster of trainers so people are able to properly train their animal. And secondly, if we could also, when we come back with this report in the fall, that we highlight that if donations come in, we would be looking to train the dogs that are unruly and assist people that simply can't afford to do that. Is that something that you would be open to?
Yes, and that's something I've been thinking about when I saw that you held this report, that we could explore this, and we will report back on this in our report in the fall. It does align well for us to explore it and see what opportunities there are for us to do this.
Are you able to show us what that $600,000 is used for? Because I think it used to be used for spay and neuter, for low-income spay and neuter, to make sure your animals, it's really, it's an extra. It's not a direct operating line. It's for making sure that everybody has a chance to have a safe, happy, well-trained, looked-after animal. I think that's what originally those donations were for.
That's correct. It's for animal care. It pays for veterinarians. It pays for our SNP truck, which is the spay-neuter your pet truck, which is a mobile truck that goes out into vulnerable neighborhoods to make sure that they're getting the care they need. Veterinary services and animal care services are expensive. We want it to go towards the animals, and so that the animals are taken care of, and then it's also, there's a big component of it about making sure that the community is safe as well. So
Sorry, it's hard to hear. I just couldn't hear the last thing
yeah,
you said.
there's another component of donations that is about, that can be used towards the community, and we want our community to be safe. And again, we've had discussions on making sure that people with pets have them trained properly, and we will explore this as a way to use our donation funds. I think it's important for us to be transparent when asking for money, that we say that this is where it potentially could go, because people are particular on where they want their donation funds to go, and they want it to go to animals, not necessarily people who don't take care of their dogs as well as they should. So it's something we need to look at, and we need to be open and transparent about to the people donating, that where their funds potentially could go.
Just remind me that in the dangerous dog order, one of the requirements is training for your dog. And if you don't meet that, then you've not met the requirement of your dangerous dog order.
That's correct.
So we don't have a pathway to make sure that's happening successfully yet. But it's would you consider that an important part of the dangerous dog order and ensuring that everybody has access?
Yes, it's a very important part. We have identified that it is cost prohibitive for some, and if this is an opportunity to make it less cost prohibitive and to make sure that people get the training that's required to make sure that our communities are safe, that is our objective.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to move the
I'll move that, but I'll probably make a couple of little changes at council based on this discussion, Mayor, but I will move that and thank all the Torontonians that make donations.
Thank you.
Especially to the animals.
And then have some training coming out of it too, so less dangerous dogs, so all good. All those in favor of the motion in front of you, carried. We have just two quick ones, and then we are then left with only three last items, okay? So bear with me. I believe the FIFA one that Councillor Malik and Pathy also had a item 31. Councillor, I don't see Councillor Canavale here. Councillor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik, on 32, you have a motion or you have a comment on it? That's on FIFA, host procurement policy.
I do have a motion, and I just need a few minutes to speak to it, and then...
Should go for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have a motion, if it can be displayed. As this issue has, and this event has come forward to us and continues as we hold the organizing of this with the seriousness that it requires. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Hosting the World Cup in 2026 is a big responsibility and truly an exciting opportunity to invite fans from across Canada and across the globe to celebrate how proud we are of our city and our communities in every single part of Toronto. And as the chair of Exhibition Place and the local councillor for BMO Field and where the World Cup will be held in Toronto, I've been working hard with city staff and organizing bodies, with my colleagues and local and citywide stakeholders to ensure our community benefits for the tournament are ones that we can be proud of before, during, and far into the future after the games. And as a city, we're making a big investment in these games along with our federal and our provincial partners. And our investments can have triple wins by investing in our community and the city's infrastructure, creating opportunities for local and equity-deserving residents, workers, and businesses, and demonstrating our climate leadership. And we must build upon the legacy potential and ensure the benefits we create have a lasting economic effect that we can feel beyond the games. And in March, I moved a motion asking for an ambitious community benefits plan with systems in which community benefits can be monitored and tracked, reported, and evaluated. And that's why I'm so glad we are here and at a point where we are setting ambitious targets in our procurement that meet this moment and also set the stage for where the city may be able to expand our practices further to be able to even set a better example for what's possible. These will make a big impact in our communities in the near term and the long term, and also increase our capacity and our capability as a city to improve our supply chain diversity management and our social procurement policies. I want to express my sincere appreciation for staff on this who have worked hard to make this plan a plan that we can be proud of. Genevieve Sharkey and Hillary Kirstead in procurement, Joe Sellers and Michael Brewer with the Secretariat, April Lim and the Community Benefits Unit. And I'd like to also thank all the advocates who continue to work with us on this, and some of whom are here to speak to the items related to FIFA, Toronto Community Benefits Network, Toronto Environmental Alliance, TTC Riders, Toronto and York Region Labour Council, Progress Toronto, Social Planning Toronto, and QP 79, among many more. And I'll keep working with all of you to make this an event Toronto can be proud of and that we all continue to benefit from. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to the motion or the speaker? If not, item 1632, so item 32. Motions in front of you. All those in, actually, you had a motion amending it, right? Yes. Yeah, so Deputy Mayor Malik's motion, which is in front of you. All those in favor? Opposed, carry. Item as amended. Opposed, carry. Okay, Councillor Candaval, if you're around, you have your cricket policy we could quickly deal with. If not, we are...
Madam
Yes.
Chair, may I suggest, he may have headed for home. He's in a non-mitigated yet basement flooding area, so I'd be happy to move the cricket item on his
Okay,
behalf.
so are you okay to release the cricket policy?
Yeah, I'd go ahead. It basically asks staff to do some work we've been asking them to do for many years, and as we can afford it, we will. So I'll be happy to move the recommendations from their committee.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. There is one on the FIFA community benefits. There's just 2 or 3 speakers. We could quickly deal with it, and I believe I saw Council Holiday somewhere here. Oh, there you are. Why don't, if it's okay, let me just deal with that, and then after lunch we'll deal with only 3 items left: the Somali Center, the Ontario Place that has a large number of speakers. Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. The Subway AIP, Council, sorry, just 1 second, because there's lots of staff around. I'm just trying to release them so they didn't get back to the work. Deputy Mayor McCarthy, on the Subway agreement, item 3, sorry, I missed it earlier, my apology. You have some question to the staff?
Yes, I do. So thank you. My first question is, when did we first flag to Metrolinx that we needed to protect for the Eglinton East LRT at Kennedy Station?
Through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor. We have been in discussions with Metrolinx since 2021, where we advised them that we were looking at ensuring that any future connection between the proposed EE LRT and their Scarborough subway extension could occur.
So recognizing a lack of progress in that regard, former Mayor Tory and myself brought a motion in February 2022 to ask for a joint constructability analysis. What did that lead to?
Excuse me, can you please repeat the question? I couldn't hear it.
In February 2022, Mayor Tory and myself brought forward a motion asking Metrolinx to sit down with the city for a joint constructability analysis at Kennedy Station. What did that lead to?
So through the mayor to you, as you indicated, we have been working with Metrolinx since that time to look at ways to facilitate the connection at the McCowan, the new Scarborough Subway Extension McCowan Station. Through the work that's been done by our teams as well as other city divisions, we've managed to have Metrolinx relocate the station box, the station head at the McCowan Station to allow for the future interconnection of the EELRT into McCowan Station.
So our original goal was to have at Kennedy to have the crosstown actually continue through. So we weren't able to achieve that with Metrolinx, correct? So now that's why we have the separated service?
That's correct. Through the mayor, that's correct.
So now we have the issue that we also told Metrolinx that we need to protect for this new line with an overbuild. And now what is before us today with respect to that?
So through the mayor to you, in February, we have, following a direction that we received from council in December of last year, we had requested that Metrolinx include for the design of the overbuild within the Scarborough Subway Extension. In February of this year, they advised us that they would not do that because they felt that time had passed and that they couldn't accommodate it. What we're seeing right now in this report is the reaction of trying to actually deal with this post the work that could have been done earlier.
So the work could have been done earlier, and now
Yes.
there is a cost associated with that. I don't know if that number's public, the cost of the overbuild. Is that a public number?
Through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor, no, the cost is considered to be confidential.
But it's obviously more than had they dealt with this when we first talked to them about it in 2022. That's my question. I understand if you can't
You're correct.
Okay, you can answer that. Great. So how do we move forward to resolve this conflict? Or put it this way, if we do not resolve this conflict right now, what is the cost and the time implications of trying to deal with it later?
Through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor, the implication would be that there would be significantly more capital costs as well as potentially operational costs, including the potential that the Scarborough Subway Extension Kennedy Station would need to be shut down to allow for the work to occur.
So if we don't deal with this now, we're gonna have to shut down the station. It's gonna cost us more. And what is the current status of our readiness around the Eglinton East LRT? What is the next step for us?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor, we are required, as was indicated in December, to report back to council in Q4 of this year.
So we need to put pressure on Metrolinx and the provincial government to stay at the table with us to work this out, this additional cost?
Through the mayor to you, Deputy Mayor, yes, absolutely.
It'll be done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to, it's 12:30. Can we come back at 1:30, I believe? Yeah? We'll come back 1:30. We'll finish this item. There's one or two more speaker, and that's it. And then we will tackle the following items. We have the Somalian Center one, which is item 4. 5 is Science Center. 20 is Development Review. 21 is the Fan Festival, FIFA, etc. 28 is the Senior Housing Corporation annual, which Councillor Fletcher, you held.
I think I can release that.
Do you
and
want to
I will
release it right
have-
now?
I'll
Okay.
make my motion at council because I
Okay,
don't
all
want-
those in favor of the 28, which is the AGM minutes of the senior housing? Okay, opposed, carry, thank you. We will be back shortly in an hour. Thank you so much. Council members, if you are around, please do come to Committee Room 1. Councillor Morley, where she was at, lost power. No internet, no power, she cannot call in. Councillor Fletcher is stuck somewhere. I know there are some staff that had to rush away because either their homes are flooding or something. Oh, okay, you're back. Councillor Fletcher is back. That Councillor Clerk is here. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Councillor McKelvey's here as well, or Deputy Mayor McKelvey's.
5. Yeah, Councillor McKelvey is at the back. And thank you, Councillor Holiday, Nunciator. Good. We have quorum. I'm calling this meeting back to order. And as I promised that we should have, Councillor Nunciator, I know your ward has a lot of flooding. I know. West End have lost power. But I just want to assure folks that emergency services are monitoring the system. Oh, we are in order. A meeting is starting. I will talk a bit louder. I could be quite loud if I want to be. I will hype up the volume so people can hear me. I was just pointing out that Councillor Nunciato's ward has a lot of flooding and have lost power. And I just want you to know that, yes, we are experiencing a rainstorm, a severe one. But Toronto Emergency Management is monitoring the system. City will close flooded roads if they are unsafe. And city crews are out there working to clear catch basins and debris so water can drain. And so we can reopen some of the roads. And just rest assured that emergency services are not impacted and they are going out to the calls as quickly as they can. And of course, as you know, there are a good high number of calls. We are back. And Council Holiday, I think we may have, let's deal with the item they've held down. Councillor Morley, before she got cut off, gave me a motion that I believe have been worked together with yourself. Let me read it. And do you have a copy of it? You have a copy of it? Let us put it on the screen, if we may. That the Executive Committee refer the item back to the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate Management. Be great if you can make it larger. Oh, okay. Sorry, it's aging. Don't mind me. In consultation with CEO of Create TO, to allow staff to continue the negotiations for the proposed land lease and to allow for the delivery of a comprehensive community engagement program by city staff in cooperation with the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. And that consideration also be given to any other sites if identified in this engagement, and direct the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate Management to report back to the Executive Committee with a target of October 1st, 2024. Could be earlier, could be hopefully not later, but it could be later, okay? Councillor Holiday, did you have any amendments to this motion? And since this item have speakers, we could entertain speakers, but before that, I'm just wondering whether you want to amend this in any way, and we could then proceed with the
Mayor,
speaker.
I would only like to express my appreciation for the work of Councillor Fletcher and Deputy Mayor Morley on speaking with the community and making some adjustments. I think there are some people in the room that would like to talk to the committee.
Sure.
And I'd also, as you know, there's widespread power outages. I can show the map of Etobicoke Center. Many of the planned deputations today just simply can't go forward. So because of the outage. So I hope we have some room to hear from the community who have given this matter a lot of thought, and I thank those members of council for, and members of this committee for their work on this matter.
Thank you for that. Yes, the Humber River, Lake Ontario, all of that, up into that entire corridor. So I'm in your hands. I have a list. Why don't I just read down the list and see who is still here, who wants to make a deputation? And some might be online if they haven't lost power. Diriyai Hassan, are you online? Oh, I'm sorry. I got caught up thinking about the rain. I am, my apology. Councillor McKelvey, I'm sorry, we were one speaker short of finishing that item. And Councillor Holiday, if I may I beg your indulgence? I was just thinking about the rain. I wasn't thinking about what we did at 12:30. My apology. There was another person that wants to question. Councillor McAlphy, you've done questioning, right? Any other, Councillor Cole and Councillor Fletcher, a question to staff?
No, I just had a motion I wanted.
On this item? Councillor Fletcher, you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question, and I am, the interface of the Pape Station and the Ontario Line Station is probably a very sensitive one, and I think everybody wants to be sure that we're not going to have an Eglinton issue, Eglinton and Yonge Street issue with the two lines. Could you please, somebody tell me that you're looking at that very closely? Is the TTC, how involved is the TTC? Because line 2 is the TTC line.
Through the mayor to you, Councillor, the TTC is actively involved in the review of that station, specifically because of the experience that occurred on the Eglinton Crossing at Yonge and Eglinton.
So nothing's happening without them on the ground, doing the measuring, really clear lessons learned. Is that what would I be right to say that?
Through the mayor, you are correct.
So at the Parking Authority meeting on Friday, there's a list of parking lots that are to be taken away from the community and the businesses in the neighborhood in order to make it possible to construct the Ontario line and the station, which is very complicated. How much work have you done to ensure that the businesses still have parking and the residents still have parking? Because I don't think anything's been done. Or maybe it has been.
Through the mayor to you, Councillor, we are in constant communication with Metrolinx, including asking them to be very clear with regards to the properties that they're taking, how they're using them, how they've engaged with the local businesses to ensure that the businesses, their concerns have been addressed. They have indicated that they are meeting with the businesses. We are part of those meetings with our various colleagues, various other city divisions, to ensure that the businesses in that area are being addressed.
What is the parking replacement strategy for removing 4 lots from a very busy BIA and residents? Where is that tabled?
Sorry, through the mayor to you, Councillor, the parking strategy is with Metrolinx, and we do not have that information at this time.
Oh, you don't have the information, but we're giving them the parking lots, but there's no replacement parking strategy that's been asked for or delivered. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor, this is probably through our colleagues in CREM who would be discussing any sort of property takings.
That's fine. How many spots are there that are being taken by Metrolinx, and how have you negotiated a parking replacement strategy? What does it look like? Sorry, could you hold my time, please, Mayor? Oh, it's not holding, still running. Thank you, Councillor.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so we will not transact on the properties that you're talking about, Councillor, until we have those conversations with Metrolinx through the Transit Expansion Office.
Sorry, conversations or negotiations? Which one?
Negotiations, Councillor.
Negotiations. So who would be responsible to develop the parking replacement strategy? Metrolinx? Since they want our parking lots that the Greetown BIA is very dependent on, it's going to be a very big a mess on the Danforth.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so certainly we would work with Metrolinx to mitigate any of the impacts related to the businesses
No, I'm
per the
sorry.
motion that we
My
brought on the
question
report.
is about parking replacement strategy for the 4 parking lots that you're signing over, and I'm not yet satisfied that anybody's really looking at that. Who is looking at that, and who's got charge of that, and who's going to make sure that happens?
So as I mentioned through you, Madam Mayor, we will not transact on those parking lots until that strategy has been developed with Metrolinx, and we're satisfied that any impacts related to the business is mitigated.
So you're satisfied. How about the community, the businesses, the councillor? What about their satisfaction? How are you planning to do that?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor, it is the responsibility of Metrolinx to develop a plan, to share it with us, to ensure that that plan has been appropriately communicated so that it meets, as David indicated, the requirements that were set forth in the principles, the motion and the principles document at the previous council.
So previous
And they
council
will be,
agreed.
they will
Yep.
be, excuse me, Councillor, they will be meeting with the local communities, with yourself, to ensure that that strategy has been presented to you.
Yes, it's only presented to me, but you're turning the lots over, you're turning much of things over without any guarantee of relief for businesses in a very important BIA. So that's what I understand the process is we have now.
So through you, Madam Mayor, as I mentioned, we will not transact on those license agreement for those lots until the work that my colleague in Transit Expansion detailed.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions to staff? To speak on the motion, on the item, Councillor McAlfee, okay, we have Deputy Mayor McAlfee, Cole, Fletcher, and Carroll. Councillor McAlfee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think it's really unfortunate that we're in this situation. We told Metrolinx that we needed to protect the Eglinton East LRT and that was a priority transit project for us for Eastern Scarborough. Because they didn't come to the table with us, we weren't able to carry the crosstown through as a continued service. So then we pivoted, as we always do in the city, to have another line, dedicated line, and again, telling them that we needed to work together to ensure that this new line could be on top of their line and could be supported. So it's really unfortunate that we've wasted time, we've wasted money. There is a solution before us. I thank the Transit Expansion Office for their work on that. It's disappointing that the recommendation today isn't saying to go forward with it, but it does look like it's saying that we need to continue conversations with the province. And I'm hoping that by council, we can do something to step up the advocacy to make it clear, make the recommendation a little clearer that this is an important project for us and that, you know, we really would like them to come together and be a partner in this going forward. But the report came out yesterday, so I understand we haven't had time to think through that as a council, and I'm hopeful that we will in time for the meeting.
Councillor Coe?
Yes, I have a motion. We'll show it on the screen. Motion is City Council requests Metro Jinx to provide the city with an urgent update on the current status of construction on the Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit, including a projected date for the commencement of revenue service. So that's my motion. Again, I think it's good to ask them when they expect this to ever be completed. And, you know, we had the little Jamaica Festival this weekend. There was two things everybody was asking about. When is the crosstown ever going to be finished, and when is Randy's going to open? That's all they were interested in. And I couldn't answer either one. But anyways, so just, it's been 4,258 days since this work started 13 years ago. Over $13.2 billion have been poured into this sinkhole, and they still can't tell us when, how.
5 billion.
And as Councillor McKelvey said, or no, it was Councillor Fletcher asked about the box. Well, these guys couldn't figure out how to basically integrate the Young line with the new LRT crosstown line. They can't even fix it now. They don't basically integrate. So I don't know how many more years, and I hope it'll be running by the time the FIFA World Cup comes in 2026. I hope and pray 2026 it'll happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of motions, if they could go on the screen. By the way, Councillor Perks wants to speak. He's trying to get your attention. Not speaking before me, though. I'm speaking. Oh, yeah. I just let her know you'd like to speak.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much.
You have the floor.
I don't think I'm at 2 minutes already, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, my apology.
Thank you. These are my motions. City Council requests the Deputy City Manager Infrastructure Services to continue to advance the following goals around the sites of the Ontario Line construction. Better engagement through the provision of a community office. This is a very difficult location, as we've just heard from Councillor Cole, and it's extremely disruptive. So a community office would go a long way for business and residents. Improve tenant support strategy for current tenants who will be relocated and tenants who have been previously relocated. I know you've heard me speak about that many times. Replacement of parking lots via the occupation of Toronto Parking Authority lots to continue to support local businesses and residents. Additional construction mitigation measures in consultation with the local community, including the addition of construction hoarding with public art to minimize the impact and beautify the site, which looks like something out of a really bad horror show, and maintaining a clean and accessible public realm around the construction site in consultation with business owners, and immediate improvements to remove obstructions in the vicinity of 777 Danforth Avenue. So I'm making these motions, and very much supportive of transit. We have this great new line. It's very expensive, $15 billion and climbing. I think it's a bit more than that. It is a very complicated line through my ward because it's above ground, and then it goes underground, and then it goes through the Don Valley Wall and across into Thorncliffe. So this is not an easy project. My questions to Mr. Toigo were very serious. I need to make sure that the TTC is on the ground very clearly at Pape and Danforth. We cannot have another line where we have an Ontario government project under a TTC line that can't open. And I think everybody realizes that. I'm sure there's great attention being paid to that. And I will continue to pay great attention to that, because after all the pain and suffering of getting the line going, not to have it open is just a very big setback for everybody that's been involved. I do want to say that a community office, we have one on Queen Street where the above ground community line is located. If we had one at Pape and Danforth, that would serve Cosburn. It would serve those who are dealing with the across the bridge going over the Don Valley, and also very importantly, all the businesses on the Danforth. This is a major traffic corridor, very much like Eglinton, and the potential of really having difficulties is very great. So I think going ahead to minimize any projected difficulties is number one. Having a place where people can go if they're concerned about their homes, they're concerned about cracks, they're concerned about many, many different things from the open meetings. I've had meetings all now with probably 500, 600, 700 residences over the last number of years on the Ontario line in this section, from Pape and Riverdale right up to the valley. I am concerned about the loss of parking, not because I'm a parking lover, but because the businesses have told me very clearly, we can't afford to lose that much parking. I would like to see Metrolinx pay for a study that looks at how we're going to replace some of that for the residents, for the businesses when people are coming to the Danforth. We still have to have people come to the street during many, many years of construction. We can't afford to have this important business district decimated by this project. And I do think there's ways to do that. It just means we need to have a willing partner. I'm very happy to hear Mr. Jollymore say that is his goal before he signs off on all of the parking lots. And I think everybody needs to be clear on that. Where can we displace some of that? Where can people go? How can we keep these businesses going? So of course, I've talked many times about the second floors. You know, all of these locations have people living on a second floor on a Main Street arterial, like your ward, probably like Councillor Malik's ward, Councillor Bravo's ward. These are not homes that are expensive. These are probably people that have lived there paying a decent amount of rent. Relocating them to another spot is very important. We can't have a mass exodus. There's about 168 locations that have been identified with, I'd say, modest rents, and people really and truly have to sign an NDA. I've not heard of that actually with any of our developers where we have rental replacement. There's no NDA that you have to sign. So this is not yet a perfect scene. It could be a perfect storm. I would rather have a perfect scene and be able to work in jointly with Metrolinx through a very aggressive position from the city to meet these requirements for our businesses and for our residents in this next step and next leg of an extremely difficult project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carroll.
Oh, I didn't have any comments.
You didn't have comments, okay. Councillor Perks and Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. And, you know, listening to my colleagues, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cole, Councillor McKelvey, no, I do not. Oh, yes, I'd like to move the supplementary. You know, I can remember times when Councillor Nunziata's had problems with Metrolinx. Remember the way they were going to blast through John Street in her ward. I've had issues with their failure to electrify lines in my neighborhood. It seems like half of our business here is trying to clean up messes made by the province of Ontario because they have taken transit planning away from people who actually know what life on the street is like in the city of Toronto. Honestly, like in a more honest world, they'd be called Metro Gaps, not Metrolinx. And when you went to their webpage, it would say all the links are broken. It really is incumbent on us to continue to assert that local planning requires the voices of local people, and that this isn't some pencil crayon exercise on a big map of the city of Toronto. It's a lot of fine-grained work about the lives people actually live here. It's entirely possible to build transit in a way that benefits people. I just don't seem to see it coming from the province of Ontario. And I think over time, we have to start to reassert our authority and jurisdiction over these construction projects, which stomp around in the city like an elephant. And I'm glad my colleagues are speaking up. I'm glad they're pushing back, and we have to continue doing it. I wish I could go into some more detail about some of the financial impacts, but at this point we can't. But they're really quite frightening. They're really quite frightening. So congratulations to my colleagues for pushing back on this, and we have to keep doing that.
Councillor Matlow.
When I've asked staff to describe the benefits of the revised arrangement versus the the negatives or if we have any concessions that we've made, they will tell you that this is only an improvement. And I agree with them. They've done really good work. That being said, where's the bar for good? Councillor Fletcher is so correct to keep such a close eye on her BIA, because consultation when it comes to Metrolinx typically means that they'll meet with the local councillor so that they've provided you some information after the fact, but they're not actually asking you any questions. And they'll come in with a big entourage of all, so it feels like a big meeting, a really important meeting. But you have no real power in that conversation because the power dynamic is completely off. But so is the dynamic between the province and Metrolinx and the City of Toronto overall. The City of Toronto, it's been proven time and time again, constitutionally, is a mere creature of the provincial government. These negotiations are our way to mitigate impacts of another order of government making decision over our heads. But it's not a real partnership. Metrolinx itself was transformed from a more publicly accountable board to one that has no elected officials under the pretense that it should be an objective arm's length apolitical body. What it's become is essentially an arm's length component of the Minister of Transportation's office, who will take orders to either do something or to not provide information transparently or whatever the last order was, but that's essentially how they operate. This revised agreement is an improvement upon what we had before, but we still have the same CEO of Metrolinx, who when Councillor Cole, when he was asked to provide an opening date for the Eglinton Crosstown, he said, give us some space. And then he'd provide an update every 3 months. That didn't even happen. They had one job to do and they couldn't do that, which is to build transit. When Councillor Fletcher asked, do we have something in writing? Do we have an agreement? Do we have clarity rather than trust us, believe us, we'll work with you later? She's quite right, because that doesn't typically happen. So my message is this, simply. I'm really glad that we have our hardworking professional staff going to bat for us, trying to get improvements. I know that the mayor and her staff are doing the same thing. And that's important for Toronto to protect our finances, to protect any ability for us to govern our own properties even. But do I believe that they don't want to take our assets? Not for a minute. Do I believe that they don't want to have more control over our transportation system? Not for a minute. I believe that they do. And do I believe that they've really seen the lights or come to whoever they pray to? No, because the same people are still there and the same governance framework is still there. So don't trust them for a minute and do what Councillor Fletcher is doing, which is every single opportunity, provide oversight, monitor, watch them, so that you don't end up like what Councillor Cole and I ended up with, which the only information that we received for our community was a leaked memo from a disgruntled staff member that we were able to share with the public. Thank you.
Thank you for that history. Councillor McAuliffe, you have, did you move any motion? If not, Councillor Fletcher, your motion. I think you've seen it all. All those in favor of Councillor Fletcher's motion? It doesn't matter. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. And Councillor Cole's motion about tell us when. All those in favor of that? Thank you. Opposed, carried. And item as amended. Oh, Councillor Perks has a supplementary report, but Councillor Perks is not available right now. Okay, he moved a supplementary because he's not at the table. Councillor Bravo, can you move your supplementary? Oh, he did already. He's just not at the table. Okay, Councillor Perks' supplementary report. All those in favor, opposed, carry, and item as amended, opposed, carry. Thank you, Councillor Holiday and folks that are interested in Somali Center for waiting for us to just finish that item. Now the staff don't have to stay. Back to the speaker list. Mr. Hassan, are you here? Are you online? Do you really? No?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, there you are. You have 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much, executive community, councilors, all my fellow citizens, friends, colleagues who are there in person, and also everyone that's braved the weather, the water, the flooding. My appreciation for everyone that's there today. I'm fortunate enough to be the first person on the speaking list today, and I know we're going to hear from a lot of people both in favor and against this project, this motion, this concept in general. And I think it's important to also frame the conversation as we get started. You're going to hear a lot about secrecy, closed doors, select parties, crime, traffic, and some of these may be somewhat legitimate conversation starters, and some of them are just illegitimate dog whistles. But I think fundamentally, I have no ill will towards any of my fellow citizens of this city who feel passionately for or against this center. I disagree with the people that disagree with this center being built, but that's part of this public consultation. And I frame that and I start with that because my frustration, anger isn't directed to those who are against the motion and against the creation of the center. My frustration and anger is directed towards those who know better and know the power of how they frame these conversations and the issues that can light a fuse amongst constituents that cloud the realities of city planning, city design, consultations, etc. And so I feel like I owe it to my fellow citizens to tell them what some of their councilors may not be telling them, which is that everyone here, including the current councilor of Ward 2, has already supported this project and agreed that the Buttonwood site is the best site for a project of this nature. This isn't a new conversation. The only thing that's been added to this conversation are the words Somali culture. For context, in 2019, the City of Toronto Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan 2019 to 2038 recommended a new community center to be constructed in Etobicoke Center. And the location that they had decided on in 2019 was the Buttonwood site, adjacent to the school site in the park itself. And in 2019, when this came up, this was moved with consent. There was no objections across the board. In fact, at the time, the deputy mayor and the current council of Ward 2 had moved the motion recommending that, hey, let's see if we can maximize this Buttonwood School and Park site. And that maximization in that motion was he was in favor of development of a school, the park, and a community center on this land. And that was moved at community council in 2019. This was moved to the city council meeting the following month in October 2019. And this was adopted with no objections across the board. This has already been a conversation. It was new to me that this came up in this way, but this is a conversation that's been going on for 5-6 years at least. And I think there's legitimate questions to be asked about when the local residents and the community found out about it. But to frame this as a conversation that has just started right now is completely unfair. The park has already been approved and been selected and supported by the current councilor for a center. The only thing that was changed was adding the word Somali center to it. So I would love to know what had changed in the last 5-6 years from, yes, let's build a community center in this area, to absolutely never, ever build it at this area. And so my challenge is this to across the board. I know there are a lot of people speaking. I know we have motions in play potentially to push this back into the fall. But my challenge is that to citizens, to committee, the exec committee, to councilors, do you want this to be built or not? And please tell us if you don't want this to be built. But if you are insisting that it's not about the people involved in the project, work with them, advocate with them, and help them make this happen. The need of a center is paramount, and we understand it. And if we're all on the same page about that, let's make the center happen. And so with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. I appreciate everyone's patience and understanding, and all the best rest of the day. Thank you.
Yes, question for the speaker from Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Hassan, I hadn't originally intended to ask questions, but I think you basically spoke directly about me, the local councillor. Have you examined any of the details beyond the 2019 motion about the organization of Buttonwood Park? Have you looked at any maps? Have you looked into any of the files? Have you asked me anything about it?
I would love to know more. Can you please elaborate?
Sure, I'm not going to do that in this meeting, but beyond your comments today, have you looked any further than that motion? to try to understand what the conversation was in 2019.
If you'd like to summarize the conversation for everybody here, I would love to hear it.
No, I'm asking if you have looked beyond it before making your comments today.
I'm looking at the master plan. I've looked at the current proposal that's in front of us, the lease agreement with SCCR. But I'm curious, am I missing something that's not in there?
Yeah, so you haven't seen maps or understood the discussion with the school board at the time about what they were trying to achieve on their site. Like, it's important context. You don't, you haven't included that.
So I would love, if I'm missing something, please, I apologize. I would love, if you give me a little more information.
You can appreciate that a question and answer period is not really the forum or the time to do that. The reason I asked this is because you brought it up and you mentioned me specifically. And I just want to confirm that you don't have anything beyond the motion that is in the public record that would allow you to understand the details of 2019. Is that fair?
If I'm providing context, if I'm missing something or if I'm misconstruing the motion or the process, I apologize. That's not my intention. But if there's something I'm missing, please let me know, even if you want to do it later as well.
Okay, thank you for answering that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for speaking to us today. The next speaker is Juliana Trichelli-Sino. She online? No. Next speaker is Ian Armour. Are you with us or online? Next on the list is Marco Caracas. Are you in the room or online? Okay. Next speaker on the list is Hafsa Mohammed from Multiplex Construction Canada. All right. Hassan Mohammed. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to your time.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Members of the Executive Board, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me? Okay, my apologies. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today, members of the Executive Committee, Deputy Mayor. I'm here today to express my strong support for what was motion, or for item 15.6, which is now 16.4, the proposed land lease for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. I believe that the subject property in question, also known as Buttonwood Park, is vastly underutilized as it is, and this presents a unique opportunity to build a range of services and programming there that, while particular to the Somali community's needs, will ultimately benefit a wider community as well. Located near Royal York and Eglinton Avenue West, Buttonwood Park covers a sizable area, 4.3 hectares, boasts a tennis court, ice rink, playground, and baseball diamond, which won't be affected in the plan. The area also contains plenty of open land and green space with little shade. And seeing the insufficient usage overall, and while local concerns have stirred a debate about the necessity of this development, the benefits to be gained from the creation of this social infrastructure designed to include City of Toronto recreational programming available for all in an area largely devoid of community hubs far outweighs the perceived cons. And again, obviously, as was mentioned earlier, should be noted for the record that Councillor Holiday previously supported the creation of a community center at the very same site back in 2019. And to that I ask, what has changed for the councillor to help drum up such rigorous opposition against an idea he previously supported? As a young Somali boy growing up in Toronto during the 2000s, I'd always been acutely aware of the lack of public institutions dedicated to catering to Somali communities' needs. This in turn led to many Somalis facing greater travel times in order to access basic and often vital services, many of which can be of a culturally sensitive nature, barriers to affordable spaces for community and cultural events, and limited access to recreational services and more. The Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, the SCCR, is a nonprofit organization led by a team of Somali Canadian young professionals, and our latest in a long lineage of community activists championing a decades-long fight to realize the dream of constructing a community center that addresses these shortcomings. The groundwork covered through their feasibility study in consultation with Creatio and city staff at the direction of council, and numerous community consultation processes is nothing short of phenomenal and goes a long way to identifying a viability of potential sites that best support the development of the proposed community center. So to frame this in a way where the process was, misrepresent that the process was, hidden or by the group in question, all they did was follow city protocols and city process. And the only thing that they can be, accused of doing is following due process and doing as instructed and directed. Through my own work as a community organizer with Toronto Community Benefits Network, I understand the necessity of projects such as this that highlight key priorities through our community engagement initiatives with local stakeholders and demonstrate the need for equity-deserving groups to reap social benefits that come from such developments. In closing, I urge everyone to consider the positive implications of this development and the much-needed dose of vibrant energy it stands to inject into the wider community. The establishment of the proposed Somali Center for Culture and Recreation has the potential to greatly enhance the local quality of life in Etobicoke Center, Ward 2, and during a time of rising costs and high levels of unaffordability in the city, we have before us a chance to support an initiative that not only promotes recreation and intergenerational community collaboration, but also understanding and inclusion, which is supposed to be the fabric of what our mosaic-like ethos here in Toronto is all about. Thank you for hearing me out, members of the Executive Committee, and appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for joining us. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll move on to our next speaker, which is Iman D. Okay. Next on the list, we have Mohammed Elmi from Toronto Metropolitan University. Okay. Next on the list is Allah Adib from Smile for a Sachet. Do we have Khalid Hussein? All right. Khalid is joining us online. And do we have Khalid with us?
Hello, yes, sorry. Just struggling with the mute button here.
Thank you for joining us, Khalid. You have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to your time.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee. I would like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to speak in favor of the Somali Center project. My name is Khalid Hussein. I'm an engineer by trade who's grown up in Ontario as an immigrant and a visible minority. My story echoes some of the speakers before me and follows the classic immigrant narrative of perseverance through adversity, adaptation to new environments, and growth and contribution to our collective community. I come to you today as a Somali Canadian with strong ties to the community, the Toronto community. I come to you today with excitement and hope for the important benefits that the Somali Center project will have for the community as a whole. Living in this modern and increasingly urbanized world, having access to safe third spaces is of utmost importance for the youth and the community as a whole. These spaces serve as sanctuaries where the larger community can share and experience cultural heritage. It's a space where the youth find membership, mentorship, and guidance, where families can gather and celebrate traditions and begin to weave the fabric of their identity into the beautiful and diverse tapestry that is the City of Toronto. When I first read the report for action from the City of Toronto, I was delighted to see the proposed location. As we all know, we live in a car-centric society, and the simple benefits of having community spaces that are easily accessible is often not overlooked. With the Eglinton LRT expansion adjacent to this proposed location, the community center will be easily accessible by public transportation, and I think this is fantastic, and it allows us as a community to design with equity in mind and preemptively remove the barrier of transportation within marginalized communities and facilitate youth with easy access to a safe third space. We've heard a lot on the topic of protecting green space, and I agree, and I think green space is a valuable resource within all built urban environments. However, I don't agree, and I reject the notion that this is a zero-sum issue. I believe that park space and community centers can both coexist. Looking at the report for action, the attachment shows a figure which shows that the center will occupy the northeast corner of the park, which is currently a grass field. There's plenty of examples within the city of community spaces being incorporated into parks. One that comes to mind is the Trinity Community Recreation Center in Trinity Bellwood Parks. I think that this Somali Center project will provide the perfect opportunity and potentially a catalyst to help revitalize this park. There's plenty of room to both satisfy the needs of the center and to continue to provide adequate green space for the surrounding community. And the consultation process will provide the framework to have these meaningful discussions. My hope is that we can all work together in good faith and not let the all too common NIMBYism narrative lead us down to a path of indecision. I'd like to leave the committee with one final note. As a city, there should be a commitment to community centers and safe third spaces. I believe they're not mere amenities, but essential pillars of a thriving community. They cultivate belonging, nurture potential, and uphold the dignity of every individual that calls Toronto home. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you again for the opportunity to address the committee.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you for your time. Our next speaker is Abdel Fattah Warsame. Is Abdia Sis Isa here? Faria Farah? Zakaria Ahmed, online. Thank you for joining us. Can we hear you? Zakaria, are you with us?
Select a school from Puerto Rico that immediately
Zakaria, we can hear you now. Sorry.
to give them that experience.
Hello?
I'm wondering if we should think about a banner in case.
Zakaria, are you there?
Through the,
okay.
Through the landing page, just to contextualize, people aren't confused.
Okay.
Maybe that'll come up in the research,
All right.
but just.
Do you want to mute them? Yeah. Okay, while we're waiting, I'll check if Edward Over is here. Okay. Vince Ciccelli. Okay. Christine Manulak from the Buttonwood Hill Residents Association. Okay, thank you, Christine. You have 5 minutes, and please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to your time.
Good afternoon, members of Executive Committee. My name is Christina Manulak. I'm the president of the Buttonwood Hill Residents Association, and I'm here on behalf of the Buttonwood Park community. We are here to request that the proposal to lease Buttonwood Park for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation be canceled. At the Executive Committee meeting on June 18th, this matter was deferred for further consultation and consideration regarding the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation with the local community, Somali community, and city staff. No consultation with the local community has occurred in the past 4 weeks, and that is not surprising because this proposal, as originally planned, to lease Buttonwood Park makes no sense. We have a petition with over 5,300 signatures, and many of you have received hundreds of letters, emails, and phone calls from the residents and taxpayers of our community and beyond about this proposal. The reason for this backlash is because people feel very strongly that this proposal is the wrong move for all concerned, including the SCCR, and the way it was handled is completely and unequivocally unacceptable. It would be extremely wrong and totally unfair to the Buttonwood Park community, which is growing immensely. And it would also be unfair and a huge costly mistake by the city to offer this very small place or space to the SCCR. It does not make sense long-term. We take serious issue with the fact that meetings, reports, and decisions were made behind closed doors without any consideration to our residents and to our growing community. Our councillor, Stephen Holiday, tried many times to put forward motions for public consultation, but was completely shut down. Why did that happen? We have so many questions. Who was at the table? Why was our input not considered important? And furthermore, why was Councillor Holiday forbidden to let his own community know what was happening? Honestly, we have to ask ourselves, where are we living? We do not understand why city staff would think that it would be okay to recommend this location and a much-needed park at that, without public consultation and a total disregard for the residents and families who would actually be impacted by this proposal, and that their job of finding what they determined to be a suitable location was sufficient and acceptable and was basically a done deal. And to find out today that perhaps there was some sort of talks going back further than that really throws us off. Did staff consider the amount of density, traffic, and construction in the area, including the Eglinton West LRT, all going on at the same time? Did they consider the environmental impact to the neighborhood? And did they think about the burden on infrastructure and safety while all this was going on? Apparently not. We pride ourselves on living in a democratic society, but it appears that this is not the case. We have almost 1,900 new condo units being built directly across the road from Buttonwood Park and other new developments in the neighborhood with young families, and they will need the park. Where are they to go? We also have Chartwell Scarlet Heights seniors residents directly adjacent to the proposed lands, filled with seniors who also need to be able to enjoy some green space and parkland and not be stuck in their units. And where are they supposed to go? And a new elementary school about to start construction being built shortly next to the park, which will house 600 students, twice as many as the old school that is currently there. Who will live in the, these children will live in the neighborhood and need parkland too. Taking away parkland and green space is a huge mistake and should never be an option for development. And we therefore request on behalf of our community and also for the long-term benefit of the SCCR that Buttonwood Park be removed from the list of potential sites and that staff be directed to go back to the drawing board, find another more suitable location for the SCCR that actually makes sense, both in size and location, and leave our park for our community.
Thank you.
The manner in which this whole fiasco was handled is wrong. Therefore, we ask that Buttonwood Park be removed from the potential list of sites, another suitable location be found that makes sense, and please do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor Holiday, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. Ms. Maniak, you have a special position because you're the leader of the local residents association. You've given us a lot in your speech, and would it be fair to say that the concerns raised about the proposal are both in substance and process? In other words, there's a concern about the actual thought of the lease at this location, and then there's some other concerns about how it unfolded.
Absolutely. We've only found out about this whole matter less than a month ago, or about a month ago now, actually. And our community has worked day and night to try to bring attention to the fact that it's not about the cultural center being approved for a location in general, but it is about the fact that we need our space. We need that park badly, and so, you know, we want people to really consider other possible sites.
So you have a unique vantage point again for the committee. You've been in the neighborhood for a long time. You've been a leader in the neighborhood. Is there any other issue that has galvanized people like this? Like, does this stand out to you as something that has captured the attention of the residents?
Absolutely. So, you know, our community is very passionate about obviously where we live, as everyone would be in their own neighborhood, but this matter means a lot to the community, and they have come out to support and to have their voices heard, because they really need it. They're not complainers, but this is really, really important.
So a lot of questions have been raised, and I mentioned there's a couple of streams of which the questions emanate from, but is there a unified message that the community has provided that you could summarize for the committee in a short point? You know, what's the most important thing that they would like you to convey to the executive committee? Because, you know, you're a representative within that immediate community.
Well, the first thing is, of course, to have included us to begin with. We have no understanding of how all of this came about without anybody letting us know the plan to begin with. Our community cares passionately, obviously, about their community, and they would have come out and they would have let you know that. They would have wanted to be a part of it. And the whole issue about the transparency is just unbelievable. Or the non-transparency, actually, of it all. And to just be told, like a few weeks ago, it's just shocking and unbelievable. And then secondly, of course, the fact that the park is absolutely needed, and they realize that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you can help me, because we talk about you're being shocked and finding this unbelievable, but I'm sure you can appreciate City Council as a whole. Generally, if something comes from Community Council and the community councillors who live in the area have supported something, we assume that you know, we may read things, but we know that they know the community better than council as a whole. So what council adopted back in 2019 was a motion that had been supported unanimously at Etobicoke York Community Council on a motion from the local councillor that the general manager of PF&R and the chief planner and CREATO engage with the TCDSB regarding the feasibility, next steps, and development of a consultation process on a solution that would maximize the Buttonwood School and park sites for both the needs of the school board and the city with regard to the development of schools, both primary and secondary, a community center, and some parkland, and to report back to City Council. So we adopted that based on the votes of the local Etobicoke councillors and the motion from the local councillor. Was there no community conversation at that time?
No, there was no consultations. I'm sure that probably if it had passed or if it was being considered at that time. Okay, so sorry if it had. So I'm sure we would have been consulted at some point if things were going to move forward. And the school that we have on the premises next to the park at the moment is going to be rebuilt in pretty much similar location that it is, a little bit different, but and the park, I'm sure that nothing would have happened to the park without further meetings and consultations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher.
So just been made aware, as you have, apparently, you didn't know about this request to have a school and community center in Buttonwood Park?
I know that there's been some talk about certain things like that in the past, but I did not know that there was an actual plan of any kind. I'm sure the community would have been consulted and asked about it, and there would have been meetings.
Just like so you've now found that out, but it was a surprise to you to find that out. It was a surprise to find you that out about Buttonwood the last time, but the last meeting you were surprised and said, how did that get on there? Would it not seem logical to you that since Community Council, that's the Etobicoke Community Council, in 2019 said, well, how about a community center, a school here, or 2 schools and a community center, Buttonwood Park, that anybody reading that would think it obviously had some legs. And citing a community center there doesn't seem so odd to you after you hear that motion, I'm sure.
I still think that they would have consulted the community. They would have had some discussion about what they were proposing.
Oh, I hear you.
And,
But you understand when city council or the community council says, do X, go and look at X, that's a public document. So this is a public document that anybody could see. And if I wanted to say, I think a community center might be good, I might look this up and say, well, they've already approved one there. So I'm wondering if it's really surprising to you that Somali Community Center saw that, oh, they said there could be a community center in Buttonwood Park already.
Yeah.
So now that we know that, it actually seems logical that that would be a site, considering that your own community council approved that previously, right?
Well, I have to say that a community center and a cultural center are 2 different things as well. But on top of that, I still feel like they would have had, pardon? Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah, just answer the question. Please keep going.
I'm getting, so I think that they would have had meetings either way.
They did have a meeting. That was done in public, as you're aware. Maybe you're not aware. I'm going to make sure you get a copy of that.
Okay.
So you can understand this is a trajectory. Perhaps you won't be as surprised that somebody said, oh, here's a site that's already been pre-approved for a community center. So that's all new information for us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. Our next speaker, no, there's no questions from the public. Zakaria Ahmed is online. Zakaria, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting close to your time.
Okay, sounds good. Just want to set up my camera. Great. So my name is Zakaria Ahmed. I'm a lifelong Torontonian and have a long-standing history in Etobicoke, just a few minutes away from this proposed site. It's where I learned how to ride a bike. It's where my uncle started his business that he's run to this day, and it's where my mom first stayed in someone's basement when she came to this country 35 years ago. This is why I'm so invested in seeing this project to fruition, and also why I believe the city doesn't just belong to those who own homes, which is exactly what I believe the actions of council, our mayor, and our provincial government are saying. Looking at the study that Soccer collaborated with U of T on, that's up on their website, it's clear that there's a dire need for recreational and community center spaces. There are very little recreational spaces in Etobicoke and even less in the Black communities in the region. Black communities across Toronto are suffering from not having access to educational spaces, particularly when compared to their counterparts. And Etobicoke is no different. And I think this is at the crux of this issue. And it is something that has been acknowledged both from our research, but also from the city's research and the city's work in the anti-Black racism group and some of the work that they publish themselves. So last time I didn't get a chance to speak, but I was flabbergasted and aghast at what I was hearing. Stopping the violence was something I heard. Your community was used often. Our community was also used by some of the folks that were speaking on behalf of this item. Even a purported resident of Buttonwood on record said that the community center would bring violence to the area. And that is not an exaggeration, that is what happened. And it's clear that there's no basis for that other than racism and anti-Black racism. And that was not addressed, nor was it condemned by any councillor, particularly the councillor whose ward a lot of this is coming from. So this was quite disheartening and disappointing. And frankly, if this was my first time hearing remarks of this type, it would make me apoplectic. However, this is not the first time. These thinly veiled comments and assumptions of what the community has and has not done is egregious and perplexing to hear. A fact that might be accepted, perhaps begrudgingly by some, is that the Black community in Toronto has been cast aside when it comes to resources and capacity creation. It is also a fact that Etobicoke, particularly near this park, has some of the most green space per capita. Outside of Scarborough Rouge Park, Etobicoke as a whole has the most green space per capita of any region in the city, according to City Parks calculations themselves. And the Buttonwood area in particular has about 15 to 28 plus meters squared of park area per person, which is some of the highest in the whole city. If we look at this park in particular, it's 250 meters from La Rose Park, less than a kilometer from Westmount Park, 500 meters from Scarlet Heights Park, 650 meters from Allenhurst Park, 1 kilometer from Edinburgh Park, 1 kilometer from Cobble Hills Parkette, 1 kilometer from Scarlet Mills Park, 1.3 kilometers from Valcrest Park, 1.3 kilometers from Chapman Valley Park, and aptly so, 800 meters from the Ukrainian-Canadian Memorial Park. Never mind one of the largest swaths of uninterrupted parkland, Humber River recreational trails less than 1 kilometer away. So for those who are not counting, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 park sites that are walking distance from Buttonwood. So many of the folks in the Buttonwood community actually live closer to other parks. Never mind that this proposed site is just 30% of the space that is available on this park site. But in saying that, in doing that research, what you can clearly see is what is not anywhere near the area and nowhere in Etobicoke Center, a community center. This isn't a new revelation. There are many smart people in the city who've recognized this, Councillor Holiday being one of them in 2019 when he recommended the city look into maximizing the Buttonwood School, just mentioned by Councillor Fletcher. It doesn't, however that effort stopped, it doesn't feel accurate to now have the discourse around this community center as removal of green space when those close to the community previously thought it could be used as a community center. And mentioned just again by the deputant before me, they first said that the problem wasn't the cultural center, and then when facing the community center mentioned by Holiday in 2019, they said, oh, a community center is not a cultural center. So just before I wrap, another elected representative shared the following on Facebook in 2019 in the same year, just a few months before Holiday, that Etobicoke Center is the only riding in Toronto that does not have a community center. Read more on how I will work to get it for residents in my latest column. That was from Kinga Surma, the representative of the riding and the Minister of Infrastructure. In her article, she shares that while canvassing, both young couples and seniors in the region yearned for a community center. Yet Kinga Surma is the same person that was in the Buttonwood site celebrating resident support or non-support for this community center. So I'm disappointed in the mayor immediately discussing looking at other sites last meeting, not because she received expert opinion on the matter from her own staff, but because some community residents have come together with very little evidence and precedence for their claims. It's clear in the last speaker who had the Buttonwood
your final
group.
thought, please.
Yeah, my final thought is that soccer should not be blamed for the secrecy of the proceedings, and that we should not be stopped by NIMBYism in the region. And it is clear that the Black community and the Somali community at large have much to gain from a community center of this magnitude.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor Holiday?
Thank you for speaking. And again, I didn't have intention to ask questions, but since you brought me up a few times, I'll ask something similar to the first speaker. Besides reading online the 2019 motion, do you have any knowledge of the details of it beyond what's on the paper? Any context at all?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Holiday. My remarks, if you had been listening closely, were regarding a community center. Pardon me?
I was.
Yeah, sorry, there's a tape delay. So if you could let me finish my remarks, my answer to your question. If the issue at hand was with a lot of the residents coming out that a community center makes no sense in this place. Your comments or what the letter that you had sent, I had put into context that a community center was looked at in this space. A lot of the comments around this deputation is like that a community could never work in the space, that there is too much green space, and that it is an unfounded, ununderstand, like someone who mentioned this does not understand what the community wants and what the community needs, when this came from the community themselves at some point, unless you were not representing the community in that regard. And that is the regard in which I use this. I did not lean into the context that happened afterwards. In my comments, I said whatever happened afterwards is not relevant here. What is relevant is that soccer and the Somali community and the community center at large here is being represented as something that doesn't make any sense in this site, and anyone who's lived there would be able to indicate that when that is clearly not the case. And I think that goes directly in contrast to the letter and to the comments.
So is that a no?
Councillor, it is not. Councillor, I just mentioned earlier that it was not under the context in which I mentioned it. I mentioned this in the context of trying to share that this community center effort is not something that's coming just from soccer, but it has come from elected representatives in the region. Kinga Surma herself said that there are no community centers in Etobicoke Center, and she is now the Minister of Infrastructure, and there is not a community center in Etobicoke Center. So clearly there is a need for a community center in this space, and the elected representatives have recognized this themselves.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions for this speaker? Thank you very much for joining us today. Our next speaker on the list is Nancy Roper. Nancy's online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello there.
Hi, Nancy.
That's great.
You have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting close to your time.
That sounds great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Chow and the members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nancy Roper, and I've lived in the Buttonwood Hill neighborhood for 56 years and counting. I attended Buttonwood School as a child, and I ice skate at Buttonwood Park in the winter. I'd like to start by commending the Somali community for the work they have done to get a cultural center for their people. This sounds like a good project, and it sounds like a lot of people have done a lot of work to get it to this stage. However, I'm here today to ask the Executive Committee to remove Buttonwood Park from the list of possible venues and then circle back and select a more appropriate site for this project. Buttonwood Park is a tiny neighborhood park that is in active use by our community. It's not available to be paved over with a giant building. This park is where the seniors from the seniors' home are able to get outside for a walk. It's where children in the townhouses go to play ball after dinner. It's where people walk their dogs. It's where groups gather for pickup sports. And it's about to get a lot busier since 1,900 condo units are about to be built directly across the street. Those folks will need somewhere to go since they don't have backyards. Our new Catholic school will have 600 plus students who may want to use the park after school. If the park is paved over for the cultural center, then where are these original park users expected to go for their leisure time? The seniors don't have cars to get down to James Gardens. The children would need a parent to escort them to one of the parks that is 500 meters or a kilometer away that the previous gentleman mentioned. The speakers at the June meeting suggested a myriad of more suitable options that would give the Somalian community a bigger property for a better community center and with space for parking and future growth. And it would not impact our community by taking our tiny park. Once a new location is selected, I would strongly encourage extensive and meaningful consultation and collaboration with the local community and other stakeholders. More ideas and input almost always lead to a better solution for everyone. And please make sure that the consultation is robust. We have more than 5,000 people who signed our petition who will want to engage and share their ideas and be heard. And I just have one other topic. At the June meeting, Mayor Chow said in her summary that we need to examine the process that was used on this file in great detail and clean it up for the future. Those are her words from the video. I want to ask that we don't forget to keep that on the list and make sure that it happens. The clandestine handling of this file was not becoming to our city and must never happen again. It hurt our trust in our government. So to recap, I'm asking for three things. For the Executive Committee to make a motion to remove Buttonwood Park and any parkland for that matter from the list of possible sites for the Somali Community Center, and then go back and select a great site from the others that have been discussed. In the process, number two, in the process of finalizing the new site and sorting out the building that will go on it, Extensive, meaningful public consultation is required. Remember those 5,000 people who want to participate. So think big when you plan the consultations. And number 3, the process that failed on this file needs to be investigated and fixed so these clandestine politics never happen again in our city. Thank you for your attention and for your work on our behalf.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I have a question from Councillor Bravo.
Regarding your deputation and what I'm hearing from others about so-called clandestine work, I think that's a characterization that disturbs me. I'm a new councillor, but it seems to me that looking at documentation dating back to 2019, this process was kicked off 5 years ago and was adopted at Etobicoke Community Council. So I'm at a bit of a loss as to understand why this would be characterized as clandestine. Are you aware that there was always, during this time, the understanding, which was approved by your local community council, that it would be, the park would have a construction of a community center in addition to not one, but 2 schools?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. Back in 2019, just before the pandemic, there was a lot of discussion about the Catholic school and figuring out what to do with the Catholic high school. And there was very minimal talk about putting some things on that site. But for everything else that happened, we were invited as a residents' council to come out to the community consultation, and we attended excellent consultations on the Catholic school and also on the park across the street for the new condos, where the whole situation was explained to us and we gave our feedback and they rejigged their plans based on what we said. For the Catholic high school and for the community center that I wasn't even aware of, nothing like that was set up. They were just passing comments early on and nothing followed. So they weren't anything that was really on our purview.
Well, I regret that you didn't.
And then, of course, the pandemic hit.
I regret you didn't know the extent of what was adopted at Community Council, but I assure you that there was the word community center also there.
And then recall that there was an NDA for at least 2 years, that nobody was telling us anything, even if we'd asked.
Thank you, Nancy. Are there any other questions for the speaker? All right.
Sorry,
seeing none.
Deputy Mayor, it's Councillor Morley. I don't have a question for the deputant.
Yes.
I just had a point of process, I guess, procedure. I apologize. We lost power out in South Etobicoke for the last little bit. So I'm just playing catch up here. And I'm just curious to circle back about the motion I presented at the start of the meeting today with respect to a referral to allow for the consultation that I believe many of the deputants here today are calling for, and we heard last month as well was a desire. My hope was that we could call the question on that particular motion and ensure that people are focusing their energies on sharing in the appropriate venues as this plan continues to evolve. I just wanted to check in as to the status of that, and again, apologies for my absence over the last hour.
So thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Morley, on that point of process. I'm understanding from clerks that we have begun the speakers list. And we are working through it. I do believe that a number of the speakers understand that you are bringing forward this motion, and there are a number that seem to have withdrawn their participation, and these are the speakers who have chosen to continue to be on the speakers list.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Ann Anderson from Humber Valley Village Residents Association. Thank you, Ann. You have 5 minutes, and please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're at your time.
I'm Ann Anderson. I'm president of the Humber Valley Village Residents Association, and I'm here speaking on behalf of our 1,100 plus members. What we'd like to see happen today is for the committee to pivot just a bit and expand its potential list of sites for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. Here's our thinking. Create Toronto, or Create TO, proposed Buttonwood Park because it has open green space. They say the space is underutilized. We disagree. The residents and the increasingly growing number of residents love the green space and want to keep it. Create TO wants to pave over most of the green space, build a substantial multi-use building plus a parking lot. We say that makes not a lot of sense. Why ruin a beautiful existing park when there are many other readily available sites that could be considered, sites that could be viable, wonderful locations for the Somali Center. What it boils down to is the SCCR wants a space large enough for its facility and its amenities. Sounds like a great plan. And what we're asking is to retain Buttonwood Park. To quote a famous philosopher, it's not easy being green. And it's not particularly easy these days in Toronto. We need more parks, not fewer parks. The city's rapidly growing, as is Buttonwood Park, Buttonwood Hill, and you've heard about it. We're suggesting council should be a fierce guardian of those parks, not a landlord. We've heard this center referred to as a dedicated Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, and apparently it's now going to become a part-time Etobicoke Community Center. Well, there's lots of questions about how that might work, but we're going to wait and see. We feel the way the conversations have gone to date have something to be desired. Let's put it that way. So far, what all we really know about this proposal is that it's a little black box on a map. All we've been saying is what's inside the box is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter. We're saying the box is simply in the wrong location. And we think we should be looking for a more suitable one that could really benefit the Somali community. And that's what we're asking here today. Consider alternate locations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions for the speaker? Yes. Councillor Holyday, Councillor Cole. Councillor Holyday, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. You're the president of the Adjacent Residents Association, very close to this. And so that for the benefit of the committee, they may understand why you're a stakeholder and why you've got some opinion on this matter.
We think what happens with Toronto, any park in Toronto, could potentially affect the parks in our community, our neighborhood.
So I wanted to go back over that point because it was important that you made to the committee, but is the community's understanding much beyond a square on a map? Like, has there been a conversation about what the content is inside of it?
Not much. We can just see what was originally on the SCCR website that they were proposing. That's about all. But that's not of concern to us. It's that there's a potential for a big building and a parking lot that takes over a community green space.
But you went to the website. Like the staff report doesn't, the staff report names the proponent, but these are the community members kind of searching the internet, trying to put two and two together. Is that a fair?
Yes.
Because
there's not much out there.
And so would it be a fair distinction to say that the community is kind of at stage one? There's a proposal to build something.
Yes.
And that in itself has raised questions and concerns.
Exactly. Building something on a green space.
Are there questions, because you represent the community beyond just a few meters from the site. Are there questions about what other plans the city may have for other sites with other proponents? And hence part of a lively conversation that has stretched.
I hear people suggesting that if this park is used for the Somali Center, then certain parks in our community could suddenly be changed dramatically from being green space to something else.
And so part of this conversation I'd covered off with one of the other presidents was, there was a very strong question about just the park in itself, the subject site. Kind of like on a development, people feel very strongly about the exact site. But then there's also a policy conversation about what the city's doing at large. Take away the details of who's in there or even the address. It's about the construction of a building under a circumstance in that type of a location.
Well, yes, I agree. We recently became aware of a letter actually Councillor Matlow wrote, where he was advancing the Buttonwood Park for mixed-use residential with a large range of housing types and tenures in close proximity to the Eglinton LRT. So that starts the rumor mill starts going. So now it's not a cultural center and a part-time community center. Now it's housing development. So how sacred are our parks?
So I'll sort of bring it back around. The report before us is, and not to be critical of it, it's rather short, right?
Yes.
There isn't a lot of content in it.
Correct.
So when that occurs and when there's a very brief process occurs, that allows the rumor mill to start, and that attracts attention and questions.
Yes.
And that's what you're hearing within your residents association, which is directly adjacent to this site.
Yes, we're hearing it, and we're trying to focus on the basic principle of building a building and paving over an existing green space. Doesn't matter what the building is, how valuable, how significant it is, how worthy it is. It's taking over green space, because once it's gone, it's gone.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
And Deputy Mayor Cole, go ahead.
Just curious, were you involved at all in the process at Etobicoke Community Council in 2019 when they
I'll find out.
recommended looking at building 2 schools in the Budwood Park and a community center? Were you consulted about that recommendation?
I would have been president of the Residents Association then. I knew that there were conversations about adding another school in Buttonwood Park, and there was about the same time, conversations about saving a school in Silver Creek. But was I consulted, or was our board involved in those conversations? No. I've never heard, again, it was suggested at the last meeting that there's been talk about a community center. We've heard loads of rumors about a community center that might have been where the Etobicoke Civic Center is, but that's not happening.
No, but were you aware of this unanimous motion passed by your Etobicoke councillor, supported by your councillor, saying, look at building 2 schools and a community center in Budwood Park? Were you consulted? Did you discuss that with your councillor?
I don't recall being consulted.
So how is that possible that if you're very involved with Buttonwood Park, you weren't consulted about this proposal to build 2 schools in your park?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
May I raise a point of order, Deputy Mayor?
Sure. No? Okay,
Excuse
sorry.
me, a point of privilege. My apologies.
Do you just have a comment?
I'd like the motion to be circulated that they're referring to.
All right. Thank you very much. I guess you can check with clerks about that. Yep.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Fletcher? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to put a few things on the record, and thank you for being here and your thoughtful deputation today. Just it turns out we're all learning a lot of things today about the site. And I just need you to, you're aware that everything, just like this meeting, is a public meeting on the record.
Yes.
Everything that goes on in Etobicoke Community Council is also on the record.
Yes.
Correct? So this motion from 2019 is on the record. It stands, it stood. If somebody wanted to go look at it, Buttonwood, you could search and find Buttonwood, you could find different things.
Sure.
Community Center, Buttonwood, you'll probably find that. I wasn't aware until today that in the City of Toronto Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, which is a big plan for the city that our Parks Department does, that's from 2019 to 2038, like that's the span of time for this, that a new community center be constructed in Etobicoke Center geographically proximate to the Buttonwood site. So that's apparently in the Parks and Forestry Master Plan, which you didn't know about, and I wasn't aware because it's not in my ward. I would know it was in my ward. So I just need to know that you accept that there was a letter and a motion at Community Council in 2019 that actually placed this park on asking to look at schools and a community center on this space.
Fair enough. But this isn't a community center.
No, I
This is a
understand.
cultural center.
Yes, but community cultural center, and I believe I've heard basketball, all these different things. So the nature of it, I understand that. But the fact that the building, that was something that the Parks Committee or the Parks Master Plan contemplated at least near Buttonwood, and the Community Council said Buttonwood could do it. So I just want to have all of the facts out. So I'm just ask again, as I did the other deputant, it doesn't surprise me, and I hope it doesn't surprise you, that somebody who's thinking of putting a community center or some center would find that there's already been a request in Etobicoke for putting something there. It would seem logical to me, and I hope it does to you, that if I saw that, I'd think, oh, that's available to me. Would that not be logical?
You know, the
site's a
city is constantly changing and growing and building and taking down and fixing.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens all the time. Just because I haven't been consulted doesn't make it a problem. I mean, that's okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if I go here and I look and say, oh, Buttonwood, that looks like a good place because they've already said you could have a community center there, then I might select that if I was a group looking for something. That doesn't surprise you once we know that was a request.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me now.
That doesn't surprise you. So we just find ourselves in this situation today where there was something that was approved, asked to put it there, goes dormant over COVID, comes back out the other end with a different kind of idea. So we're kind of in the middle of a long story here, which we didn't realize until now, just how long this story actually is. Would you agree with that?
It's been a long story.
It continues to be a long story. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
And we're hoping that the ending hasn't been written yet, that there's still consideration for.
No, the ending hasn't been written, but the beginning was written in 2019. I think you'd agree that the door opened in 19, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We have a question from Councillor Matlow, please.
Aye.
You just floored me with something you said, and I just wanted to clarify something with you, because I haven't seen the letter that you're referring to in front of me.
You haven't?
Well, if I may, does the letter, the way that it sounded, allow me to ask you, because I don't have it in front of me, but you do.
Sure. I only saw it yesterday.
So I recall a letter suggesting that if there is to be a community center, that one way to contribute to its funding could be through housing, but not in the park, across the street. What you said, I think, implied that in some way I would support building like a housing development in a park, which I never would. Could you just clarify that? Because I was shocked by what you just said.
It says this project is also consistent with addressing the critical gaps identified in the City of Toronto's Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan 2019-2038 for Etobicoke.
Where in it, though, would it suggest that anyone would ever want to build a housing in the park?
I have it here. Just give me one moment.
Please.
The comprehensive study provides a recommended site which is suitable and desirable for both the development of a Somali cultural and recreation center and a mixed-use residential development.
But where does it say, though, that would be in the park? Because I recall the discussion at that time was potentially in the vicinity or across the street.
It's referring to the feasibility study, the planning report completed by the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation in accordance with that,
So would you please consider that there may be some extrapolation happening that no one, including myself or the Somali Center for Cultural Recreation or anyone, has ever suggested to build any type of housing in the park?
Well, the subject title is Support for Long-Term Land Lease for the City-Owned Properties to Develop a Future Somali Community Center and Housing.
That's right. But that the housing component wouldn't necessarily be in the park, but it would be off the park, across the street, to help pay for the center itself. And I say this just because the suggestion you made, that any one of us would write a letter in support of building housing in a park is just, it was shocking to me. And I wanted to make sure that that record was corrected.
Okay. All I have is your letter, sir.
I appreciate that.
Right.
And I'll follow up with you, and I'd be happy to.
Fair enough.
But the letter does not propose what you implied.
And I've been talking about building anything in a park.
That's different. Right. That's what we're discussing today.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your time, Anne.
Thank you.
Next, we have Susan Yip. Thanks for joining. You have 5 minutes, Susan. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting close to your time.
Okay, thank you. And everybody hear me? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Susan Yip. I'm member of the Buttonwood Residents Association. I have lived in this community for over 40 years. I am opposed to Buttonwood Park being given away for destruction and development. Our green space is to be kept for future generations. The Parks, Forestry and Recreation 10-year capital program has earmarked funds to expand Toronto's park system through acquisition. It makes no sense for City Council to give away Buttonwood Park that it already owns to a private interest group, while the city's Parks, Forestry and Recreation's 10-year master plan is to acquire more parkland. I'm also appalled at the lack of disclosure and transparency arising from only 5 days' notice for consultation and no history of the parties involved, including the elected officials with this proposed Somali project. It is upsetting with the realization that the only people not aware of the Somali project is my community, because this April, the full Toronto Council instructed Zachary Abdullah, board chair and president of the SCCR, Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, to report back in June with a final location and contractual arrangements of agreement. Is this democracy? I want to believe what the councillors on Toronto City Council stand for: an open, accessible, transparent, and accountable local government, as Councillor Ainsley wrote in his profile. Or as Councillor Matlow states in his profile, that he advocated for governance and accountability reform, demanded genuine consultation processes for his community, and he fought for the improvement and expansion of local parks and public spaces. And I have to ask, what about my community? Why the secrecy? No one will outbid for the land because you're offering it to a favored group at nominal cost. The Infrastructure Institute at the University of Toronto collaborated with the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation and recommended in its report that the future Somali Community Center be located in the city's northwest, where a large proportion of the Somali community resides. Why is this recommendation not followed? And one of the speakers today had identified that the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Master Plan 2019 to 2038 recommended a new community center, and he indicated that it was to be in the Etobicoke City Center area. But the Institute also identified that North Rexdale is a site for, and there's no community center in North Rexdale. So again, why is this recommendation not followed? The site at Buttonwood Park is not suitable for this project by the SCCR and should not be under consideration. At the June 18th meeting, Mohammed Hussain, volunteer executive director of the Agaden Somali Community Association of Ontario, questioned the role and the origin of the Somali Centre for Culture and Recreation, and are they the right group to lead the project? So it raises more questions. Why did the city decide to entrust this huge project to the Somali Centre for Culture and Recreation when this group was only formed in 2022? And he indicated that it does not have charitable status. So why is Mr. Hussain's group not involved in this project? His group has charitable status since 1994. And Mr. Hussain said that a completed project design for a community hub was submitted 2 years prior to Mayor Tory. So we need some answers to these questions I have raised, and the Executive Committee needs to address these concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask the same thing because I think you may have been a bit surprised to learn that this site came forward at your community council. You know what that is, right?
I am informed about it today.
So you have a community council, all the wards in Etobicoke and the northwest corner of the city.
So I have to ask you, why does the community center or the community, does the city council always adopt?
Sorry, I'm just going to ask that, you know, there's a community council, so there's 4 of them in the city. One's Etobicoke and York, North York, Scarborough, and Toronto and East York. You may not have been aware of that.
I have not been aware of it.
You're not
no.
aware. So each
Till
community
today.
council, okay, each community, you might not be aware that each community council looks at certain things in their neighborhood, including this one that was here, item EY 8.39. I know that everybody's being just introduced to the city. So Etobicoke, York, the traffic calming, fence exemptions, this notion of working with the Catholic Board to put schools and a community center at Buttonwood. That's under the auspices of the community council to say, have a look and tell us if you can do that. You might not have been aware of that.
I have not been aware of it till today.
So now you are aware of that?
Yes.
That there is a community council that makes decisions just about that neighborhood, the wards 1, 2, 3, whatever York is, 7, 8, 9, something. There's about 5
But it doesn't
wards.
necessarily mean that it goes ahead.
No, it doesn't mean it goes ahead, but it was passed by community council, those wards, to proceed. It was passed asking Parks to look at a community center there. You might not have been aware of that until today, right?
Right.
So it's a bit of a surprise.
Very much.
The name of the item that was there at Community Council was Maximize the Buttonwood School and Park Site, Next Steps and Development of a Public Meeting. So I don't think that the public meeting took place. You weren't at one, were you?
No.
But maximizing the Buttonwood School and Park Site, that's news to you, that happened in 2019, correct? So we're all learning things today.
Yes.
That's what happened, and that was a letter saying, have a look and see what else we can put in this park.
And does the city council, this full council, take everything that these community councils?
Well, generally, this didn't go to city council because it was just the way it works. You might not be aware that the community council will ask staff that are in different regions to look into something, and then they would come back, and if they said, yes, build this, do that, it would then go to full city council. Now you're aware of how that works in the city. So I guess I'm going to ask you the same question. Because it was approved already as a community center site, but we didn't know that, anybody could go and find out that that's been approved. I think it's public, it's on the website, I've got it right here. So if somebody's looking for a site, it shouldn't surprise me or you that they might say, well, this has already been requested. So I guess I'm asking you, we can't be as surprised as we thought at the beginning.
Because we were unaware.
Yes, I get it.
The fact is that that site could be better utilized for the local community.
I got it, and this is whatever it's going to be, but that's the process that we have.
I understand that we're going through a process.
That 2019 got approved, then somebody looks and says, okay, here's a site that's been approved, let's try to do that, and now we're in this conversation this many years later. You'd agree that that's where we're sitting in this conversation, right?
Yes.
And I guess if you were here in 2019, you'd come and say, hold on, can't you look at some other places as well? That probably would be what you would say, right?
Well, I can't say what I would have done in 2019.
Well, if someone said we're going to put a community center in the park, would you have said?
Well, I would find out more information about it.
Okay, so we're still finding out more information about any idea about any community center in the park, any school, anything else. We're kind of in that spot. No decisions have been made yet. Would you agree with me?
I agree, but I don't particularly like the fact that it's gone on to as far as it has before the local community has had a chance to even speak on it.
I understand. You know, the local community has had a chance to speak on Buttonwood Park in a community center for 5 years. You're aware of that? Because it's been on the title, is Maximize the Buttonwood School and Park Site, Next Steps Development of a Public Meeting. So we're kind of on a trip here, and all together, finding out new things as we go. And I appreciate you coming today to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just an apology if you see me coming in and out, dealing with the storm, power outage and the rainstorm. So if you're wondering why I'm out of my chair a bit of time, that is the reason. Our next speaker is Marcus Di Domenico. Are you here? Marcus, thank you for your patience. I hope your house is not flooded.
Me too. Yeah.
My basement is.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chow. Thank you, councilors. It's been a very interesting day, reconnecting with many of you and having great conversations. I come here today as the Ward 2 Toronto Catholic District School Board trustee, Etobicoke Centre essentially, and I'm also the vice chair of the Toronto Catholic District School Board. Today I'll be speaking and conversing with you, and I hope to answer questions because this is an interesting element that's come up that I wasn't going to speak about originally, but I will be happy to discuss that. I'm here to speak as the Ward 2 trustee. I didn't write anything down. I thought we would have a conversation about this together. I know how important the City of Toronto and this council, the Executive Council and the Greater Council, how important the environment is. Now, I would never have thought I would have to, start my statement with something like that. But essentially, councillors and mayor, the community is very upset because they considered parkland sacrosanct. And I am going to get to the 2019 motion because I know it well because it was one of my ideas. But there is a part of that motion that is not being put forward today, which I'm going to add clarity to, which I think will, it is the councillor's motion, of course, but it is a subject dear to my heart and in my ward and with schools that I am the trustee of. So first of all, the community is very upset. It is our school, which will be, I'm hoping, the new Father Vito Marziliano Catholic School, which is formerly the Buttonwood public school, will be developed, a beautiful school, 600 spaces. I have spent a lot of time working with these fantastic people, Buttonwood residents, because I believe at the Catholic Board, as I'm sure you believe here at Council, that we need to be good neighbors to each other. We could build, a lot of what we just wanted to build, but that's not the point. We want to be good neighbors and we want to be responsible neighbors. I have had and worked with the architects and the Buttonwood community to move the school 90 degrees, to integrate bus drop-off and parking within the property, so we don't have the classic situation that many of our older schools have, which is streets crowded with children, parents dropping them off on either side of the street, creating a definite road hazard. So that is part of my plan, and I must say I'm very impressed with the Buttonwood residents, how much input they've given us, and we've worked with the architects. So here we have an example of a proposal that has come forward. It has been claimed a bit here today, and I can understand why you would think this, that this has already been discussed in 2019 because of that proposal. I'll tell you what the etymology of that proposal is. In 2019, as trustee, I was looking for a site for a secondary school. We'd already purchased Buttonwood Elementary School. York Memorial School burns down. We were going to purchase Scarlet Heights, which is up the road. So the Toronto District School Board sends these students from York Memorial to Scarlet Heights. So that option is now closed. So 20, 25, 30 years of the Toronto Catholic Board trying to acquire a site looks doomed. I go to friends and associates and colleagues in municipal, federal, provincial government and say, look, what if we did a direct land swap? We own 6 acres of the bottom of that area, directly below the beautiful Buttonwood Park, and I'll tell you, it's more than grass. It's a beautiful park. As was portrayed earlier, it is not just a field. It's a beautiful community that attracts seniors, families, individuals, and will be more and more used. So I go and I look for another option. And the option I propose, and I spoke to Councillor Holiday and he ran it by City Council, was to consider the idea that we build these schools and what the City of Toronto wanted, which is a community center, integrated into the building. But here's the difference that has not been said so far with respect to the councillors. The difference is that we value every square inch of that property. There was not going to be 1 inch of Buttonwood Park or of the adjoining property that would be lost to development. Now, I have friends in the Somali community that I've discussed. Zach is here today, fantastic person. I fully support the cultural center. What I cannot support, Mayor and councillors, is the destruction, the paving over, the parking, the traffic of a public park. Toronto is known worldwide as a council that supports the environment. I don't think any councillor around here, and correct me if I'm wrong, how many of you want your parks paved over and buildings built on it? I don't think you do. There are a few exceptions. I just drove by the one exception today here on the way down here, and I dread my drive home, frankly. But other than that, I saw it, of course. But one exception or 2 exceptions out of the hundreds and hundreds of beautiful parks that we have in this community is not the standard we should follow. So I hope that some councillors will ask me questions, and I will always be truthful and give you the exact answer that I can, but I hope that cleared up the idea of what that proposal was in 2019 that never did go to the community because we ended up not needing that property in that fashion.
Thank you so much. Councillor Fletcher, you had a question? Oh, sorry, Councillor Holiday first.
Thank you, Mayor. Trustee DiDomenico. I just wanted, if we could roll the clock back to give context, because it's interesting, this motion has become center. In 2019, the school board was grappling with pressure to deal with, still is actually, to deal with a high school and an elementary school in Etobicoke Centre. You're trying to find a site for that, is that correct?
Yes, I have 1 secondary school in Ward 2, Michael Power St. Joseph, which is designed for 1,100 to 1,200 students and currently has a population of over 2,000. So we were desperately trying to find a building, any land we could possibly find in central Etobicoke, and the option we had was removed because of the York Memorial fire at that time.
And the Buttonwood site was in a state of transaction, which, you know, as we know today, has been announced. There's a planning file on it, lining up for construction, the creation of a new elementary school. But that site was really all that was circulating at the time. Is that?
That is correct. Yes, and we were building that, and we received funding of almost $19 million for that site, in addition to the money, by the way, that the board paid itself for the land, but the funding was to relieve the overcrowding in elementary of 600 students in portables in elementary school, which is disgraceful. And we are going to open that Buttonwood School in 2026, and next month we will be announcing the purchase of a new secondary site to relieve Michael Power so we can right-size our schools.
At the time, there was some pretty high-level imaginative thinking, because the school board was desperate, of whether or not the Buttonwood site, because it's a school site, could accommodate an elementary and a high school. And on top of that, it was around the time that the city was confirming its facilities master plan, and there was this nexus that in addition, there could be maybe an opportunity to build a community center all in the same building, much like other models had happened in the city of Toronto. And is that a fair assertion of what, you know, some of the high level, you know, what if thinking was going on at the time?
That accurately portrays it. I will say there's an element of desperation. As trustee, I was very disturbed dealing with the parents that I was dealing with, that they didn't know what was happening. Where were their kids going to go to school? I didn't want them to be shipped far out to other parts of Toronto, which is actually why I ran as trustee the first time, because my children were going to be shipped very, very far away to go to high school, yet they lived right around the corner.
So the motion that went through community council and through city council asked the chief planner and the head of parks to have a conversation with the school board about possibilities and come back to council and let us know if there's a recommendation. Is that, if you recall, is that what the motion says? I mean, I can show it to you.
Yeah, no, I remember it very well.
Did they ever come back with a report?
No.
Do we know why?
We moved on to a completely different idea. Our own planners at the school board, you know, God bless them, they tried to reinvent the wheel many times for me to relieve this situation, but it seemed impractical to them, but they wanted to give it a shot, but it was not feasible.
And it didn't fit.
At all. So we didn't go into the next step, which would have been to say, hey, let's go talk to all these residents and see, what do you think? But it was an idea with a proposal at local council to say at least we could consider it. But it wasn't like the residents of Etobicoke and Buttonwood received a notice saying, hey, your park can be developed. Hey, what do you think? Or not even asked them. That never, ever happened.
And Parks, Forestry, and Recreation and the chief planner would have had a pretty good appraisal of what the city's objectives were at the time with respect to community centers and location. So they're the right people to have that conversation. But it never got reported back because it never went ahead.
Correct.
And you're firm that everybody involved was invested. Are you firm that everybody was invested in having community consultation, but you had to go figure out what to consult first?
Councillor, that would be your last question.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that question. Yes, if we had gone to the next step where it was even a minute possibility of happening, definitely community consultation with all the residents in the old Buttonwood School or somewhere local and say, hey, what do you think of this idea? Because I thought the beauty of the idea was an absolute inch for inch, meter for meter, acre for acre swap. No loss of green land, because as someone that values the environment myself, I would never, ever consent to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Question, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Matlow. I just did a quick math. There's 16 speakers times 5, that's 80 minutes. It'll be an hour and a half. Any councillors that has to leave before 5 or 6 o'clock, can you let me know? I do not want to lose quorum. There are 3 items that are extremely important still left. Okay, so anyone that need to leave tonight, this afternoon or tonight, let me know. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I know, and thank you very much. I think we have a complicated situation on our hands here today that didn't start now. It's been complicated for a while based on the request that is a public request that has never, you'd agree, there's nowhere it says, sorry, we don't need to do that anymore. It's not been put to bed. Probably it's put to bed now. You'd agree with that, right? Your site.
In terms of the
TCDSB and Buttonwood Park, that's done.
That's done, and it's going to be fantastic.
Correct. But there's nothing here that says that's terminated or we don't need to follow up on the motion from 2019.
That motion is irrelevant and
But it's
and
still
moot.
on, but it's on the public record, and there's nothing that says it's no longer, that it's moot, correct?
Well, thank you for that question, Councillor Facha. I would say, though, to use the motion to say that the park should be now developed is improper because that was not the intention of destroying 3 acres of a public park.
Right.
What I'm hoping this council will do, will consider a long list of other options for a very much needed cultural center.
I certainly understand, but I'm going, you being an elected official, you understand, once there's a document, then that's document standing until there's a different document. So this has some standing just because it's never been put to bed, so to speak. So I guess today you're putting it to bed by explaining what happened there.
Yes.
But there was to be a public consultation process. I gather
Yes.
there wasn't. I'll ask Parks what happened to that. And I just wondered, the land swap motion, your notion there, is that a public document? If we went to the TCDSB website, are we going to find what happened? So that's also not public because you can't talk about those things in public. Is that
Frankly, thank you for that question. Frankly, it was an idea, and once again, out of
Okay.
desperation to try and service
Got it.
all of these students. And once again, we have to keep everything in context. I would like to believe that the context is that there was no environmental destruction. There was no loss of a third of the park.
Councillors, I'm sorry to interject. The motion to defer is in front of us.
Okay.
I would prefer if folks speak to the deferral. There's a lot of history involved in
I'm
here,
sorry.
and whether, you know, the school board and what site, et
Okay.
cetera. Just,
Science Center, okay.
if you need to ask those
I hear
questions
you.
privately, all power to you. But let's
Mayor.
keep going.
I will just simply say, as I've said before, you're supporting that deferral. Continue looking here, look for other sites. And I'll just say, because this is public record, it doesn't really surprise you that somebody might think, oh, that's already been cleared for a community center.
You're absolutely correct. I do support deferral. I would ask the council to use their best wisdom to instruct staff to please find a list of alternate sites. Canadian Tire at Kipling and Rexdale is vacant. Lowe's at the 401 in Islington is vacant. These are large properties with buildings that can be converted quickly and efficiently and would be an excellent site for a large community center, cultural center with parking already there.
Yes. So I'm just going to go back to the question, which is, it shouldn't surprise anybody that since this is already on the public record that says, oh, maybe a community center could go in the park, that somebody might say, oh, we could do that there. So the level of, I'm just asking you that isn't as big a surprise as you may have thought, because that may have been out in the world as a balloon for a long time.
Well, as an elected official, nothing surprises me.
Okay, on that note, Councillor Matlow, to the referral, questions to the deputant.
It will be along the same line, but just a couple of questions, because there have been things said that I think need clarification in fairness to both the trustee and the local councillor. So you were exploring the idea of just like for like, footprint by footprint or smaller or whatever, from the building that currently is at Allenhurst and move it up to Eglinton and then regreen the existing school site.
We would have done, yes, thank you, Councillor Matlow. We would have done an entire reclamation of that site, removed the old building, which was decrepit and is falling down, and returned it and built playgrounds. Whatever was necessary, we would have done to facilitate this on our dime. That was the plan.
And is it not true that Councillor Holliday's motion, certainly this is the way I read it, it didn't actually suggest that this project would move ahead. It simply requested that there be a consultation process to consider the possibility.
So Councillor Holiday and I had that very conversation that we should at least see if there is enough interest and validity to even consider this proposal. Once again, it was an idea driven by necessity and for the betterment of students in Ward 2 and families.
Thank you.
Precisely.
Thank you for your deputation. Next on the speaker, Shap Ayo. Are you here? If I pronounce your name incorrectly,
yes.
my apology. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
If you can, speak to the referral. If not,
Yes.
it can be more expensive if you
Well,
do more.
Thank you, everyone. I want to speak about just like the experience I went through to this, actually, the proposal. Because I think for someone like me, it's very important to provide how I feel as a new Canadian, like being here. So my name is Shab, and I lived in Etobicoke Ward 2 for over 8 years. Today I stand before you with a heavy heart to share my deepest concern about this proposal. When I heard about it and learned about it, this was only shared a few days before the executive committee meeting with our community. My heart sank. And memories of the trauma I experienced in my home country came floating back. Please allow me to tell my story. I came from a place where I had no voice, no rights. No matter how I work hard or how knowledgeable I was never considered as a citizen. I wasn't able to think about what would be happening in the future. Moving to Canada was my beacon of hope. My husband and I left our family and friends behind and moved to the other side of the world to pursue our dreams. But this proposal has shaken our faith. And our, sorry, this, sorry, I'm just like a little bit nervous.
That's okay, take your time.
Okay, so let me speak from my heart. For last 30 days, I have been tormenting me. Why this secrecy? I know like we talk about it, but still for me is the NDA is questionable. Why develop our park? Why contradiction in statement? Why double standard? I came here to teach my child to have his voice, to stand for his right, and also to teach him like what is the basic right and human rights here is. And Canada is our home now. So how can I explain to him the park was part of his symbol of like his joy and freedom, and for all our community is at risk. So I'm giving an example. Last week, I see Councillor Morley. She is asking people from like Etobicoke to come to celebrate opening 2 parks. And I really appreciate that. I was so happy. But I was just thinking, so why we having like our park having like, and she's celebrating and she's supporting that part. But I'm grateful she put a motion today about it. And I think like with some rewarding, we can go forward with that. I want to talk to my dear Somalian community as well. I understand you desire for a better life for your families, as I do. But this is not the right space had been chosen. Let's step back and remember why we choose Canada as our home. We came here to value basic rights, the environment and community. Paving our park breaks one of the most cherished beliefs that so many have fought for it. We want this value to endorse for us and for future generation without any doubt. To our mayor and executive committee members, this community become my home. During COVID-19, I couldn't visit my family. I still can because I can't find time but this community made me feel at home. The park helped us overcome anxiety, fear, and loneliness. You are taking away happiness, joy, and green land to create concrete and pollution. And that's not right. Please don't build happiness on the destruction of others' joy. We worked hard to build this city and to build this society. So I'm just asking to reconsider our park. Sorry, I was just a little nervous.
Well, we understand what you're trying to say, what you've said. Thank you, appreciate you taking the time. Any questions to the deputants? Councillor Carroll.
Just
on
one
the
quick
referral.
one, because I know it was not clear, and we are looking at a referral motion today.
Yes.
But was it made clear to you? I know there have been some meetings in the community. I understand there was one last week of June and such. Has it been made clear to people now that even though we may look at other sites as a result of that referral, that this one did not include the whole park, did not include the playscape, did not include the tennis courts, did not include a great amount of the landscape
It
area?
wasn't clear, at least it wasn't clear for me, because what I understand, it was like the little, like the square on the map.
Yes, yes.
Saying that, so it's not, but to be honest, when it's something, it's my experience, maybe you got, you have when it doesn't be very clear and says like how much, so it says 3 acres, but where is gonna be the parking? How is gonna be the entrance? What type of building we are putting on?
Right, so it wasn't clear that that square represents what the city would have been willing to lease. That square is what they were willing to lease, period. That's it.
Yeah, but what
that wasn't made clear in the community meetings that happened, or Chartwells, or wherever?
Yeah.
That's a shame. Okay, thank you.
The next speaker, Neil Christensen, Humber Valley Village Residents Association. Are you here? Okay.
I have his statement. Do you want me to read it?
Why don't you circulate it? Okay. And our staff can assist you in circulating.
She's already spoken, so she cannot.
Sorry? Yeah, sorry, since you've spoken, the clerk said you cannot speak again. You can just circulate the motion, the statement. Nadine Rabenko. If you can assist. Yes. Nadine Rabenko, are you here? Not Mohammed Hassan? Oh, Nadine's online. Okay, on the referral. We're ready for you. You have 5 minutes. If you try to say something, let me see if we could hear you. No? No, we are not hearing you.
She has to unmute, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
There it goes.
I assume you know that. Can you say a few words?
Okay.
Oh, there you are. Okay, your 5 minutes, go for it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Chow, and hello, Executive Committee. I am joining today as a resident of the Buttonwood Hill community, which I have been part of since 2000, and as a lifelong resident of Etobicoke. Here in Etobicoke, as Zach mentioned the previous meeting, we do things the Etobicoke way. We believe in the 3 C's: communication, collaboration, and cooperation. I'm glad that we're doing some of that today, actually. Unfortunately, I didn't feel prior to this that these principles were upheld. To address my main concern, I am in disbelief that in 2024, we are not prioritizing the protection of our green space, especially given the green initiatives set by various levels of government. Furthermore, the complete and lack of transparency and consultation with residents regarding this project has been unfair, not only to the residents, but to those advocating for the Somali Community Center, as this project is now further delayed. Neither party is happy. I ask for full transparency is provided for future development projects, as this way, the way the city handled it completely breached public trust. I also request the Executive Council explore alternative options for locations for the Somali Community Center and remove Buttonwood Park along with any other green space that may be on the list today. The location surrounding Buttonwood Park is already overdeveloped and is slated for further development in the near future despite lacking necessary infrastructure to support it. Green space is vital for everyone's physical and mental well-being, as witnessed during COVID. While the importance of protecting green space seems obvious to me, it was not prioritized here. In conclusion, I hope to leave today emphasizing the importance of preserving the green space and the beauty of nature. Everyone has the power to make a difference, not only for today's generation, but for future generations as well. Protecting and enhancing green space should be a top priority. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions to the deputant? Oh. Thank you so much. Mohammed Hassan, also online. Mohammed Hassan, are you online?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor.
Please speak.
Okay, give me one
On
second.
the referral motion that's in front of us?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the opportunity. My name is Mohammed Hassan. I am a Somali Canadian, and I'm a long-term resident of Ward 2 or Etobicoke Center, and I'm the Executive Director of 3CA, a community services agency. It's the second time I'm debuting this item, and unfortunately, it's the second time the motion is under deferral. Ostensibly, last time, the deferral was based on the need to have a better community engagement. As we have all agreed, the process that was used stank, and it seemed like it was more of a city hall run project. I'm here to report for the 1 month that we have had, there is not a single public engagement that I'm aware that has taken place regarding this project. On the contrary, what has happened is there hasn't been a single document that supposedly is under NDA within the city or within the CREATO or within SCCR themselves that has been publicly released. What also have happened is SCCR, to plant any opposition, have taken down their publicly accessible website. And unfortunately, since they do not have an office, because they are not running out of an office, there is no other way to reach out. So I welcome Councillor Morley's motion to defer this, ostensibly again for a public consultation or engagement. What I would like to point out is some of the councillors have, instead of doing their homework, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cole, have used what happened 2019 in order to surprise the residents who are opposing the paving over of a parkland. They may oppose for that public reason, they may have other reasons, but at least we shouldn't be here to ambush people with gotcha moments.
I have noticed that you are speaking negatively on any number of councillors. Can you please speak towards about the motion in front of you, which is a deferral of the discussion of this part of this.
Madam Mayor, I am coming to that. I am speaking to what I have observed. My point, and I hope you will add my time. My point is, in order to have a meaningful public engagement to address the concerns of all parties, the Somali community being among the prime. What we need is for the Councillor Morley's motion to be adopted, but with the caveat that A, we need the city staff to lead the public engagement. In order for that public engagement to happen, the city, along with SCCR and Creatio needs to remove the so-called NDA that prevents public disclosure of public project documents. Without those documents, having a public engagement will be meaningless. And lastly, then the city staff should hold a public gathering bringing in the Somali community, SCCR, and the Buttonwood residents and any other party that is interested in this matter, and have a frank and open discussion. Because without that, what we will have is in 3 months, we will be back again with the same motion, and then we will still, someone will be asking for a deferral. Because then what is happening publicly without, what's filling the void that the so-called NDA is preventing the disclosure of the documents, people are sending rumors out there. And my community, our Somali community, are victims in here. So we do not want to be victims. We would like those documents, those are public documents, to be released by the city, to be released by SCCR, and let us have a frank discussion. I am here to publicly state there is not any venue where the Somali community have come together in order where we have agreed that Buttonwood or anywhere else would be a site that will address our need.
Thank you so much. Good. Thank you. Any questions to the deputy? Sorry. We just lost quorum, folks. Can you come? But we are. Oh, Councillor Perks, Carol, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Folks, can I get some energy back here, please? Okay, I am a bit worried. Does anyone have to leave by any time tonight? We can stay
Madam
to.
Mayor, just to advise, I do have a community meeting at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think we still have the debutants as well for the Ontario Science Center, which I believe we have about 23
We have 2
debutants.
urgent items. The FIFA, it's a question of setting up the committee. We're dealing with $385 million plus the Ontario Science Center and building housing faster. That's the development review related items. So we have 4 items that are fairly critical in front of us. So 3 more at least, plus this one. Okay, so let's just keep moving on. The next person on the list is Olena Strachan. Scott, are you online? And there are the rest of the committee members, if you do not need to speak, I urge you, this item is coming back in October. So this is about the deferral. If you're supportive of the deferral, do let us know. Okay? Online, we can hear you. Can we hear you? Say a few words.
Yes.
Yep,
Can you hear me?
Yep, go for it.
Sorry, I cannot figure out share. It says share and then select the video layouts.
Are you able to share?
I want to share my screen. How do I share my screen?
You should be able to share it right now, underneath, at the bottom, share screen.
Let me check. Let me close. Share. Okay, yes, share screen. My name is Helen Strelkowska, and I live in the neighborhood of Buttonwood Park. My family, along with most of my neighbors, strongly object to the proposal to lease the public land of Buttonwood Park for development project. There have not been any public consultation regarding this proposal.
We're not seeing your video, we're hearing words.
I believe they would
Can't
have
see it, but we can hear it.
From our community. Here is the video I recorded about 10 days ago, showing streets of our neighborhood. As you can see, almost every house has a green sign that reads Save Buttonwood Park, or a red sign that says Stop City Council, Save Our Park. These are only 2 streets. I also have video from many other streets, all showing the same thing. The people in our neighborhood are completely opposed to turning the majority of Buttonwood Park into a building and a parking lot. It's not just residents from private houses who are against this proposal. People living in high-rise buildings have made several banners to express their discontent. Also, the building manager didn't allow them to hang anything in their balconies. They protest daily with these banners on the pedestrian bridge across Eglinton, and they have posted one banner on the fence along Eglinton Street. Community members will also started gather in the park to voice their frustration. They're expressing concerns about the lack of public consultation, the lack of transparency, the need for preserving green public spaces that everybody can use, and the overall community impact. The 3 retirement homes in the area house about 2,000 people who will be affected by this decision. I circle them red. Additionally, 4 25-story buildings are scheduled for completion next year, which will likely double the population with 1 kilometer diameter circle with Buttonwood Park in the center. This increased population will require more green spaces, not less. I urge you not to approve this long-term lease. Please preserve our park. As you can see, it's the opinion of 99% of community members around the area, in my estimation. I would also like to point out that our community is receptive to change. We are not complaining just for the sake of it. For example, when the Crosstown West Extension project moved Eglinton Avenue 8 meters closer to our backyards, resulting in removal of green area and trees, we didn't complain. We understand the need for new transportation infrastructure, especially since there is no alternative route. The LRT moves in straight lines. When the 4 towers were planned to be built, we didn't complain because we recognize the city needs for new housing, and replacing 1-story building with 25-story buildings, it's a step forward. There are more examples of our willingness to adapt to change. However, in this case, is not a step forward, but a step backwards. The green public area will be lost forever. We believe the city could find an alternative location for the recreational cultural center, one that would be suitable for everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, also online, Christine Martinuzzi. Just because of the weather and my worry that people are having trouble, how many of you are here that want to speak? Like Emma, Daniel Tate, Robert Nixon. If I might, what I'm going to do is going to give priority to people that are here first, if we can, in case you need to get home, because there are widespread flooding and power outage. For those that are online, I apologize. I'm just going to give priority to folks that are here first, okay? Is that Emma Tula? I hope you folks don't mind if I do that. Yeah, it makes, because of the weather situation, I just want to give people the opportunity if you need to go and take care of your house.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, Executive Committee and Mayor Chow. My name is Emma Truchla, and I am living in the Buttonwood Park community. Today I speak not only as a resident, but also as a future doctor, currently in my final year of medical school. I am deeply concerned about the health and the well-being of our community, especially the young children and the elderly population in the area. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the proposal to lease Buttonwood Park for any construction. I could stand here and tell you stories of how important this park is to myself and my neighbors. I could also refer to countless research on how important green space is for physical and psychological health, the development of growing kids, and the elderly population. I could also talk about the ecological impact and the lack of transparency. I could mention the public outcry and the fierce responses in the form of petitions and signs around the entire neighborhood, such as Stop City Council or Save Buttonwood Park. Instead, I will turn to facts and strategies created and published by the City of Toronto itself. Let me read to you the very first 3 words published by the City of Toronto in the official Parkland Strategy Final Report. Parks are important. A few more sentences that follow this statement. Start quote, Toronto has built and sustained a park system that is a defining element of the city and has become one of its most cherished features. Known as a city within a park, Toronto offers a network of green infrastructure that supports and provides essential mental, physical, social, economic, and ecological benefits. Toronto is experiencing unprecedented growth, putting increased pressure on the park systems. In these higher density urban areas, the provision of parks is critical to the livability of these new vertical communities and to support Toronto's growing workforce. End quote. The Buttonwood Park area is a prime example of this increase in population, with construction underway to build new condos with over 1,300 apartments directly across Buttonwood Park. So please tell me, is the Parkland strategy something that was written to look good in the public eye, but never had any intention of being followed? Some statistics from the same report read as follows. Torontonians value the park systems, with an overwhelming 99% of online survey responses indicating that parks are critical to the quality of life. 89% of survey respondents reported visiting a park at least once a week, end quote. If it is known to you, the Executive Committee, the importance of parks to Torontonians, why was the option of Buttonwood Park as a potential building site ever considered? This shouldn't even be a conversation we are having. The vision for Toronto's park system, as stated, reads that Toronto is and will continue to be a city within a park. The city's systems of parks are essential to Toronto's identity as a world-class, livable city and are the backbone of Toronto's diverse and vibrant neighborhoods, with the first guiding principle being to expand the park systems by creating new parks, end quote. I ask again, how does this project and bulldozing over a park support this vision? This sounds like the city is trying to do the opposite. We are condensing and worsening green space, not to mention making parkland less accessible, less connected, and much less resilient. With this point, I wanted to bring light to the neighboring retirement home that houses over 200 residents. Do we really want to allow the destruction of Buttonwood Park that is used by such a vulnerable population? Lastly, I have one more vital point. If this project goes ahead, does this not set precedent for the future? Are we going to make a habit out of paving green space? Can anyone lease any parkland and develop on it? These few examples that I have shared today are simply a fraction of statements found on the City of Toronto's website. And so, to conclude, if there's anything that I want you to take away from my talk today, it is this. Mayor Chow, councillors, Executive Committee, and all fellow residents, do we want Toronto to be known as the city within a park? Or do we want Toronto to be known as a city that bulldozes and paves over parks? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, we might lose quorum.
I will be very respectful of the time. I just wanted to allow
And
Emma
Councillor Holiday, I thought originally I dealt with this item rather than those 3 quick items earlier because I thought there was an agreement that there wouldn't be a lot of deputants because we're deferring this item. We're referring, and that hasn't taken place.
I understand, Mayor. I just wanted to ask one simple one for Emma, just based on your work. Some folks think of Etobicoke and North York and Scarborough as being park-rich. Could you just talk about the distinction between parkland, which is able to be used and programmed, versus general space? Because I know you did a lot of work on this.
As in, sorry to elaborate, so parkland as in like green space compared to something that's actually usable.
Could you just tell the committee about this park in particular, because they don't know it, but, you know, we've got the Humber Valley, which is
Yes.
very wooded and so on, and there's a lot of spaces, but is this park open space, or is it like a woodlot?
So this park, if you imagine, it's like the floor in the middle is all grass, but it spans a large area, and all around it is a paved kind of sidewalk. And what you can see is if you walk through this park, in the middle, you'll have kids playing soccer, people practicing their Frisbee skills. And along the pavement along the side, you'll see elderly residents taking walks and strolling. You'll see people walking their dogs. This is the park that connects many streets in the neighborhood that allows people to get to tennis courts, to get to the playground. And that's kind of
Thank you.
what we use that
was it.
for.
Any other question? Is Dan, there are people that are not online. Can I see a show of hand, any other speaker that are here that wants to, okay, so Daniel Tate is not here. Just one second. Robert Sexton is not here. Sack is here. Frode Abdi and Alan Tennis. Oh, okay. All right, just give me 1 minute here. Okay, and we do have online two other speakers, Luciano and Celeste, but just based on what is happening outside, we'll do those that are here first, okay? Last call for Daniel Tate, Robert Saxton, not here. Sack Abduli. Yeah, go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon to the entire Executive Committee, and good afternoon, City staff, and all those friends and colleagues who are watching online as well. And I hope everyone's braving the torrentious rain and very difficult weather vis-a-vis the rain that's felt earlier today. So I'm here on behalf of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, and just want to reiterate our desire to continue the conversation. But I also want to highlight a lot of what was said today from various deputants that I'm not sure is going to be very helpful as we proceed. I've heard things like little black box on a map in terms of speaking to the Somali Center project. I want to be very clear that the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation project is a 40-year effort of parents much older than me that started in the late 1970s. It should not be whittled down to discussions, with all due respect, in a democratic platform about the merit of this project. I understand many of the points that were being made already, but I want to be clear. Our team has engaged the local community informally already. There were attempts on June 25th to talk to the local community at the park. And in that conversation, I myself was shooed away like a bug from having a conversation, a civil conversation, and I was told to go away where I came from. I was told to shoo away like that. And attempting to have a conversation, okay, about the viability of the Somali Center on the Buttonwood site, not the entire 10 acres. We were not even given, in that instance, the opportunity to have a civil dialogue about the merits of $1 million worth of expertise and a community's 40-year-long decade. We've heard the arguments made in the previous exec committee when the item got deferred. We've heard the arguments again today. There's only so much of these arguments that have been veiled in procedure, right? Procedure that our community group has adequately and even at times followed to the highest T by funding much of our work to $1 million to make sure we met all the requirements. You heard from my colleague Zachariah Ahmed today, clearly outlining the flushness, the exuberant amount of park space in that area. All we've asked for from the city for the very beginning of this project is to hear out this our community's vision. And now all we're asking for is to continue the conversation about the merits of this incredible city building project. That's all we've asked for. We're willing to do the work. We're willing to have the conversation. But much of the rhetoric and the misinformation and the misdirection is not helpful. Because just like many folks who are confused at some things in the elements of this project, we're a bit confused too. Because we've done everything we've been asked to do. Everything, if not more. And council clearly in April asked for a location to be finalized, and this came from council's direction. Because every single city councilor, nearly all the city councilors were briefed on the merit of the project. The fact that we have to come back again here at exec and defend our right to do volunteerism, our democratic right to do city building in this city is beyond me. And I pray that my daughters or any other child or anybody else in this city does not ever get shooed away from a public space the way I was. It was an embarrassing moment, and this is why a conversation and a robust consultation need to be had with the community, right? That is organized with the city, with the Somali Center. So these type of moments cannot happen. I've heard a lot about advice of where the community should go. No, this is expertise. This is public policy that has aided us in landing this site as the best location. If that is not the beginning of the conversation, then I begin to question what are the merits of many of the arguments that have been put forward today? What are the merits? And we've been as polite and as respectful, but as a community group, we can only take so much in terms of the dialogue and where it's headed. It's not helpful for anybody. This is a city building project, and I want to be clear, again, we've tried to engage the local community and has not been very productive. And the misinformation about the merits of the project need to stop now, and we are committed to keep doing the work. I'll stop there. I'm happy to give my phone number this time. I tried to give my phone number last time. As soon as I walk up and leave the stage right now, Deputy Mayor, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna give my number to every single resident that has deputed from the Etobicoke Center community. I'm gonna write it on a piece of paper. Let's not allow the misinformation to divide us in terms of what the merits of the project really are, and let's have a civil discussion. Thank you.
Okay, just hang on just one moment. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
All right, and now we are going to, we have one more? Oh, Fouad Abdi. Fouad. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes, and when you're getting close to your time, I will let you know.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, esteemed councilors. Really appreciate your time here today. Zach made all the points that I would have made, so I'm going to keep it brief for you folks. I think what you heard today from the deputants and the expertise provided by the Somali Center is that there is ample of park space. There is significantly in the entire area. This project started many decades ago, 40 years ago. And what you've also heard is that in 2019, Councillor Holliday put forward a motion talking about rearranging the entire Buttonwood site to include a community center and 2 schools. And I just want to ask, in terms of generally, what is different in 2019 that enabled the ability to say a community center is possible on that side versus today, where that is not even a consideration that Councillor Holliday and others are not entertaining. And I just want to also ask the question about how is it possible that all this expertise, due diligence, all the work that has been done over the course of decades, but also in the past 3 years since the second motion was passed, the second motion in 2022 to identify suitable sites for the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, that we're back here today again to debate the merits of whether there should be a Somali Center in this city. I think the merits are absolutely crystal clear. But the merits on the requirements for a community center in Etobicoke Center is also crystal clear. The only riding, the only ward in this city that doesn't have a community center. As we were preparing for community consultations over the past month, we were thinking about where would we hold a suitable area to hold a consultation. There was no community centers. The Civic Center was unavailable. The lack of space is a significant issue in Etobicoke Center, an issue that was on the radar for nearly 2 decades. And that is a public policy problem. That is a social infrastructure problem. That is a problem where the Somali Center stepped up and said, you know what, city, we are here to help solve this. We are going to provide space for the entire neighborhood, for the entire community, and we are going to make sure that it also serves the specific needs of the Somali community. And to that, what I'm going to suggest is that this site is an excellent site for a community center. This site is a site that was already reviewed as a potential site for a community center. Do we need to do more public consultations? Yes. I do personally support Councillor Morley's motion to do additional consultations. We would like to hear from the community and residents specifically on this site. But I think we will come back here in October and we will have a robust discussion about this and identify what the feedback from the community is. But I leave you with this. This is a city building opportunity. This is an opportunity to build community. This is an opportunity to maximize what is going to be a transit-oriented community. This is an opportunity to build a complete community. So what I want to recommend is that we should look at the needs of Etobicoke Center, the needs of the various populations in Etobicoke Center, and the demographic in that area is 7% a Black population. And we need to serve that Black population along with the local neighborhood. And a community center is exactly what that area needs. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Question from Councillor Carroll.
Just one last question, because I think you may be the last one. You know, the motion asks us to contemplate other sites, but if we end up back here, is it crystal clear to you that the only amount that the city is willing to lease to you is represented by this box on this page? That represents 3 acres, and that's all they're willing to lease to you. There's not going to be scope creep beyond 3 acres. Is that clear to you?
Yes. So it's 30% of the 10-acre park, which is 3 acres.
And
to make the building work.
would be the terms of that lease.
Correct. And that proposal was a fulsome discussion we've had with the city staff and various Create-TO who have been incredibly helpful, and also in Parks and Recreation, and we understand that clearly.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Any other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. We have a few folks that we're checking in on online. Pauline Saliba. Okay. Christian Martinuzzi. Oh, there you are. Hi, Pauline. Yep. Pauline, you have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to your time.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Chow and members of the committee. My name is Pauline Saliba, and I've been a resident of Ward 2 for 40 years. I'm here today to address the recommendation to allocate 3 acres of Buttonwood Park for the construction of a cultural center. This proposal raises significant concerns for the residents of our rapidly growing community. Our community has an aging population of original homeowners. We are now experiencing turnover in our community as many of these original homeowners downsize. Young families, many of which have children or likely will in the next few years, are moving into the area. I touched upon the unprecedented development growth that is coming down the pipeline when I spoke at the last meeting, but because it is such an important consideration, I will touch upon it again. As we speak, Lanterra is constructing 5 new condominium towers that will include approximately 1,900 units right across the street from Buttonwood Park. Using a conservative average of 1.8 people per unit, the population in this area will increase by the addition of 3,420 residents. These units were marketed to potential buyers with the promise that Buttonwood Park would be one of the parks they could access. In fact, the marketing materials for this project state, escape the hustle of the everyday and the natural beauty of the great outdoors. Discover your perfect place to play with a wonderful selection of gorgeous parks, such as Buttonwood Park within walking distance. Since my presentation at the June meeting, another condominium project at the corner of Eglinton and Scarlet Road has been approved. This will eventually bring several hundred more condos into our neighborhood. This area is exploding with development, and the density is increasing at above average proportions. These new developments do not have.
Oh, sorry, you've cut out, Pauline.
Or not.
Sorry, Pauline, you're cutting out.
Each new condo is a development fee that is ultimately. Okay,
do you want to turn off your camera?
Okay. Might improve connectivity.
Yes, we can hear you a little more clearly.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Additionally, each of these new condo units is subject to a hefty development fee that is ultimately funded by the buyer. Development fees range from just over $57,000 per unit for a one-bedroom condo and $81,000 for 2 bedrooms. This development fee is broken down into various categories with a significant allocation for parks and recreation. In fact, for a one-bedroom, $8,396 is allocated towards parks and recreation. And for 2+ bedrooms, the allocation increases to $11,853. How does our city collect money from home buyers to allocate towards parks and recreation, then proceed to eliminate one of the key amenities the development fees are supporting? Providing less parkland and recreation space, despite these significant contribution, undermines the trust and expectations of the residents who have invested in this community. Recreation space is vital for the health and well-being of our residents. Although this might have been unclear from the questioning of the earlier deputants, the residents of Ward 2 do understand which portion of the park is being considered for development. It is the 3 acres of green space, not the tennis courts or the playground. We've not been provided with details regarding the orientation of the building, parking, and access, but that is not the issue. Our objection is clear. Parks should not be paved. Green space is sacred and should remain parkland. What about the community's rights to keep its parkland? While the cultural group's initiative is commendable, we urge the committee to consider alternative locations for their community center. The community has not objected to the NCCR's right to a cultural center. We've since learned that an alternative commercial location may be available. This is a much more sensible solution than the proposal to pave over a small community park. In conclusion, I urge the committee to support a motion to eliminate Buttonwood Park from the consideration of this proposal. A referral of this item is not necessary. The proposal to consider Buttonwood Park should be shut down today. Paving over a park should not be an option.
Please.
You have heard this consistent message from not only residents of the impacted community, but also from parties that are outside the community.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pauline. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Next on the list is Christian Martinuzzi. Is he online? Okay.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Christian, you have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor Chow, and Deputy Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My young family and I have been a resident of the Buttonwood area since 2019. I'm speaking to express my concern regarding the proposed development of the green space of Buttonwood Park and ask council members to please remove Buttonwood Park location and any park site from their proposal for a cultural or community center development. Our beloved Buttonwood Park is the only recreational area available to our community within walking distance. And I'm talking about walking distance, not 1 or 2 kilometers like other speakers have mentioned, providing a crucial space for our children to play, families together, and residents to enjoy nature. Although James Garden and Humber Valley were mentioned in the previous executive meetings, please note that many of our families are young and elderly and need to take a vehicle to get there, nor is it a suitable playing area as is congested with many visitors throughout the city, especially on the weekends by tourism. If there's something we learned during COVID lockdowns and restrictions, it is that green spaces are vital for the mental and physical well-being of all people in all cultures, especially for children and seniors. Parks and green space offer numerous benefits, including improving air quality, reducing stress, providing exercise spaces, and fostering a sense of community. We are naive to think that COVID will be the last pandemic our world will ever face in our lifetime. Our park is cherished and is a cherished part of our neighborhood, and its removal will significantly impact the quality of life of all residents. This fall, construction is set to begin on the same street of the proposed development for a new elementary school, which is desperately needed as shown by the 600 student projection. To give City Council's perspective, and please pay attention to this part, I want City Council to get a real perspective. Mullen Place, the street where the elementary school and the cultural center will be built, is a very, very small street and only consists of 8 homes. The streets surrounding the proposed land will be overwhelmed with traffic twice a day as students arrive and leave the school. And twice a day is plenty. Planning to construct a community center on the same street would lead to very large amount of traffic all throughout the entire day and an over-congestion of vehicles in streets where children play. Our neighborhood has also been dealing with noise pollution for the past few years due to the construction of the Eglinton LRT and the new 4 to 5 new condo towers being built directly from the green space. With the population growth, once the towers open, green space will be even more of a necessity for people to enjoy. I am sure families want to bring their children to Buttonwood Park to play at a playground and enjoy the green space for outdoor activities since there are not many alternatives nearby. I was disturbed and quite upset by the remarks made during the last executive meeting where a city councillor, and I will not mention by name, went into detail about how and why this matter was kept in confidence and how matters such as this should have been kept in-house. So yes, that councillor did say we need to keep things in-house. I do not understand why our city solicitors would deem a small neighborhood park to be a highly private item and see the need to disguise it from the public. Any form of real estate transaction from the city, especially a park with green space, should be transparent and the truth should be revealed, regardless if it may increase the price of privately owned lands. In this case, a separate corporation, Create.to, seemed to be taking the brunt of the blame as to why this matter was kept silent due to the complex real estate issue. Create.to was not elected to represent the interests of the Toronto citizens and its communities. That is the job of the elected officials, and this is why this matter has not been dealt with correctly, as much as City Council claims that they prefer real estate transactions to be completed in-house. Lastly, regarding Councillor's previous remarks, there are many new families who have moved in the community since 2019 who are not aware of these plans or had access to these public documents, especially if they were discussed prior to the COVID pandemic. I apologize, but no information regarding the community center being developed at Buttonwood Park came up when we did our research prior to deciding when moving here. I would have not have moved here if any community center was built alongside a new elementary school because I know that the area cannot withstand this type of traffic. Public consultation or engagement should be the first priority of council before any city parks and green spaces are affected by construction, and is the ethical thing to do for its citizens and the surrounding neighborhoods.
Your last point, please.
Yes, I'm just letting you know that 5,344 signed petitions have been signed, and we have had no consultation by the City of Toronto, and no one from the SCCR has taken place to consult with us. And I invite them to consult with me at any time. My phone number is 6700261.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Next on the list is Luciano Iaboni. Luciano? After Luciano, there's two more.
I'm here. I don't know if, yeah, here we go. Hi.
Hi, Luciano, you have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Luciano Iavoni, and I'm here as a concerned resident of the Buttonwood Park area. I represent a family of 4 who moved to this neighborhood for its parks, green spaces, and excellent schools. We strongly oppose the city's proposal to lease approximately 3 acres of public parkland to a private entity without prior community consultation and assessment of the impacts on local residents. We have sent a detailed letter to the council members outlining our concerns. This letter references specific sections of the official plan and the City of Toronto Parkland strategy, which explicitly state that no city-owned parkland should be sold or disposed of unless it is exchanged for land of equivalent or greater value. The city has not provided adequate justification for this deviation from established policy. This decision has far-reaching implications and warrants thorough data collection, community engagement, and transparent discussion. Furthermore, the proposed lease of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, while supporting a valuable cultural group, does not serve the broader needs of our local community. Our tax dollars have contributed to the maintenance of this park, and losing access to this space would undermine the inclusive and equitable use of public resources. We are wondering why the city is using its finite resources to give away existing parkland from an established and growing residential community to a third party. The proposal lacks a detailed assessment of the opportunity cost and the long-term impact on our neighborhood, including environmental concerns and increased traffic, which pose risks to our children attending nearby schools. The decision-making process has also been flawed. The lack of community engagement and transparency contradicts principles outlined in the Toronto Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan. This plan emphasizes the importance of public consultation, data-driven decision-making, and ensuring that facilities serve the needs of all residents. The community was not properly informed or involved in this proposal, which undermines trust and accountability. We urge the city to reconsider this proposal. Alternative sites should be evaluated, and any decision regarding public parkland should reflect the needs and preferences of the immediate community and align with the city's strategic goals. We call for a more inclusive and transparent planning process that ensures our parks remain accessible and beneficial to all residents. And then just with regards to the motion that was put forth, I don't agree with the wording. It suggests that the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation would lead the community engagement. However, I believe the city should be responsible for conducting the engagements. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, thank you for joining us. And next I have Celeste Mendez. Yep. Celeste, you can hear us?
Hello?
Hi, Celeste. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes, and please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting to time.
I want to approach this from another point of view. You have had speakers speak to the value of the green space. I am going to tell you the park is not 10 acres. If you look at the Toronto board line with the park space, it is not 10 acres. The other thing I want to say to all councillors, please go onto the website for the Somali Cultural Center, read the report that they commissioned by U of T infrastructure section. The report is clear that the community needs this. We all agree that it should be located in the northwest section of the city where vulnerable communities are located. It should suit the Somalian community as well as the Black community. We spoke about probable other locations. Another one came up again today, and I have walked this location. I have lived in Rexdale. which is the location at Kipling and Rexdale. This location has a small parkette that is not included in the 3.4 acres of the lot. It borders Bergamot Park. It allows this community to build this wonderful building that they have, add on the park space they feel should be there to suit whatever the needs, and they should be proud of doing it. It should be situated in the area that have been suggested by the U of T report. Furthermore, I hear all of this, how much green space Central Etobicoke has. I back on to Westmount Park. I can speak to this on a personal level. Westmount Park is a pleasure. It is constantly alive with badminton players, soccer games. The swimming pool is so full with camps they have to shut it down. The tennis courts, the children's playground. And yes, Westmount Park was scouted. I saw them. Didn't fit the purpose because, obviously, didn't have the land. Then we have La Rose Park. La Rose Park borders all the condo buildings on La Rose Avenue. Again, seniors, children, soccer games, dog walkers is always full. Buttonwood Park, bordering on the school. I drive by there. I have family in the area. Again, children, seniors, dog walkers. So let's look at the remarks made by the representatives of the Somalian community. They have been looking for decades, their elders prior. I mentioned at the last meeting. I know of many spaces, having lived in Rexdale for 16 years. The old Sears building, the land over by Woodbine Center where housing was eventually put on. I could go on and on and on. Humber College had land that they finally bought to extend on for years. So those opportunities have existed. What the real issue is money. But we, having heard our trustee and many others, need to say to the City of Toronto, please put this in a location that would make these vulnerable communities proud. Put it at the corner of Kipling and Rexdale where transportation is accessible. Both communities can interact as well as the public, and it would rejuvenate that area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, I believe we're on our last speaker, Olena Volek. Olena, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Elena, you have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're at time.
Thank you. I try to be short. So first of all, thank you for giving
Sorry,
me the
Elena, we
opportunity
can't
to
hear you. Can you get closer to your microphone or?
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
thank you.
So first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Olena Volek, and I'm an environmental scientist, and currently I'm working at the University of Waterloo. And while I'm in favor of construction of Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, I would like to support removing Buttonwood Park from the list of considered location for the center. As an environmental scientist, I want to focus on several environmental concerns associated with the land lease at the Buttonwood Park. So first of all, the park, and actually it's not about just Buttonwood Park, it's about any park that would be considered for this center. So parks and Buttonwood Park are not just recreational areas. They are essential components of our community's environmental infrastructure. The natural green space of Buttonwood Park or other parks help to moderate temperature in surrounding area, providing a cooling effect during the summer and reducing the urban heat island effect. Removing this green space for development would increase local temperature, leading to higher energy use and heating and cooling in nearby buildings. contributing further to environmental degradation. The trees and plants in the park absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen, helping to offset pollution from nearby urban areas and improving overall air quality. And removing green space will result in decreased carbon sequestration, which is crucial for climate change mitigation. This loss will worsen the challenges that we are facing in reducing greenhouse gases emission and combating climate change. The park's natural landscape helps to absorb rainwater, and we are aware today about this rain event. And our parks play crucial role in reducing runoff and potentially preventing flooding in surrounding areas. And finally, parks provide habitat for various species, contributing to areas' biodiversity. For this reason, I believe that paving and development of Buttonwood Park or any other parkland contradicts several of city's key policies and strategies, including city's resilience strategy, wet weather flow master plan, Toronto Green Standard, pollinator protection strategy, and biodiversity strategy. These policies aim to protect and enhance our green spaces, manage storm water efficiently, reduce urban heat and support pollinator health, and also maintain biodiversity. And developing Buttonwood Park or any other park would go against these important goals, undermining the city commitment to environmental sustainability. And at this point, I'm questioning the integrity of the study that was conducted on suitability of the Buttonwood Park, especially environmental part. And honestly, I would like to know the level of expertise of people who were conducting this study. And also, as a scientist, I really evaluate the process of peer review, which is really common. And I'm really upset that the results of the study were not shared with public and were not subject of careful scientific peer review. For this reason, I urge the Council to remove Buttonwood Park or any other parkland from the list of considered location for the center, and please find more suitable location that does not compromise the environmental health for our community and aligns with our city strategies and policies. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to questions to staff. Any questions for staff? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I wondered, these are pretty straightforward parks capital questions, at least to start with. Does the city's budget currently contain a line item for a community center in Etobicoke Centre? About $100 million, if I remember.
Through the chair, it does contain capital funding, yes.
And thank you. And
apologies. Through the chair, no.
Sorry, Chair, could you just hold my time? I don't think I need all five, but I just want to get a chance.
Through the chair, the PFNR's capital budget does include funding for a community recreation center in central Etobicoke.
Does anyone remember what the geographic center was from the consultants about where that center ought to be located?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact street catchments, but we know further towards the central area would better serve the service gap that we had identified following the FMP.
On a geographic network basis, did the consultants not look at the placement of other community centers within the vicinity of Ward 2, Etobicoke Centre, when trying to come up with a plan?
Through the chair, correct. We would look at where we would have existing city-operated community recreation centers and then determine where there is a service gap and identify ideal sites that could address that gap.
Are there existing community centers in Weston, which is just east of the Humber River, just east of the site?
Through the chair, yes. York Recreation Center would be the closest.
And that area is well served?
Correct.
Is that fair? So that would put a bias towards the west end of the ward, because beyond the west end of the ward's Mississauga, there's nothing. So if we're looking at geographically locating, it's away from the Buttonwood site.
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Did staff ever look at the Buttonwood site before?
Initially, when there was work done for the Facilities Parks Master Plan, we did look at the Buttonwood site, and then as you know, there was a direction to potentially look at a potential co-location at the Buttonwood site.
By the way, on that co-location, staff never issued a report. Why?
Unfortunately, that predates me, and I'd have to find out why a report back didn't occur.
Would you believe me if I said it just didn't make sense? You know, judging from the geographic proximity studies and all of the things that was trying to be fit on there, it just didn't make sense. So it was abandoned.
I would, of course, believe you, and I also understand that there was the opportunity with TCDSB did not materialize, so that co-location motivation was no longer there.
And 2019 was a different time, and people were thinking of different things. And by the way, to date, we haven't actually figured out the location of the Etobicoke Center Community Recreation. Like, that's still work in progress.
Correct.
And so that will be a future conversation with the community.
That's right.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I needed.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify a number of things with the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation, because I heard a number of deputies say we never would put a community center in a park. And I think there are a tremendous number of parks in the City of Toronto that actually have a community center on that parkland. Could you clarify that, please?
Through the chair, we would co-locate community centers in parks and have done so, obviously with the councillor and community engagement as being part of that planning process. But it is not something that would not happen. It does happen.
So Jimmy Simpson has a community center, Matty Eckler has a community center, Monarch Park, Earl's Court has a community center. I'm sure there's some community centers in Etobicoke in parks. Is that correct?
Correct. Adjacent to in parks, they're all considered parkland, and it's.
So there's no big wall between a recreation center and a community center for parks, forestry, and recreation. Please confirm that for me.
I can confirm that, absolutely.
Confirm that, and the master plan from 2019 to 2038 would also confirm that that's actually something to co-locate, to have all of these things in one place, recreationally, park, recreation center. That is something that is actually built in to the city's platform and principles. Is that correct?
Permitted, yes, it's permitted under the official plan, and it's part of the FMP.
Sorry, part of the official plan.
To allow for co-location of community recreation centers in parkland.
So the official plan guides everything in the city.
Correct.
Thank you. So the second thing is that this is actually discussion of this park, now that we found it has been going on for quite a while. And the 2019 motion that didn't go anywhere, but at that point, Parks was willing to consider a community center to have a consultation about having a community center in Buttonwood Park. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that was 2019. The meeting didn't take place because possibly COVID, but also there were other things that happened, so there was no need to have the community center there. And then in July 19th, 2022, Councillor Nunziata and Mayor Tory asked to have this Somali Community Center cited somewhere in the, ask you to look for a location and work with the steering committee to look for partnerships and a feasibility study that would look for an appropriate location, correct?
That is correct.
So that's on the record again. So we have a number of things on the record here. We have a motion from the speaker and the then mayor to proceed with this center, come up with some locations. We've come up and looked with all these locations, and this has now been the one that has been selected. And as head of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, that's not something they would say, we never put a community center in a park, we can't do that. Am I right?
That's correct. I would not say.
So you're correct. So this motion to defer would be to say, are there other spots? But it doesn't take this off the table because actually it's part of city policy, is it not?
It is part of city policy. That's
Pardon?
It is part of city policy.
It is part of
yes.
city policy, and you were asked by the previous mayor and city councillor to review it and find a location. You've been working in that way, correct?
Correct. We've been working with Creatio to undertake that work.
But you're the one who has the park, so you've been looking at the parkland. They may have been looking at other city properties. And in 19, you were asked to locate a park, an actual community center in Buttonwood Park. So the fact that we're here today, this isn't the first time, might be the first time members of this community have heard about it, but it's certainly not the first time this has been on the record. It's part of a long-standing conversation from 2019, whatever date that was, October, July 2020, 2019, September, July 2022, and now here we are, July 2024. So I understand how people might not have known about it, but you've known about it, and the city's known about it for 5 years, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Speakers on this item, Councillor Holiday, Matlow, and Morley. Deputy Mayor Morley. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that it's been a very long day, and I thank the members of the committee for listening to members of the public with their various perspectives. I think that we've uncovered a break in the process. Here we have an executive committee representing all sorts of parts of the city, but they just don't have the local knowledge of the community and the park necessary, in my view, to make an informed decision. Part of my job was to help the community come to an opinion on this matter in a rather short order, and I think you've heard that. And to help the community bring forward some information that is specific to the community itself. It's actually interesting to see a little bit of the, kind of like watching Columbo unfold old motions from 2019 and 2022 and so on, trying to weave together a story. I think, though, the community still has never received an answer, because I haven't really figured out the answer of how on earth, of all the sites in the 416 that got thrown into the funnel, the Buttonwood site came out as the number one. And secondly, how is it possible? I'm listening to Councillor Perks say about him, but what he doesn't have is a wink of knowledge on what went into the motion in 2019 and what the thinking was. I wish people would have asked me about it and I would have explained it. So we had luckily the trustee was here today to talk a little bit about it, to dispel any myths. And if you want to open up the discussion about the capital plan around where the community center could go, we can talk at volumes about geographic analysis and where that's headed. But I just don't think the city is ready to move on with that work, because there's still work to be done before they can go out and consult the community. But I think what you saw today, though, and this is really important, was because City Council skipped community consultation, you have a little bit of what's happening here today. I can tell you, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley, for putting your letter out to let folks know that there was a referral motion coming. I think we would be here all day and all night with speakers. I think if you came into the community, you would see streets lined with signs. You would see a petition that's gone around with over 5,000 signatures. Happy to show you my mailbox in my office. Happy to show you my phone records. This really caught people's attention in the short period of time that they were available to look at it. And unlike what we do as a council for something as simple as a development project, like putting in a building on an apartment site, where there is a public consultation, where there's a discussion around the policy, where there's a discussion around the merits of the project, where there's a discussion about all sorts of details, right from the basics, from the provincial plans to the official plans to the zoning, right down to the site and how it's all going to work. None of that happened here. And so what you have is a little taste from some of the community leaders that came forward and gathered up information. Thank you for that work, to bring you an idea of what the community thinks. So I know there was some discussion about community council, and I wish this could have gone through community council and had that conversation. But what you've got is the detachment here of the executive committee from the local population on a very, very local issue. And it is crystallized in the deputations that you see here and has resulted in putting everybody in the most awkward spot possible. So I really hope that the committee sorts its way through this. I see the proposal. I don't know that that has satisfied everybody's concerns, but it's given a little bit of chance to take a closer look at this, to get questions answered, and to give consideration to the possibility of a better site. But most importantly, no one really understands how that funnel worked and how it ended up here. And the ability to scrutinize the work of government, to have their voice before a committee that doesn't include the local councillor on a local issue. So I really do. I know it's been a long day full of flooding and thunder and lightning and power outages, but thank you for listening to them. I can only assure you, based on my experience as the local councillor, my job is to represent what they've asked of me. You just got a sample of it and understand there's a tremendous number of the people in the community with a very strong feeling about their local park, not ours, theirs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matlow?
I'm going to speak in support of Councillor Morley's motion, which I appreciate that she's creating the space and time that's necessary to resolve a conflict which I think most well-meaning people would prefer had never happened in the first place. The Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, and in particular people who I've come to know very well, Zach and Fuad and their peers, are a next generation fighting for something that their parents, that the last generation fought for, which was a place for congregation, a place for celebrating culture, a place for community, a place for recreation, a place for well-being, and to really symbolize and signify that Canada, that Toronto is their place. And the way that they have done their work has been with integrity, with knowledge, with expertise. They've raised like $1 million. They've put their heart and soul and energy and time into this. And I have so much, I'm proud of them, I care about them, and they will always have my heartfelt support. The experience that they've had and lived experience of racism and pushback has really impacted their experience as they fought for a site somewhere to realize this decades-long dream. I also recognize, and I've spoken to many residents directly in the Buttonwood Park area, that there are people who I think genuinely were surprised by this process, that didn't understand why there wasn't consultation, that love and care about their park, and you know, when there's a lack of knowledge, then people do come up with ideas of what might have happened, what happened behind closed doors, you know, because they weren't engaged well enough. And I think that we're hearing from people saying that to us, who love their community and just want to be engaged. I think in fairness to Councillor Holiday, I am convinced, and I want to say this because there was some discussion about this today. What he did in 2019, I really think is a different matter. I think that he was working with the trustee on looking for an opportunity for a school site to replace the existing school site, but they didn't look at doing anything to take away an inch of the park space. And I think in fairness to the local councillor and trustee, that should be acknowledged, because I read the letter, I read the motion, and it's evident to me. And all that shouldn't matter at the end of the day. You know, what I believe, listening to the community, Trustee DiDomenico and others, is that they want to support the Somali community in realizing that dream. What I've heard from the Somali community is that they listened to everything that the city told them to do. Every single step they've done. And now the rules keep changing, and the yardstick keeps being moved, and they're just saying, we just want a site. We just want a site to realize that dream, and we want you to work with us. And they don't want to be in the midst of a conflict. They want their legacy to be something beautiful that everyone celebrates, as it should be. I believe, and I'm optimistic that we're going to get there, what Councillor Morley is doing today is creating that space and the time to review options and to arrive at the right place for a win that will be celebrated, that we will finally have the Somali Centre for Culture and Recreation. One thing that I should push back on is that there was some discussion earlier about a request of Councillor Holiday early on to release items that were in confidence at that time. I would submit that while his intent was well-meaning, that if that had been done, that actually might have jeopardized some of the options that are not city property. And I think that where we are at now, and I just want to give this for comfort and assurance to all, is that you do have an executive committee and a mayor who is listening. Councillor Morley is actively putting motions forward to try to create that space. You have the leadership of the Somali community and the Somali Centre for Culture and Recreation that wants to engage, that has been pleading for that opportunity, that wants to have those conversations. And I believe, and a local councillor who wants to as well. And ultimately, I believe that we're going to get to the right place. So the best thing we can do right now is stop the conflict. It doesn't need to be a one thing versus another. We can achieve a place that will be genuinely celebrated by all. And I look forward to, and maybe this is my idealism, I look forward to a day where we are cutting the ribbon on a new Somali Culture and Recreation Centre, and everyone in this room would want to be there and celebrate it and rejoice together. And I believe we're going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Deputy Mayor Morley and then Councillor Carroll. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Perks and Cole. All right, and Fletcher. Thank you very much. Next up, Deputy Mayor Morley, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. If you could, clerks, please display the motion. I'd like to introduce it again here, and there has been some slight changes to the wording. So the revised motion reads as follows, that the Executive Committee refer the item back to the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate Management in consultation with Chief Executive Officer at Create TO to allow staff to continue the negotiations for the proposed land lease and to allow the delivery of a comprehensive community engagement program by city staff in cooperation with the Somali Centre for Cultural and Recreation, and that consideration also be given to any other sites if identified in this engagement, and direct the Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate Management to report back to the Executive Committee with a target of the October 1st, 2024 meeting of Executive Committee. I'll just offer some brief remarks. And appreciate my colleagues' engagement on this issue. And though I do think that the deputations were not best received in this venue today because of the intention that was clearly stated at the onset to proceed with the requested additional deep and intentional consultation with the local community, which we've heard loud and clear. And I hear many colleagues are of course in agreement with the need for that as part of this ongoing process. And we're very happy to facilitate that and look forward to support from my colleagues here today. I will just say on a personal note, you know, I do find the discussion this afternoon a little bit deflating and a little bit unfortunate because there does need to be a lot more dialogue between the proponents of this proposal, the city, and the local community. We heard a lot about, you know, a park within a city or a city within a park rather. And I think it's also important and incumbent on us to also remember our city slogan of diversity, our strength. I had the great pleasure of serving as a staff member in Etobicoke Centre, specifically the area where Buttonwood is located. And I enjoyed my time there. I got to know a lot about the community, the residents there, their passion for their neighborhoods, for their local parks. And one of the things that I did note, and frankly, what motivated me to run for office was the voices and the experiences that were not typically represented. We heard from Fuad this afternoon that 7% of the population in Etobicoke Centre are Black community members. That includes the Somali community. And what we've not done a very good job of in our history is investing in infrastructure for communities who have been historically marginalized and oppressed. And this here represents an opportunity for us to do just that. And I think it's critically important for us all to be mindful of our role in making a better city, better communities, better wards that are inclusive, that are thoughtful, that prioritize and appreciate the sacredness of human life and safety and joy and all of the things that we all heard about and want for ourselves and our neighbors. And while, of course, trees and nature are fundamental to all of this, we'll not have a long-term future to enjoy them if we don't get better at taking care of each other along the way. So I will leave it at that. And I look forward to colleagues' support of this motion and for the necessary ongoing dialogue in community, with respect, and hopefully with good intention to get to the end goal that folks have all agreed is an important one. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Morley. Next, I have Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the motions, and I hope it leads to, a different dialogue than we've had here today, because Councillor Morley put it so well. Of course, if you bring a single decision and it's a binary yes or no, you're going to get a difficult tenor of debate. But a true consultation is going to have to mean a lot of listening on all sides. I'm not tooting my own horn here. I'm tooting the horn of staff. Here's my thing. I don't know how this happened, that so much happened in the way of motions and yet no consultation. But I know this. In my ward, I almost have to hold staff back from consulting. It's like, okay, you've had 2, you've had 3, we've had so many consultations, we don't need to have more. And I have a feeling I know why that is. I create a safe space for the community, all parts of it, and a safe space for staff to say their piece and to be able to communicate so that it truly is a dialogue. And they feel like they're doing their job and they want to come back for more. It happens very frequently in my ward. I almost have to hold them back. And so if we have any role at all in these things, I mean, yes, it's a real estate decision here, but there are emotions in the community. But if we have any role as councillors, is to facilitate making sure that it is in fact a well listened to dialogue. In my ward, my residents know, because I've done it multiple times, that if a conversation becomes extremely biased along socioeconomic lines or any other lines, that I'll end the meeting. It's over. Good night. We're going home now at 7:35. Good night, everybody. That's right. Off to your cars. We're done. I've done it twice. And you only have to do it twice, and then it doesn't happen again. And I would suggest that that group norm be the group norm of these consultations, and then that everyone endeavor to hear each other in those consultations. There may be multiple sites on the table. All of those sites may have unique properties about them, and everyone's got to listen before speaking. And if that happens, I think we're finally going to find a home for the Somali cultural community and recreation center. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next, I have Councillor Parks.
Thank you. In these conversations, context matters. So let's look at a few pieces of context. I think probably the most important one was raised by Deputy Mayor Morley. Yeah, it's a city within a park, or a park within a city, but it's also a place where diversity is our strength. And we have a lot of catching up to do to actually live up to that slogan, to create diverse spaces within the City of Toronto. It's a duty we have. That's important context. Another piece of important context is this issue of green space and whether or not we put facilities within it. I'm quite lucky to have High Park within my ward. It's actually deeded to the city as you can't build there. And recently, we've expanded the building that serves the zoo. We have a proposal right now to expand the building that supports the nature center. There are all kinds of buildings in there. There's a restaurant in there. Providing amenities within parks is just part of what we do. I've got a community center that's been on the books in my ward for 20 years, the Wabash Community Center, and it literally is going to be expanded into green space. And the only comment I get from my community about that expansion into green space is, why haven't you done it yet? Anywhere else in the city where we were building a community center, the pressure would be to hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. That's an important piece of context. It's amazing to me, actually, that the MPP for the area seems hell-bent on protecting green space here, but evidently not on the waterfront. It's kind of surprising that Minister Surma is suddenly so possessed with the issue of protecting the environment after years of telling the City of Toronto, the environment's none of your business. We can build anything we want on the waterfront. It's just important context to keep in mind. I think it's also important to recognize that the context about how we make decisions transparently isn't something that just arrived here today on this item. The whole process of moving our real estate decisions to an arm's length corporation called Create.to was hotly debated at Toronto City Council. A number of us thought it was a really bad idea to put those decisions under a board of directors rather than under Toronto City Council. And I just checked the vote, and while I voted against doing that, Councillor Holyday voted for it. Anyone who's been here, I'll show you the vote. Anyone who's been here for a while knows that having members of the public service directly report to council is your guarantee of transparency, and having them report to agencies outside, corporations outside of city council is an impediment to transparency. It's kind of interesting that these pieces of context seem to vanish in the moment. You have to wonder about what that moment is, about why it was absolutely okay for elected officials representing Etobicoke Centre to say it is critical that we find space for a Catholic school and a community center within a Catholic school in our ward, but somehow finding space for this group isn't critical. That's an important piece of context too.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor, Deputy Mayor Cole on the list now.
Yes. Again, I think we're in a bad place here. This has turned into really something very ugly. And unfortunately, it's something that you can't point a finger at anybody in particular, but you know, it's pretty obvious what's happening here. I just want to give my context here, as Gord said. I represent an area at Lawrence Heights. I have a pretty significant Somali community. I have been to numerous funerals, wakes, where young Somali men have been shot and murdered in cold blood. I've been to court with their mothers of sons who've tried to identify the killers to no avail. At one point, there were 60 young Somali men from Toronto who were murdered in cold blood. Not one prosecution. Shot and killed in the streets of Toronto over the years, some in Edmonton too. Not one prosecution when these men were killed in cold blood. And you can imagine, so if you're a Somali living in Toronto, and say, well, am I really a Canadian? Because they don't seem to do anything when my brother gets shot and killed. When my son gets shot and killed, they don't seem to do anything. And that's why I just put that, what we're doing here today in that context, that here is a group of Toronto citizens that are desperately trying to deal with that type of reality. It's not all of our realities, but it's the Somali community's reality, unfortunately. And the media don't go near this because it's too hot. But that's one of the realities of Toronto. And that we see these murders in cold blood, nothing is done. So we've got members of that community who are trying to do something about this. And they haven't just come forward at this point about this location. They've been crying out for this help for decades. They've asked for help because people say, well, what are you doing? Well, they're saying, well, we need a safe place for our children. We need a place where they could feel protected, where they feel that they're included, nurtured, and loved. That's what they're asking for. So all of a sudden, they're in the middle of this basically turf war. And who's at fault? I don't know. But all I do know, I saw that 2019 letter where the local councillor, the community council of Etobicoke, the trustee said, hey, why don't we build a school, maybe 2 schools and a community center in the park? That was in 2019. And yet nobody knew about it. Nobody said a word. Now all of a sudden everybody comes out, oh, don't touch the park. Don't touch the park. So you can imagine how disillusioned the members of the Somali community are when they see that reaction, when they know that back in 2019, they started looking at this park for schools and for a community building. And so then people started to blame, well, it's a city staff, we weren't included. I mean, the discussion on this started in 2019 in that specific location. Where were the people at Etobicoke Community Council? Did they get consulted about this idea? Nobody did. Nobody complained about that lack of consultation back in 2019. Now they're complaining, well, we weren't consulted now. Yet they had a proposal before them for 2 schools and a community center. I just think we've got to realize what we've created here, and we better get off this road that leads to nowhere and start considering the needs of this community, and they're desperately asking for our help. So whatever way we can find to do it, let's do it, but don't forget what we've done by creating this conflict that further adds the anguish of these mothers who've lost all these children through murder in our streets of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next, I have Councillor Fletcher. Are there any speakers after that? Councillor Fletcher, your last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm really sorry we're having this very difficult, very long conversation today. We've got a lot of people here that are really passionate about parks and recreation, which is always good in the city of Toronto. Thumbs up from our general manager. But I really do want to set the record straight, because there is a record. And I think everybody understands there is a record. The record is number 1 in our master plan. Parks have recreation centers in them. As a matter of fact, that's where we can cite them. So I want to put that chestnut to bed, that we can't have a recreation center in a park. It's not true. We do it all the time. It's in our master plan. It was actually in the letter that Councillor Holyday sent in 2019. So let's put that one to bed. The other thing is, there's the 2019 letter, and I'm sorry if you feel like I'm beating up on you, Councillor, I'm not, but it is your letter, it's on the record, and I just want to say, what if it hadn't worked out like that? What if the Catholic School Board hadn't found somewhere else? There would be according to this, would have been a consultation about 2 schools and a community center in Buttonwood Park. That's what this says. It directs the Parks Department and the Recreation Department to go and do that in consultation with the Catholic School Board. There's nothing else that it says. But that didn't happen. But it's still there. It could have happened. So we have this pathway. Now that's a divergent. They got something else. So we're still there. 2022, then Mayor and the Speaker brought a motion that said, find a place for the Somali Community Center. We want to help the Somali community. Find a place. Talk to the Parks Department, talk to this person, do that, find a place. So that was 2 years ago, actually, that happened. And now we've started, well, here's some places. And I understand it's frustrating not to know what all the other pieces were, but Councillor, even then, our real estate's our real estate. If I'm going to do something next door to you and I want to do something to your place, or just, it's property, and people are quite careful about how they talk about property, and we have to be. So I understand that people here are kind of surprised, like, where did that come from? How did that happen? But I hope you understand that what we've shown today is 2019, that 2022. So it's not as if we just woke up and said, make this happen. There's a long thread that's being pulled through here, And so the light of day is that this Buttonwood's been looked at a number of times, and that Somali Community Center has been on the record from the last council meeting and our last mayor. So it's not coming out of nowhere, it's coming on a pathway, and we're still on the pathway. Unfortunately, I don't feel like we're together on a pathway yet. But Buttonwood has said that's a great site. Well, it might be a great site, but this motion says, are there other great sites? Let's look and make sure. Before we do that, are there other great sites? But I want to be clear, there's nothing wrong with putting a community center in a park. That's actually what we're talking about. We're going to look at other sites. There might be something else. I also want to say there's a perception, I'm sure it's very wrong, but there's a perception that because it's a Somali community center, that we can't look at it in Buttonwood Park. I'm sure that's not the case, and I'm seeing shaking of heads, but that is a perception and sometimes the impression that this is our park, we can't share it, this is our community. Parks belong to the whole city. I don't know the designation on this park, if it's a parkette, if it's a regional park, if it's a district park, if it's an island. The island in Toronto is the biggest park in the city. It's the destination for everybody. I have parks with many different designations. People come to parks from everywhere. They come to community centers from everywhere. So I just want to say, let's try to find a way to go forward. We've had a conversation, difficult here, to go forward together in a good way. Is there a way we can have conversations about other sites, this site? How do we do that? Maybe it's a big meal. I always think it's always a good idea to eat together, because then we understand what we eat, how we think, good conversation. But something, and this will be led by the parks, by the City of Toronto, in consultation with others according to your motion, Councillor Morley, and thank you very much for that. So I just want to say I think that's a great motion. I'm going to support it. We'll be back here again. I don't want to come back here with the same deputations. We have to come back with something new. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's our final speaker on the item. Yes, we have a motion. All right, there's a motion on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much. And we're going to switch. Sure. Thank you. To a recorded vote.
All those in favor of adopting the motion to refer, Deputy Mayor Malik, Mayor Chow, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Perks, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, and Councillor Matlow, and Deputy Mayor Morley. That's unanimous.
Members of council, thank you for indulgence for me coming in and out. There's still 109,000 people without power and 500 plus traffic signals are not working. However, our emergency service personnel are rescuing people. They are getting them out of the elevators, out of cars. They're cleaning the debris. They're doing fantastic job keeping everyone safe and secure. And they're pumping water out of the Union Station. So anyway, back to the item in front of us. There are, can I just get a sense, because there's a large number of people on Ontario Science Centre, let me just do two quick items. The governance, community benefit plan, the FIFA Fan Festival, are there any speaker on that item that are still here? There are two. Oh, okay, good. And we will do that one quickly. And then the development review related authorities. Peter Martin, you're here still, right? Okay, thank you. Let me just do the community benefit plans because I suspect that one will be faster. Chloe from TDC Riders, and Marie Bodeglia and Emily Alfred on FIFA. Come join us, come and speak. Let us know what you need. This is item 21 on FIFA, FanFest, and Program Advisory Framework. You have 5 minutes. Tengpongush, you are ready? Okay. Oh, you're not ready, okay. My apologies. May I just see a show of hands? How many of you are here for the Ontario Science Centre items? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. 5, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting all day. My apologies. Let us just deal with these two quick items. All yours, Chloe.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening in to my presentation today. My name is Chloe Tangpong Prush. I am an advocate with TTC Riders and an urban planning student at Toronto Metropolitan University. I'll try to keep this brief as it's been a very long day. I just wanted to say that we are very pleased to see some action on advancing the Rapideo and Dufferin Street and Bathurst Street. These improvements have been a really long time coming for riders. They're very, very overdue, and they're going to be critical for moving Torontonians and tourists alike during the games. At the same time, it should not have taken the fear of the shame of the eyes of the world for us to get this thing going. It's the shame of our floundering transit system that is spurring us into action. I mean, this is a few buckets of red paint we're talking about. You know, at the very least, we're taking action now, and it's better late than never. With any luck, Rapideo will be implemented on Dufferin and Bathurst well ahead of the commencement of the games. There are a lot more we can do, however, and I'd like to take this opportunity to point out some transit-specific interventions that can have a measurable impact on riders, rider experience during the games, and for many years to come. So in order to take full advantage of our existing transit system, visiting tourists unfamiliar with our network need to be guided using a comprehensive system of communication, signage, and wayfinding for our transportation network. So I'm going to expand a little bit on wayfinding from what we mentioned in our letter to the executive committee. So the first step that we can take is to tie in other bus improvements to the Rapideo program. Let's take a trip west to Vancouver, where their new enhanced BRT Light network called Rapid Bus has led to new ridership records and North America's highest post-pandemic ridership recovery of any major transit system. So here, the Rapid Bus stops are a lot more intuitive to riders. They provide a lot more information, such as upcoming stops, more contact information, and an e-ink display that displays upcoming departures. It's a lot better than what we have here, which is just a bunch of numbers sitting on a pole. If you were a tourist and you landed in Toronto, which one of these bus stops would you rather ride the bus from? I would rather ride the one from Vancouver. There's just a lot more information. It's a lot better for unfamiliar users, and the best part is that it's a low cost of implementation, and it can be done before the commencement of the games. Next, we're going to fly across the Pacific. We've landed in Tokyo, and they've already figured out how to run an efficient transit system. And so we'll not be able to import hundreds of kilometers of lines or hundreds of stations, but we can implement their wayfinding system very easily. So some of the benefits that they do is that they have a fully integrated wayfinding system. No matter which operator you're using, whichever company runs your trains, all of the signs look the same. They don't pretend like the other agencies don't exist, which is a big problem here in Toronto. It is a fully up-to-date wayfinding system, so everything is completely consistent, and they have optimizations such as signs that slowly give information to the riders so they know when to make decisions. They use color coding, and they use coding using lines and numbers of exits, for example, or lines that allows them to navigate the stations a lot easier. And they also use floor decals as well. These are interventions that are very easy to implement. Now let's come back to Toronto, where we have a situation that does not look great. We have, wayfinding signs dating back to half a century ago. We have 4 different wayfinding systems in place on our subway network because these signs have not been removed and updated. Forget about integrating with other agencies. We can't even figure out how to integrate these signs ourselves. So these stations are hard to navigate because information is poorly communicated to the rider. Riders have to make split-second decisions on where they need to go and are simultaneously overwhelmed with too many choices and not enough information. And our digital wayfinding is also very inadequate. For example, when you approach Union Station on the subway, it will not list that you can transfer to GO trains, despite the fact that most people there are transferring to GO trains. So, we have a wayfinding standard. It's not compliant with Metrolinx's, and it's not fully implemented yet, but it's better than nothing. So we should be fully funding our wayfinding program at the TTC. We have a very hardworking man named Ian there who's heading up the design department. Give his team some money. They desperately need it. So, these reforms will also have very positive impacts on locals who are not regular transit riders. Evidence from the 2010 Olympics shows that travel patterns were significantly altered after the games for people who were converting to taking transit. So if we improve our wayfinding, which this is the current state of affairs right now, people are using guerrilla wayfinding to get around the system. So I highly encourage you to expand the scope of Rapid TO and to include wayfinding improvements as part of changes to happen before FIFA, so then riders can take advantage of a new and improved transit system, and that tourists are able to navigate the system effectively. And I highly encourage you to work with transportation services, the TTC, and Metrolinx in developing a transportation framework.
Thank you. That was, you're making me very jealous of all the signs that are from other countries, or even other cities. Just thank you for that very informative deputation. Any questions? No? Maria Bedoya. Are you from TDC Riders also? Oh, okay. We're all ears.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today, given the length of today's agenda. My name is Maria Bedoya, and I'm here representing the Toronto Community Benefits Network. The TCBN would like to commend the proactive approach taken by the FIFA Toronto Secretariat and the continued support from Mayor Chow, Deputy Mayor Malik, and the Toronto Executive Committee. We would also like to recognize the motion passed earlier today on social procurement targets, which the TCBN fully supports. The staff report for the July Executive Committee meeting contains encouraging updates, including measurable targets for community benefits, a commitment to achieve accountability, transparency, and public reporting, and the intention to develop a Toronto Secretariat-led community benefits program advisory body. The FIFA Community Benefits Plan aims to provide a roadmap to ensure workforce development and supply chain diversity opportunities for Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving communities in Toronto. While these recommendations are promising, there are lingering concerns regarding measurable targets, public reporting, and implementation. The TCBN is advocating for the following recommendations to be jointly monitored, tracked, and evaluated by Toronto Secretariat-led Community Benefits Program Advisory Body. Recommendation 1 is around measurable targets. The Community Benefits Plan for FIFA 2026, which includes an employment and labor market plan, should contain specific and measurable minimum hard targets. Said targets include a minimum 10% equity hiring in apprenticeships, 50% local and equity hiring for professional, administrative, and technical positions as a part of the workforce development requirements in all large contracts, and a 50% target for social procurement for individuals and vendors from Indigenous, Black, and historically marginalized communities and social enterprises. The second recommendation is around youth employment. The recommendation is to develop an equitable approach to youth participation, aiming to create opportunities for Indigenous, Black, and diverse youth to get good jobs, training, and career development opportunities through the FIFA Community Benefits Plan. Third is public reporting. The development of a public-facing website that outlines the community benefits plan and outcomes, and work with community organizations and nonprofits to disseminate information on upcoming jobs, training, and procurement opportunities in addition to reporting outcomes. And lastly, the reported outcomes we're seeking include disaggregated gender and race-based data, including the number of people hired through community benefits, apprenticeship hours performed through community benefit hires trade by trade, contracts awarded to vendors from historically marginalized communities, training opportunities provided, as well as the dollar value of contracts awarded to vendors from historically marginalized communities and social enterprises. The TCBN, along with several other community nonprofits, labor organizations, and advocates, have been regularly meeting to discuss the risks and opportunities associated with FIFA, including human rights implications and mitigation strategies, environmental concerns, community benefits, and the establishment of a public advisory committee. Through these discussions, the concerns shared by various stakeholders can be classified into 3 categories. 1 is adherence to labor laws and standards, including protecting workers' rights and ensuring fair wages. 2 is environmental leadership, such as improving transit options and implementing sustainable practices for waste management. 3 is creating a safe and inclusive environment by focusing on providing affordable housing, supporting vulnerable populations, and advocating for Toronto as a sanctuary city. As noted in the staff report, staff have identified and will pursue opportunities for sector engagement with the events, hospitality, and tourism industries in particular, which are anticipated to see increased opportunities due to the hosting of FIFA 2026. The TCBN encourages the Executive Committee to consider exploring various sectors of opportunity to provide more employment opportunities for Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving groups. Such sectors can include security, construction, hospitality, tourism, and sports and events management. The TCBN supports city staff's recommendation to encourage private sector partners and employers to voluntarily commit to community workforce development targets and goals in their operations related to hosting FIFA 2026. We encourage the City of Toronto to request FIFA to publish their human rights framework and hold them accountable for responsible contracting measures that include commitments to good jobs, community benefits, training, supply chain diversity, and legacy opportunities. In conclusion, the TCBN remains committed to engaging with the FIFA 2026 Toronto Secretariat and various stakeholders to ensure that the community benefits plan associated with FIFA 2026 reflects the diverse and inclusive values of the Toronto community. Thank you very much for listening to my deputation.
Thank you. Any question to the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Emily Alfred, thank you for taking the time. Emily Alfred, are you here? Okay. Online? Nope. On the item, Councillor Cole moved the recommendations in front of us. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. The next item, Councillor Matlow promised me it's not going to be long. There's one deputant only, Peter Martin.
I'm just so glad staff are here because I don't know how we do that.
Yes, good afternoon. I will keep this briefer than I planned this morning to
Thank you
show
for staying
consideration
all
to
day.
everyone. As the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness is the non-Indigenous community advisory board to the City on Housing and Homelessness, obviously is very happy to support what's going on with the Development Review Department. The whole trend at the city from 2019 with the end-to-end development review through concept to keys, through the furnace of Bill 109, has resulted in the new development and services area and the reorganization and reprioritization of housing at the city. The creation this year of the Development Review Department is a salient benefit to the whole process of getting housing built. As you're all aware, in December of last year, there was an administrative inquiry that Councillor Holiday asked with regard to the number of housing units that have been built or are going to be built in relation to the housing plan. And although the number there is at 205%, have already been approved, built, or are under construction, that number, of course, is not reflective of actual reality, since the bulk of those approved developments will not actually ever get built. Speed is the key to maintaining financial viability for these projects, and I'm certain on behalf of the not-for-profit housing sector that the Development Review Department will show a significant improvement in times for approving development applications. As anyone who was at Planning and Housing this month can confirm, the Development Review timeline metrics, which were adopted by the committee, show a significant decrease in the time it's taken for these approvals, a really great achievement and accomplishment. And these delegations of authority will, of course, make the job of doing the work of the Development Review Department far more efficient. And the only thing I'm going to leave you with is just the reminder that in the upcoming partnership agreement negotiations between city planning and other departments with regard to allocation of responsibilities, that parties recognize the underlying thrust and principle behind this whole 5-year process of moving towards what would be anachronistically now called a multi-departmental team approach. It's not going to be multi-departmental, that's the whole point. But this idea of a project-focused team approach, I think, is going to see a real change to the way the housing gets built in this city, particularly deeply affordable and supportive housing, which needs to have speedy approval processes because the financial metrics are much thinner. And that is my submission at 3:05.
I actually have a question for you. When we were passing that 6,000 units of affordable housing last meeting, I looked up some numbers. The big cooperative on Eglinton East, the process completed, this is the rezoning, started from day of start of review to council approval was 69 days.
Yes.
The one that you were talking about, maybe the Kingston Road one, that one process completed in 82 days from the start of review to council approval. That's just a few months.
Yeah.
And the one that was the longest, which is the King Street East, the 1337 one, I think you're familiar with that one also, the official plan amendment. It went through on July, well, it is coming to July Community Council and Council. This is Parkdale United Church Foundation. That is going to get through in 88 days. Yeah. Have you, in the last 20 plus years, experienced this kind of speed in terms of approval of affordable housing?
Not at all.
It's a bit of a leading question.
Well, you know, you're going to be surprised that you're going to get the answer you're hoping for. But yeah, it's a complete change to the whole way this works. And we're going to get away from these zombie application approvals.
What's it called again?
Well, I mean, you've got all these application approvals.
Zombie application.
Well, they're approved, but they're never going to be built. They're completely dead. So this kind of support, and I'll give you another one right back on the Danforth, the HouseLink Mainstay partnership with an adjacent private developer. The Development Review Department has worked really hard to help that get through as quickly as it is going through. And all of these things are massively important, not just for housing as a whole, but as I said before, specifically as you alluded to, with affordable and supportive housing projects. So,
I like the way you call it, project-centered team approach.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to the deputants? No. Councillor Matlow, you have some question to staff, or?
I will spare us the time, given the time of the day, but I have a motion that I'll speak to briefly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's hear it.
So I'm going to vote against this, and I respectfully disagree with this approach. That being said, I appreciate the support of the mayor for the motion that I'm going to move to ensure that we are provided with some relevant information, essentially to monitor if this is successful and make sure that there is some necessary oversight so that it achieves its stated goals. My concerns that I just want to put on the record, although again, it's a respectful disagreement, and I hope I'm wrong, is that I don't want to see a scenario where there's sort of we end up with two popes, ultimately, and that we, while trying to solve one problem, end up with another problem unintentionally. Mayor Tory and I think everyone who wanted to change the approach, I think we're trying to fix the problem where you have a development and review team that isn't really answerable to anyone in particular, not planning. So an application will be circulated to Toronto Water and everybody, and they may get an answer, they may not. Depends who's at the desk, if somebody responds to an email. But there is nobody that says this is the time frame, this is what we need, and you're accountable to us, and you need to do it. So it makes a lot of sense that, in my view, that planning being the lead, and I would actually prefer to have a scenario where we have a chief planner that has essentially deputy city manager powers to be able to drive an application. And that way you don't have two silos where you have essentially a project management team that's just focusing on driving through the application. And then the other silo, you've got the policy development. So you've got housing, employment lands, all those important focuses. When the reality of planning in Toronto is that it has to be both holistic and also it has to be done with sort of one brain, because policy and the actual application is one and the same. In fact, what our best planners do is that they interpret policy, they interpret city policy, they interpret provincial legislation, and all of that informs how they consider an application. If you tear those two apart and they're siloed, I don't know, based on what's being recommended, who actually ends up being the ultimate arbiter. Is it Valesa? Is it JAG? Is it the new chief planner? It's not clear. And I would prefer that there be a very clear role in that as far as who has the last say, and it should rest, I believe, with the chief planner, who is empowered to do so. The last thing I'd like to share is that we have some remarkable planners, remarkable community planners, remarkable people working on policy. And I want to make sure that over the next year that they are genuinely included in this conversation, that they are talked with as this continues to terraform, because their knowledge and expertise will contribute to the success of whatever new model we have. So ultimately, yes, we need a new model. Yes, we need to fix the initial problem. I'm not convinced that what is being proposed and delegated for staff essentially to go figure out is the best solution that we can offer. So therefore, I do need to disagree with this, I do, but I hope that you'll support my motion to at least provide us information over the next year to account for the decisions that will be made.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you want to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. So I'm going to be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion, although he and I disagree on the reasoning. What his motion does is two things. It asks city staff to give every member of council a little bit more information on what this process change will look like. So you'll get a document saying, here's the new org chart, Here's who you phone with this question, here's who you phone with that question, here's who makes this decision, here's who makes that decision. So every member of council will get that. And that's good and right. We should get that whenever there's a reorganization, so we understand our working relationships. The second part says, come back to us in a year and tell us how it's going. And I'm actually really excited that he's moving that, because I think it's going to go a lot better than it has been. I do, however, disagree on some of the reasoning Councillor Matlow has put in front of me. I'd like to spend a moment on that. Right now, today, before, or a year ago, let's go back a year, 2 years, 3 years ago in time, community planning reported separately to the chief planner from the policy groups, right? The people doing the work on the official plan, the people doing the work on rental replacement, the people doing the work developing the Toronto Green Standards, they reported separately. They were two different silos within the planning department. And if you look at the reports that come to you with planning applications, they are signed by the regional planning manager. In Councillor Matlow's ward, that's Oren Tamer. Oren Tamer will be signing the planning reports that go in Councillor Matlow's ward a year from now. The same person with a planning degree will be signing off on planning applications. So it's not creating a new silo. It's not tearing something apart that was currently joined together. It is saying instead, we are going to take people who are in Toronto buildings, in Toronto water, in technical services, and make them part of a team that works with the planner to approve an application. I'd ask you to put your hands up if you've ever had a frustration with getting, say, someone from transportation engineering to sign off on an application or to solve a problem in an application. I said no hands up because I don't want to embarrass any members of the public service, but it's a common problem. We have been actually piloting this kind of work for a while in different planning parts of the city, and it has been enormously successful. The report you have today in front of you makes some small changes to the municipal code so that it's clear who has authority to work with the city solicitor if a settlement officer comes. It's that kind of thing. This work to transition to team-based approach is already been piloted and is in place. It's in place in Councillor Matlow's ward, and it has been for over a year. So this is not something to panic about. This is actually a good thing. This is us solving finally the problem that the people reviewing planning applications reported to different bosses. Now they'll report to Ms. Faria, who I can tell you, if anyone's ever done an affordable housing project when she was in the affordable housing office, the joke was there must be 5 of her because she gets so much work done. So we're going to see better coordination. We are not sacrificing anything in terms of the relationship between the two branches of planning. It's always existed. And as you know, Mr. Sharma, the Deputy City Manager, Mr. Connect, and Ms. Faria will tell you, the Mayor and I and others on Council in our briefings about this have gone up this one side of this and down the other to make sure that there's career path planning, that there's cross-training, that there's clear lines of accountability. So you're going to get a document now that lays all that out. We'll come back in a year, and we'll all put on party hats to celebrate how well it's gone.
I
Yes.
can't wait. Okay,
Thank you.
party hat. On that note. Okay, wait. There are more speakers. Hang on. Deputy Mayor McAfee wants to speak. Oh, I need to extend the meeting. Pardon me. Okay, because it's now 6 o'clock. Councillor Ainsley extending the meeting. Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carry, we're extending. I know Councillor McAfee has to leave.
I canceled.
Oh,
for you.
Oh.
And for coffee. I can be bribed.
Oh, boy. Okay, Councillor McAfee, you have a speech. You are saying something. You are talking to Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank our city staff for the hard work that they are doing
reforming the way we process development applications in the City of Toronto. This was work that started under C2K. It started off with the former chief planner and with Will Johnson when he was in Toronto Building. And then we decided that this was important, and we split the portfolios, and we created a new position, and we hired Jag Sharma to do that. And he's doing an exemplary job, and I do think that anything that would suggest otherwise is completely offensive and untrue. And we have seen the amount of time it takes to process developments start coming down. Applications are getting through faster. That's because of the transformative work that they are doing in the public service. And because the new teams, when a development application comes in that team, you have somebody that is a specialist in parks, in water, in transportation, and all the things that you need to review the applications. For the first time, we don't get comments that contradict each other. Yes. We would have comments that came in from transportation that might disagree with what came in from water on how to lay things out. Those are now internally resolved. You go back once to the applicant then knows who their contact is to work out those issues and to get everything through the pipeline faster. It is working. We need a chief planner to continue to do the big city building plans that we have. The official plan needs to be updated, and we have employment areas that we're continually reviewing. There is plenty of work to go around to keep a chief planner busy. Gord is a full-time job, so in itself. So, you know, there is enough work here. The city service, there you go, has done a really exemplary job transforming the way they're doing developments, speeding things up, getting things built. We have seen unprecedented number of cranes in the sky building housing this year. 220 in the spring. It's starting to come down, and that's because of their great work. So I think we owe it to them to give them a big thank you here today, and their full support in the transformation that they're going through. Is there growing pains? Sure, of course. There are always growing pains when you go through change. That's why we have change management. That's why it's a thing. It's actually a process. There's people that specialize in it. We have great people that are working that in the City of Toronto. So big thanks to everybody.
I get to be on the hiring committee for the dealing with Councillor Perk's job.
Thank you. Those are three very, very insightful speeches. All those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion, opposed, carry. Motion as the item as amended, recorded vote. Recorded vote, okay?
All those in favor? Mayor Chow, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cole, Councillor Perks, Councillor McKelvey, and Councillor Morley. All those opposed? Councillor Matlow. It carries. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to finish that item. Our last item, the Ontario Science Centre. Sorry to keep everybody waiting. I hope you enjoy your time here until now. Thank you for being so patient. And I'm open for comment about how the meeting is going. Okay, I have a list here. And starting with Elsa Lam, and then Jason Ash. I actually, at around 6:30, have to excuse myself to still manage that rain thingy. So I can handle a few of these, but then you will have to take over. Do we have a lot of folks online? How many speakers are there for Science Center? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 or 5. Okay. Thank you. So we should be able to probably finish by 6:40, 6:30, 6:40. Okay. I know some of you absolutely have to leave by 7. We will be mindful of it. 5 minutes for you. Thank you for being here, Elsa.
Of course.
You all set up?
Yeah.
Okay.
I brought some slides with me. I had lots of time to work on.
You need to put the mic on and speak into it so we could hear you. Yeah,
Okay.
the red button. There you go.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for hearing this item last in the day. So I am Elsa Lamb. I edit Canadian Architect Magazine. I'm an honorary member of the Ontario Association of Architects and a fellow with the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada, and have been following very closely the Ontario Science Centre issue and very much appreciate the staff report that's being seen today, as well as Josh Matlow's motion that led to it and the follow-up motion that's being advanced today. And I wanted to take the opportunity to just present some facts that I've uncovered in my research about the Science Centre that I hope will help the city and staff as it proceeds in this process of handling this valuable asset for Torontonians and for Ontarians. And there's 4 things that I want to discuss today. They're on the screen. I want to talk about what the real cost of repairing what the Science Centre is, which is much less than what the province is saying. I want to talk about how the repairs can be staged and how there's a manufactured crisis going on here. I want to talk about the idea of operating the Science Centre within Building C in order to maintain programming and minimize the short-term repair costs. And I also want to debunk this myth that keeps on coming out from the Ontario government that the buildings need to be closed and vacated for repairs, which is simply not the case. So this is the latest slide from the Ontario government. For those of you who were following their press conference last Thursday, it was one of their slides in their deck, and it kind of points to some of these things that I'm going to attempt to debunk today. The $500 million cost that they keep on citing as the cost for repairing the Science Centre, the idea that there's significant issues that have developed that are not included in that cost, and again, in bold at the bottom, the idea that all 3 buildings would need to be vacant to undertake critical repairs. The true cost of repairing the Science Centre, looking at Infrastructure Ontario's own documents, which I know that your city staff have done in their report, but your city staff have also acknowledged that they lack the resources to go deeper in this analysis. So I hope that this helps them with that work or assists in the next step of that work. So if you look at the pension report, which is part of the business case for relocating the Ontario Science Centre from its current location to Ontario Place, there is a detailed kind of cost breakdown of the costs that were involved. The total, if you add up all of these costs that are listed here, is $228 million. So if you're following me, this is significantly less than the $500 million that the province is talking about. And this estimate includes, I went through the big Excel spreadsheet that they offered as an appendix here. This estimate includes $32 million towards roof repair, $11 million towards repairing the bridge, $33 million towards the heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems, and $25 million towards upgrades of the interior finishes. So many of these things that they're saying are extras to their cost are in fact already covered within this cost estimate that they themselves commissioned back a couple of years ago. This also includes a very generous markup factor for consultants of 185%. So I'm not sure what the city's general markup for consultants is, but from the consultants I've been speaking to and the projects I've been familiar with, this is very large. So if you kind of work the math backwards, the base construction cost for doing all of those repairs that are listed in this document is actually $142 million. I also want to talk now about the urgency of the repairs, and I think that there's some significant ambiguities in the pension report that require some further investigation and at least some questioning about whether the numbers we're seeing and the timelines that we're seeing are in fact correct. And the expenses in this report, there's a kind of summary table of what's required in the first 5 years. They're really concentrated within the first 3 years. We know, and so that kind of already off the bat creates a kind of, maybe a sense of urgency about these repairs. We already know from the way that the province has presented the urgency of the roof repairs that there was a false sense of urgency created about that. And the latest repairs that they've also pointed to on last Thursday with the heating and so on, from the preliminary research I've done on those, they also seem to be a false kind of urgency about those. So we have reason to be skeptical about this. I would contend we have further reason to be skeptical about this kind of layout of how things are detailed in this report. And this is part of the back and forth that happens, as you know, between consultants and clients, that a consultant might put something in 1 year and the client says, oh, could you just move it a little forward? Maybe we'll take care of that earlier. Can you move it to year 1 instead of year 6? And the result of moving all these things to the first 2 years is that it comes out the Science Center comes out with a facility condition index of a grade C, which indicates normal deterioration and minor distress and repairs needed in the next 5 years. So, you know, it's not a failing grade by any stretch of the imagination. But there's another part in the same sentence, actually, of the consultant document that actually correlates with actually receiving a grade B, which actually says that no repairs are anticipated within the next 5 years.
Sorry to interrupt you, unless someone move a motion, but your 5 minutes is more than up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You want to summarize it?
Okay.
And give us your presentation, which we could read.
Okay, I will give you this presentation. You can look at my arguments for using Building C as a temporary science center with the government's own numbers of how that would be cost far more than using the Building C. And also, I just want to end with this slide in 2 seconds. These are some major renovations that were completed without fully closing the buildings. We repaired every inch of Toronto Reference Library. We constructed an entire floor under Union Station while all of the trains were running. And we repaired the atrium of Eden Centre next door, the entire glass atrium without closing that shopping centre for a single day. And the Ontario government has presented no evidence that it would have to vacate these buildings to undertake critical repairs. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Jason Ash. No question to Ms. Lamb? No? No? Okay. Jason Ash? You have a cold.
Okay. Thanks very much. As co-chair for Save Ontario's Science Centre, thank you for the opportunity to address Executive Committee. Thank you as well to staff for the report. Save OSC is a nonpartisan grassroots group dedicated to renewing, restoring, and reinvesting in the Ontario Science Centre on Don Mills Road for all Ontarians to enjoy. As a result of Save OSC's efforts and initiatives, Ontarians are writing to Premier Ford in record numbers for the Ontario government to reverse its decision to close the Ontario Science Centre. That means over 80,000 letters have been sent to Premier Ford. 58,000 of those letters since the closure of the OSC on June 21st. All 124 Ontario electoral districts have written to Premier Ford, and the overall composition of letters is 58% City of Toronto, 41% rest of Ontario, 1% outside of Ontario. So by no means is this strictly a Toronto or Torontonian issue. The whole province cares about the Ontario Science Centre. Save OSC believes the Ontario government, through Infrastructure Ontario, purposely and willfully neglected the routine maintenance of the OSC for a period of many years to force a crisis. From the Independent Auditor General of Ontario's Value for Money audit, published December 6, 2023, quote, since 2017, due to a lack of funding, 42 projects deemed critical and at risk of failure had not been repaired. Of these 42 projects, 7 had been put forward in at least 3 of the past 5 years and were denied funding each time, end quote. Based upon the Auditor General report of December 6, 2023, the Ontario government's business case to relocate the OSC to a smaller site with 18% less exhibition space and fewer attractions appears to be unreliable. Quote from the Auditor General, the 2023 cost-benefit analysis used to support the decision to relocate the Ontario Science Centre did not include all costs for both options assessed. Ontario Science Centre relocation decision-making was based on incomplete information and excluded input from important stakeholders, end quote. Yeah, it's Save OSC's position that the City of Toronto should set aside the province's business case. Moving on to a related issue, which Elsa covered. No independent professional report required or recommended the immediate closure of the OSC. Not the Pynchon report in spring 2022, not RIMKIS just last month, and not VB&S structural engineers just last week. In fact, the reports that Infrastructure Ontario commissioned all tell the same story. Whether it is the roof or the boiler or another component, the OSC is safe to reopen today. Repairs can be fully and safely addressed according to a 20-year schedule. No independent professional report has quoted a repair bill of greater than $500 million either. ELSA just went over the pension report, which included a repair and replacement spending of $229 million over a 20-year period, 20 years. Infrastructure Ontario's relocation business case, publicly released on November 29th of last year, revealed that significant and multiple gross-up factors were applied by Infrastructure Ontario to the original cost estimates provided by independent professional experts. It is Save OSC's position that the Ontario government intends to demolish the OSC on Don Mills Road. They intend to demolish a heritage building. That being said, Infrastructure Ontario's own estimate of greater than $500 million, we believe, is meant to dampen public support and scare away offers of financial support, whether public or private. Further, the temporary OSC RFP demonstrates the Ontario government, at least to us, is not committed to the Ontario Science Centre concept overall. The OSC on Don Mills Road has 160,000 square feet of dedicated exhibition space. By comparison, the RFP contemplates a very small temporary OSC of 50,000 to 100,000 total square feet, not exhibition space. Given that independent professional experts agree that closing the OSC on Don Mills Road was not required, an 18-month gap with no temporary OSC to open until January 2026 at the earliest is unnecessary. And as you've heard multiple times, many people believe building C at the existing Science Centre is the best option. Further, the RFP for the temporary OSC provides for a series of one-year lease extensions, strongly suggesting the Ontario Place relocation will not open until well into the 2030s. The Ontario Science Centre, its institutional knowledge, its employees, its legacy will not survive the closure. I know I'm running out of time. I'll try to wrap up. There are successful operating model alternatives available. We can look to the AGO, we can look to the ROM, we can look to the Montreal Science Centre, which is run by the Canada Lands Company, a federal crown corporation. In Vancouver, Science World is run by a not-for-profit organization and just got a great amount of provincial and federal funding to repair its own roof, HVAC, and IMAX theater. So really what I do want to leave it with is that Save OC is not asking for the city to commit any money today. What we are really asking on behalf of the 80,000 signatures is for the city to be a friend to the Ontario Science Centre at a critical moment in time when the OSC needs influential friends to survive. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the extra time.
Questions? No? Thank you.
Okay.
And we have Rena? No? Well, who else wants to speak on? Just come on up. Are you the last speaker? Are there any other speaker? If not, okay. I know some of you folks need to run. Just hang tight. We're last speaker.
I'll be very quick. I'm one of the generation that grew up with the Science Centre, and it directly inspired me to get involved in science, and I believe it's done that to many, many other people. I'd like you to imagine a circle with a radius of 8 kilometers drawn around this building, Toronto City Hall. Within that circle, insulin was discovered. Within that circle, stem cells were discovered. Within that circle, the gene for cystic fibrosis was discovered. Within that circle, countless database systems have been constructed, countless web programs have been written, countless minor and major technological advances have been achieved in fields ranging from structural engineering to outer space. Within that circle stands a great monument, not only to what we as a province and a city have achieved, but what we and our children can achieve going forward. That monument is designed to last for 12 generations and has fostered and inspired the last 2. Past governments of this province have failed to maintain it, and the current government now proposes to dispose of it and replace it with a shiny new toy integrated into a complex dedicated to entertainment rather than achievement. We as a city now have to decide whether or not we will accept this destruction, this abandonment. I can only say at this moment to you and the other city leaders, do not imagine our children are not watching. Do not imagine they will not notice. if we stand aside as the magnificent work built to inspire them is abandoned and destroyed. Do not imagine our actions will not affect their confidence in their abilities, their futures. We are a culture of innovation and achievement. We have shaped a great deal of the world that we live in. We have a great monument to the achievements of the past and the potential for the future. We can keep it for ourselves, our children and their children, or stand aside as it is discarded. I hope we will choose wisely.
Thank you for that well-crafted speech. We have someone online, Arushi Nath, last speaker. Are you there? If so, turn on your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Amazing. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Hello, bonjour. I hope you guys are all doing well. J'espère que vous allez bien. My name's Arushi, and I'm a grade 9 student from Toronto. My family has been a member of the Ontario Science Centre since I was born. My dad bought a family pass to the Ontario Science Centre when we immigrated to Canada, Toronto, 14 years ago. I remember combining it with a TDC weekend pass to get us to the Ontario Science Centre on Saturdays and sometimes again on Sundays. It felt like coming home, a welcoming place where kids belonged. I knew all of the right places to go. The bridge with rocks of different ages and types, the planetarium with all of the astronomy shows, the Van de Graaff generator with hair-raising displays, the tropical garden with butterflies, and the kids' play area. It was a place where asking great questions was celebrated as much as knowing the right answers. There are Ontario Science Centre memories in everybody's life. For me, it's the place where I met my first astronaut, met a Nobel Prize winner, watched through a telescope, and learned about the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. It's where I learned women can be scientists, engineers, and astronauts. It's where I learned it's okay to be excited and passionate about science. I started creating my own science projects and presenting them in science fairs. Each year, my project grew more complex as I learned new skills. I ended up winning the top award at the Canada-wide Science Fair in 2022 and 2023 for our project on detecting and deflecting asteroids. I proudly represented Canada internationally at the 2023 European Union contest for young scientists in Belgium, where I won second place. A huge credit goes towards the Ontario Science Centre for keeping my passion for science and curiosity alive. Unfortunately, Toronto today is rapidly losing assets for supporting kids and youth. We have seen the shutting down of the Harbourfront skating rink, Ontario Place, Active Toronto. Even my old school, which had a swimming pool, is now being built without one. And now we have seen the biggest closure of them all, the Ontario Science Centre shut down. It feels like having your home demolished without your consent and being told it's good for you. It's not surprising that Toronto is losing young people faster than those coming in here. Because kids and youth cannot yet vote, we do not get the support we need from those who are in positions of power and those who should be acting as stewards of assets for the next generation. I'm writing letters to editors, meeting provincial and federal policymakers, signing petitions, using social media to organize classmates and science fair participants and joining protests. I've campaigned for many councillors in City Hall in past elections, as they promised to fight to save our public spaces and public goods. I'm here reminding them of their promise. Ontario Science Centre is ours to make discoveries and not destroy. I hope the City of Toronto will not let this asset be destroyed. The young people in City will be watching and remembering the actions you take today. Thank you.
Whoa, round of applause. Wow, grade 9, my gosh. Whoa. Actually, congratulations on your winning those science awards and a phenomenally powerful deputation. In fact, that is our last deputant, it is our last deputant. You summarized it well. Thank you for doing that. Speakers.
Thanks.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor McAlfee. Oh, question, pardon me, sorry. Question to staff.
I just want to be clear, what's before us today in terms of next steps for the Science Center? What role does the city have, not have? Where should we be dedicating advocacy?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so this is a report for information to the committee today, so there's no specific action being taken by staff with respect to this report.
The deputy.
Through your analysis.
Mayor, also just add a piece. The one piece that is before us is that within the new deal, we did agree with the province to have some discussions about the Science Center from the standpoint of what's happening in the future with the relocation, as well as what would happen and potential programming at the current location. So those discussions never really advanced very far, to be honest. We had other things before us that needed to happen faster. But I would say that there is a next step under the new deal, which is a continued conversation about what might happen on that site.
Okay, so a continued conversation. Do we agree on the cost of repair, and are we worried about being saddled with this building as a liability we take onto our books?
So with respect to, through you, Madam Mayor, so with respect to the costs, so there's significant capital requirements for the building based on publicly available building condition assessment data that's been provided by the province. There's a significant backlog of capital repairs required. We estimate over $500 million over a 20-year period, which includes base building improvement requirements as well as fit up and exhibit expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carroll, question?
Do we have any backlog of repair that we need to do for some of our, attraction types of facilities, the zoo, some of our heritage museums in suburbs, Gibson House, Science School House, and those in other areas? Do we have a backlog of capital repair to do?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do have a significant backlog of SOGR needs both across the city and within areas like you've mentioned.
Okay, and do we have a full cost recovery admission scheme going on in all those places, or are we having to subsidize them with property tax dollars currently?
Through you, Madam Mayor, through our operating budget, we do subsidize various agencies of the city, such as the zoo and other areas such as that, to be able to offset their operational costs.
And theaters, do we provide them with any operating funds?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do.
Do we have a significant capital backlog there?
Madam Mayor, yes, we do.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other question to staff? To speak, Councillor Matlow.
So I have a motion with the mayor's support, which I appreciate.
Madam Mayor, it's Peruzza. I'm not a member of the committee, but I would like to speak.
Okay, Councillor Brutza, you go first then, because Councillor Matlow can wait.
That's what I thought.
No, he's not driving. Okay, folks, give him time. All right.
The process.
Go. Focus. Councillor Brutza, don't let people distract you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I've waited all day, like many of the others, for this particular issue to come before the committee. And Madam Mayor, as you know, and as the committee members know, the Ontario Science Centre is an iconic building for most of us, and for those of us who are, who are North Yorkers and beyond, the Science Centre is a bit of a jewel and a gem for us. And what the Science Centre needs, quite frankly, is a city champion. I understand the province and I understand the provincial government, and they got these, well-laid plans. They got, they want to do what they want to do with whatever it is. They want to do Ontario Place, the waterfront, Science Centre, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. but the Science Center needs a local champion, and I'm hoping that you, Mayor, become the local champion for the rest of us, and for the Science Center. I understand, I understand Councillor McKelvey's question about what is it going to cost us, and what are the future implications, and what is it that we are talking about here as it relates to the city. This thing belongs to someone else. They've decided to do something different with it or something else with it. So therefore, we don't belong in this conversation. And I'm hoping that that's not the direction. I'm hoping that the City of Toronto recognizes the value of the Science Center, recognizes the value of the site, recognizes the value of it historically, recognizes the value of it educationally, culturally, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of those arguments are being made by a great many people. And in recognizing that the City of Toronto steps into the vacuum and the void, and becomes a lead institution in negotiating a continued science center at the corner of Eglinton and Don Mills, because that's where it is, that's where it should stay, and that's where future generations of Torontonians and others across the GTA should continue the experience of the Science Center. So that's really what we're talking about here today. I don't have a motion. As you know, I'm not a member of your committee. But as we go forward, this is not the end of the conversation, but the way I see it, the beginning of the conversation for us as a city. So we need to step into that mix and not be afraid to say that, yes, it may, at the end of the day, cost us a few bucks. But I think it's a few bucks that Torontonians will gladly pay, understanding the value of what it is that they would get if we continue the Science Center at its current location. And all of the, ancillary benefits that emanate from a conversation like that. City of Toronto is strategically placed by your agreements and everything else for us to be able to do that. So that's what I think that's the direction and the spirit at which we should be coming at this from, is exactly that, is sort of saying to ourselves, how do we, as the city, as a significant level of government with significant resources, continue to ensure that the Science Center and that experience continue to exist at this location. So I'm hoping that that's the spirit with which we're going to approach this issue, and we're going to move forward with it. And Madam Mayor, this is an issue in desperate need of a champion, and I, as a North Yorker, I'm quite frankly looking to you as our champion for this issue. Thank you so much.
Councillor Bruce, thank you for your confidence. Councillor Matlow, you have a motion.
On that very note, I want to thank Mayor Chow for her support of it. And the motion is to do exactly what staff acknowledged should happen, which is to have that conversation by establishing a working group with the landowners, the TRCA, and the city, and the province of Ontario. There's two, issues that we need to address. And by the way, I should say that the staff report in front of us is essentially a collection of facts. Some of the facts are disputed. I mean, as El Salam said very eloquently, there are different reports, whether it be the Remkes, the Pynchon, and then the peer review that kind of concurs on some facts, but also demonstrates that one number for ultimate repairs is like over 500 million, another is just over 200 million. And of course, the province picks the higher number because that's more helpful to their narrative. But it's a collection of facts. Staff also acknowledge that they don't have full access to all of the information. That's the province's domain, and they simply can't provide us with what they don't have access to. But what they do say very clearly is that that conversation needs to happen about the future of the Science Center. In 1965, there was a lease agreement between the three parties that it's not going to be anything. It should be a Science Center at the site in Flemington Park at the ravine. And we need to determine and negotiate what the province's obligation is to us as a partial landowner along with the TRCA to both having the Science Center there, but also its maintenance and state of good repair. It should not fall onto us. It should be their responsibility, given it was their promise to establish the Ontario Science Center there in the first place. Secondly, under the new deal negotiated between the mayor and the premier, I would submit that the unilateral decision that Friday to create that manufactured crisis to say that it had to be shut down permanently, even though no report and no evidence supported that move, doesn't abide by certainly the spirit of the New Deal, and I would submit even how the New Deal is written, where there needs to be a partnership and a negotiation and discussion about the future uses.
You're not voting
So,
right now, right?
You know what?
and I'm hearing Councillor Perruzza speak.
No, I just spoke
If you could hold my time for a moment.
Oh, no, I was listening the whole time.
Asma, the time is ticking away. Yeah. I'll just continue. And I call it a manufactured crisis simply because, while no reasonable person is arguing that there's absolutely fixes that need to be for the complex. They need to be done. But there's no evidence to suggest that it needs to be permanently closed. The province's story has changed over the past year. They said it was about housing. And then it couldn't be about housing at that site because it's on a floodplain in a ravine. Then they say that it's about the fixes, but then they say that then they put out a business plan together that they had to conjure up months later that they spent about $1 million on. And then the Ontario Auditor General even debunks the business plan. The reports are conflicting, and even the peer review that Doug Ford said that we'd all fall off our chairs once we read it, simply concurred with the initial reports. I want to thank Elsa Lam, for example. Elsa Lam, who you heard from earlier. She's with Canadian Architect magazine. She has done incredible detailed work to not only debunk, but actually just filter through all the information and the misinformation and provide us with real information to base decisions on. I want to thank Mariama Tashima Architects for standing up to support our efforts. Sabina Vora-Miller and the ex-Shopify group who want to support. If money's the issue, they're saying we can put up the $500,000 for the initial roof repair before August 31st. In other words, we've got a community behind us who wants to save the Ontario Science Centre. But being a partial landowner of this site, if the province is saying that they are our partner, they can't just unilaterally announce for whatever their needs are, whatever their agenda is, that they want to just close it forever. We need to be at the table. We need to be part of that conversation. We need to be part of the conversation about how that affects our entire city. The busloads of kids who from the northern part of our city and the region will now have to bus down to a smaller science center at Ontario Place. They didn't ask anyone in Flemington Park, Thorncliffe Park, Don Mills, anybody, and we're asking them to come and speak with us on behalf of those residents. Thank you. Completed. Done.
Very much. Thank you for that, Councillor Matlow. I have Deputy Mayor McKelvey. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Carroll, and I have myself on the list as well. Yeah. Councillor Carroll?
I just want to be really clear about this, and I could say nothing. That would be the best thing to do today if I didn't want to receive any mail, because this is another one of those emotional issues. If I didn't want to be yelled at when I go on round one, say nothing would be the best approach. But I'm afraid that my role doesn't afford me the ability to just say nothing. We do have a role here, and it is as the owner of the land, and so as the mayor has said many times, whatever you decide to do here, our role in the partnership is that it's our land, and whatever you want to do, you'll talk to us, and we want to be supportive of you. But that's really all we can do. We have 3 theaters that we can't afford to either repair or run. We have a zoo that we can't afford to repair or run. We have this thing called Black Creek Village in Councillor Peruzza's ward that we cannot afford to repair or run. And the municipalities that used to partner with us and help share the cost of it have abandoned ship. We have adorable little heritage museums dotting the landscape and a new director to run them, but we have no funds for her if any of them need repairs. We'd like to put a youth outreach worker in every community center and a chicken in every pot. We don't have the funds to do it. And so we can have the conversation about being, as the landowners, very willing partners to hear what it is they want to do on this land, but what we cannot do is pick up the tab. And I think it's very important that while we'll work on the pieces we can do, that we be humane. We be humane and honest about what we can and can't do. It would be inhumane of us to leave out there any misunderstanding to anyone who grew up there and loves it like I do, anyone like both of my daughters who had their sleepovers there, any number of elementary teachers who are my actual voting constituents who have taken so many trips there. It would be inhumane of us to leave them thinking that we can somehow rescue them from whatever that is going on over there with the authorities at the province and somehow wrench the decision away from them. They are the people you have to talk to. It feels a little like when people come to us and they're very frustrated with the provincial planning policy statements and they rail at us all evening long, and we say, these are passionate arguments, they're just being delivered in the wrong room. And that has to be very clear to the community. I heard the mayor comment on this a number of times over the weekend, and I really appreciate how careful she's been about this. Our partnership here is as the owner of the lands. And so whatever it is the province does decide to do based on the advocacy and activity coming towards them, whatever they decide to do as a result of that, and I hope they decide to do something there and not down there on the waterfront. I think that's a compromise. But whatever it is they decide to do, for us, it will be how do we need to adjust your lease so you can do what it is you want to do and whatever else is going to happen on that site. And I think we have to be fair and clear with the community that that's the case, because they're hearing us have this conversation at the same time they're receiving their first property tax increase bills and thinking, you got a deal, you said you were broke, what is happening right now? I've had that feedback as much as the I Love My Science Center feedback all weekend long leading up to this meeting. And so I think we have to really be clear about this. And those are my comments. I'm tempted to be recorded in the negative because I don't want to give out false hope here. But, you know, a conversation with the TRCA is a constructive thing for the province to be having right now. And if there's a part of it we should hear about, fair dues. So I'm going to vote for it. But I want to be really clear that that should not be flagged as hope. The conversation needs to be with the people who operate and are responsible for the state of good repair of these buildings.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Deputy Mayor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's really unfortunate that we are here. There has been such underinvestment in the Science Center for a very long time. When I brought my kids, I was really disappointed that they were the same displays. Yeah. I think Pluto was still a planet, which was good. They didn't update it because then it wasn't a planet, then it was a planet again. So, you know, right. you could still make your hair stand up. The exhibits, most of the exhibits were exactly the same as they were when I was my children's age. And I think that's unfortunate because I'm a scientist, and why I got into science was because I like to solve complex problems. What are the complex problems of our century, not the last century? And I think we have to be careful that we're not focusing on what is or what was at this property, but what is possible. And the more we spend time latching onto nostalgia, something that as a scientist I don't do very well, the more we spend time on that, the less time we're spending on the important questions before us, the ones where we can actually make a tangible difference. In my mind, we have 3 important questions we need to be asking right now. The first is, what is the new vision for this property? What is possible here, not what was? Secondly, what can we do in the interim until the Science Center has a new home? How can we have science programming right now for the kids of Toronto, today? And the third question that I think is, what do we want to see in the new Science Center? And a lot of people are focusing on the size. And you know what I think we need to focus on? We need to focus on what are the questions we want to go and learn about when we go there. I think that having a smaller facility actually could be a good thing because it's forcing you to continually update those exhibits and draw new people in. So you're not just shaking your hair for 30 years, or you're not just doing the same display. But what are the big questions that are before us? What are the big questions I see? What is artificial intelligence going to mean for society? How is that going to be transformative? Do we want it? Do we not? What is happening with quantum information systems? I think everybody thinks of the computer, but there's a whole lot more when you think of the quantum space that we need to be talking about. Personalized medicine and genetics, and what can they tell us, and what can we learn, and how is our DNA shaping the questions that are before us right now? These are the types of questions that we need to be focusing on in a new science center. I think that we should all be taking the time right now to say, what is the vision for that space that we want? Do we want it to be modular? Do we want it to be changing? Do we want the Science Center to keep up with the state of science? I think yes. I don't think we want the Science Center to be stuck in the last century. I think that we need to all come together to think about not just what is or what was, but what is possible. And so while I will support the motion that's before us, I think we have to all be very, very careful that we don't lose this opportunity to have something great for the next generation, and ideally make sure that it will be different for their children, and that the next generation that comes after that will always be coming back to something that is innovative, something that is new, something that is progressing and changing just like science is every day. So I think it's really sad that past governments, provincial governments, did not invest in this space. I think it is tragic that we have gotten to the point that we are, but I also think we have to take the opportunity to flip the conversation, to flip the question, and really think about what is the future that we want for the Science Center. And again, what can we do right now to save science programming in the City of Toronto?
Thank you very much. Councillor Bravo.
I want to recognize what's on display here today, which is an amazing amount of people power. Thank you for all of the thousands and tens of thousands of signatures that you've collected, the mobilization, the deputations, all of the work that's been done to try to sift through incomplete and potentially incorrect information coming from our provincial government, to Arushi for that deputation, which shows the value of a science education and the importance that it has in a child's life. And I also do want to say that today there's a massive flooding all over the city. Our state of good repair is in disrepair. Subway stations are shut down, basements are flooded, roads are closed down, and I think that we need to recognize that the city is under enormous financial pressure just to meet the obligations it has currently, and that in fact the public safety concern is real. We are in a situation during climate change and a lack of investment that's happened on a national and provincial level in municipalities, and certainly the low property taxes that were characterized the last previous 12 or 13 years have put us in a very difficult situation. I also I have many wonderful memories of the Science Center. As a child growing up, taking my children, and the questions that Deputy Mayor McKelvey raises around where science is headed are important questions. And I also think that we have a tremendous resource in Canada and Ontario and in Toronto with a lot of Indigenous ways of knowing about the natural environment that are more important than ever in the situation of climate emergency. So there are a lot of different ways to look at what is possible there. The deliberate decision since the 90s to allow this incredible asset to degrade to the point that we're having this discussion and that just justification was made is more than tragic. It's infuriating. It's the same kind of rationale that has us right now underfunding the healthcare system and then making cases for privatization. These are by design decisions. And I think that it's important that this people power that you've generated and that I absolutely am in awe of is pointed continually in the direction of this provincial government. It's important that we make the case together, and we all here agree with you. This asset was created, funded, and for the people of Ontario. It's not just the people of Toronto. We have programs that bring people, young people from all over the province that have historically run out of this building. We need to collectively stand together and turn our sights on this provincial government. And I appreciate that we've heard from you today, and I appreciate all the letters that I've received, because I think it's a demonstration of where we're headed next, which is to make demands now to step up, fund this building appropriately, and the question of how that is operated into the future is an important conversation to bring to the very desk of the Premier of Ontario, who says that it's out of date. Well, make it up to date. Make the investment. Do it not just for Toronto, but do it for the people of Ontario. And at a time when children's services, student investment is so low, and we're talking about the challenges of youth violence and youth disengagement, this is an important asset to retain, to uphold, and to bring forward. This is the most open level of government, so I appreciate that you're here speaking to us. But we stand with you, and we're going to speak more forcefully from my perspective with this provincial government. But what is possible, the levers that we have here, you've already heard. We own the land. We can start those conversations. Let's keep talking to the TRCA. But ultimately, this is a provincial decision, and it has to be owned by the Premier and his cabinet.
Thank you very much. I do have myself on the list, and I'll speak to this item. First of all, just want to say that Mayor Chow apologizes for having to step out and, as was mentioned, continue to manage the impacts of the flooding. As you know, and I think has been demonstrated clearly, this is an issue of high importance for the mayor and has been a considerable priority in all the discussions that have been brought forward. I want to echo so much of what has been shared by my colleagues, to thank everyone who put their name forward to depute, for all the communication we have received, for the organizing, the gathering. And I am really proud to have had Arushi speak to us as a deputant for today. She is an international award-winning young scientist who has represented Canada on global stages, and for her to speak to the impact of the Ontario Science Centre is really powerful and meaningful. And the Ontario Science Centre is a cultural landmark in our city. It's an architectural gem recognized right across the globe. It's known to students in Toronto and across our province. It's a centre that sparks curiosity and promotes education, STEM learning, and entertains us as kids and adults. And we can also talk about what could have been improved and invested in making that even more robust. And the Ontario Science Centre, and what we love and cherish about it, is worth looking at saving and doing it in a way that is collaborative and creative and that is serious. We know we cannot do it alone. That is a shared understanding, and that is also what I've been hearing from the dialogue, the discussion, and the voices that have been raised. And as the City Councillor for Spadina Fort York, I know firsthand the harm that occurs when the province dismisses good process, good planning, and people, and unilaterally determines the fate of public spaces that we count on. And while I love the opportunity to bring new, vibrant educational opportunities to our downtown communities, we cannot be doing that by dismantling existing institutions and ripping them away from neighborhoods and communities that have woven them into their fabric, as well as welcoming all of us from across the city and the province to be engaged and nurtured by what has been created there. And as this report highlights, we have a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of information that still has to be revealed and understood, and that is something that we have to take seriously as a city, and again, we can't do it alone. What we know and what has been mentioned here is that in the Auditor General's value for money audit, and I quote, "Other options beyond the immediate full closure of the Ontario Science Centre were available to the province." What were those options, and what is the appropriate role of the city in the future? The Science Centre's fate, as it goes from here, can be different. The province and everyone who calls it home deserves better. Our students and young people deserve better. A generation of Torontonians and Ontarians deserve better. And our communities deserve so much better. And I will be supporting the motion as we move forward. Yes, we're on the motion now. And can we display it, please? Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. All right, thank you very much. And I think our meeting is adjourned. All right, thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience.